to sun-soaked Neath on the southwest Wales Riviera for coverage of this one-day cup match between Glamorgan and Hampshire, where Glamorgan have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. No surprise there after batting first on Wednesday and getting a thumping at the hands of Lancashire. Two changes in the Glamorgan side. Sam Northeast is under the weather. Rory Smith has failed a fitness test, so back come Billy Root and Dan Douthwaite, and Douthwaite will bowl the first over. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Robbie James of BBC Solent, representing the visitors, and a couple of changes for your boys as well.
Yep, couple for Hampshire. One of them is enforced. Dom Kelly going away to the England under-19s. Ian Holland back from international duty, though, coming back from playing, of course, for the USA in that tri-series up in Scotland. And Keith Barker, a late change coming in for Felix Organ. I'm trying to get some clarification from the club as to whether or not there's anything wrong with Felix Organ, but I assume they're going for another seamer. So Keith Barker in for Felix Organ.
Yeah, you would have thought it was tactical, as Douthwaite is in to bowl, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by the Hampshire skipper Nick Gubbins. So, do you want to run through the visiting 11 then?
I will, yeah. So Nick Gubbins, Ben Brown out there at the moment, Tom Prest and Aaron Donald playing against his former county, of course, Fletcher Middleton, Toby Albert, Scott Curry, Ian Holland, Keith Barker, John Turner and Jack Campbell make up the Hampshire 11 today. Youthful still, but Keith Barker very much pushing up that average age.
In comes Douthwaite then from the David Road end, the Leisure Centre end, and bowls, and Gubbins will get off the mark with 4 runs driven through the covers. It's a shortish boundary on this pavilion side of the field, and once you go past the 30-metre circle, it's only about another 20 metres to the boundary, so it's a very short boundary on this pavilion side. Hampshire up and running, 4 without loss.
You must have had a few balls over near this marquee a couple of days ago, no?
Glamorgan didn't hit that many boundaries. As Douthwaite is in, and Gubbins defends one into the gully where Billy Root fields.
It's absolutely beautiful scenes, this, isn't it? And I think the two sides are arguably making up, it's nice sunshine, but arguably making up the brightest view ahead of us, with a lot of yellow on show today, with Hampshire and their yellow pads and yellow helmets, and then Glamorgan with their slightly darker yellow tops.
Yep, it's a right splash of colour as Douthwaite is in to bowl to Gubbins, full of length, driven to mid-off, and there is no run. For the benefit of listeners who weren't with us on Wednesday, we're back in Neath for Glamorgan first team for the first time since 1995, when Glamorgan played a young Australian touring side. Glamorgan did play the senior Australian tourists here several times between 85 and 93, and about a dozen List A games previously played here as well. Douthwaite bowls outside off stump, and wide is called by umpire Sue Redfern, who is the first female umpire for a Glamorgan match in Wales.
Yeah, Hampshire not been here since 1972. Never played a List A game here. A few championship matches. It's nice to be back.
As in comes Douthwaite, 5 without loss. Bowls the left-handed Gubbins, who's turning up one on the leg side, and there is no run. The rugby ground is in the background opposite us, where Neath semi-professional side play, and occasionally the Ospreys professional side. In fact, the last professional engagement I had here since pre-COVID was an Ospreys game in February 2020. Douthwaite to bowl to Gubbins, who plays that one off a thick inside edge down to fine leg, goes through for a comfortable single, and it's 6 without loss at the end of the first over here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Hampshire websites.
You mentioned it was, of course, Glamorgan winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first this morning. It's a small boundary towards the marquee where we are. We're going to be at sort of backward point for the next over from the far end, but it's I assume no question asked to the likes of the two captains as to what they would have done at the toss, winning and having a bowl. Looks a little green, and it's quite soft outfield as well.
Yes, I think given the conditions, I would assume that Nick Gubbins would have done the same. It's James Wheel to open up for you from the Oakwood Road end.
Yeah, and it's going to be Nick Gubbins to take strike. Couple of slips in place, fine leg down to our left-hand side, and third man in place as well. Two fielders on the boundary. Everyone else in the ring. As Whale's going to come over the around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. Leaves that outside the off stump. We're not going to do too well with lines today, given this position for Nick Gubbins' deep backward square leg. We've got the live feed to our left-hand side as well, which we'll keep an eye on. Of course, you can get in touch throughout the day as well at Solent Sport from our point of view on Twitter.
Nick Webb 2017 for me on Twitter.
Hampshire, of course, knowing that if they can pick up their 6th win of the competition today, that will secure them a knockout spot in this competition. A couple of games left after this. Well over the wicket, round the wicket I should say, and it's nudged into the onside, and there's no run. Conflicting tournaments for both of these sides so far. Played 5, 1-5 for Hampshire, sitting top of that table so far. Things not going as well for defending champions Glamorgan though.
No, it looks so promising after 2 wins to start, but 4 defeats on the bounce. A bit of a downward slide.
Well, at the top of his mark again, got a big load of sawdust there. Dampish conditions here at Neath, but it is dry and a nice breeze coming across us now as that's nudged down to fine leg. And Nick Gubbins takes a single. And that scoreboard to our right-hand side moves to 7 without loss.
Yeah, still people coming in at the entrances, and not quite as many as on Wednesday against Lancashire, but still respectable numbers. The 2 little stands up at the Oakwood Road end are fairly full, and a few seats left on the boundary opposite us on the rugby side of the ground. But pleasant conditions, and hopefully we'll get an uninterrupted day's cricket again.
Ben Bowen on strike then. 7 for no wicket in the second over here at Neath. Glamorgan won the toss, elected to bowl first. Here as well, over the wicket this time to the right-handed Brown, who pretty much is a carbon copy of Nick Gubbins the previous ball. Nudges that down towards fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. 8 without loss now.
If you are just joining us a few minutes late, we think that Chris Cook will probably open for Glamorgan alongside Tom Bevan, in the absence of Sam Northeast, who's under the weather, and David Lloyd, who's been rested for the final 3 games of this competition.
Those trees pretty still to our right-hand side behind James Well as he runs in now, slightly towards us, around the wicket to Gubbins, who's driving up towards mid-off, and there is no run. A few spectators just making their way around. I love these 2 stands that we have to our right-hand side of the Oakwood Road, and just 2 stands either side of the sight screen, and they are prime old sort of British stands, aren't they?
Old school, yeah. It's a decent viewing angle though, from a fairly straight long on and long off position, and not too far away from the action.
Fair few coming in through that gate actually towards that Oakwood Road end behind the sight screen. Here is Whale once more around the wicket to Gubbins, who gets a thick edge but beats the 2 slip fielders and away to their left-hand side, and they'll come through for a single. End of the over then, 2 gone here at Neath. Hampshire making a couple of changes. Remember, Keith Barker and Ian Holland into the side for Felix Organ and Dom Kelly, and after 2 overs, Hampshire 9 without loss.
So relatively untroubled starts. The Glamorgan pace attack is much changed from the side that has taken them to a challenging place in Division 2 for promotion when we resume the 4-day stuff next month. Michael Hogan away on franchise duty, as is Tim van der Hochten. Hogan not enjoying the happiest of evenings for Southern Brave last night. Took a bit of stick for once. And Michael Nisa returned to Australia, and Jamie McElroy, who made a very promising start to this competition, out with a hamstring injury. So Douthwaite bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Gubbins. Glamorgan also without Rory Smith because of injury today, and really is a litany of fitness problems for Rory Smith, who is playing his first team game of the season a couple of days ago, but failed a late fitness test. Douthwaite bowls through low outside off stump as Gubbins shoulders arms. Andrew Salter will be disappointed at missing out, but Prem Sisodia was preferred as the specialist spinner, having bowled decently in the couple of games that he's played so far. Douthwaite bowls, Gubbins is forward, defending back to the bowler. This is a better over from Dan Douthwaite. So Glamorgan's backup seam options will be the medium pace of Andy Gorvin and Joe Cook, and then spin from Prem Sisodia, and quite probably from Kieran Carlson and or Colin Ingram. Gubbins drives straight to Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Looking forward to seeing how Andy Gorvin goes. Captained me in my first ever two-day game.
Wow.
Andy Gordon. Back at Somerset, I remember. His Hampshire days, came through the Hampshire ranks.
Was that an age group match, or?
Yeah, I think it was under 16, something like that, when we started playing two-day cricket. Absolutely battered.
As Douthwaite bowls, Gubbins forces again to Carlson at mid-off, so Douthwaite finding a good line at the moment. Yeah, he played a part in last season's One Day Cup triumph. Played a couple of championship games this summer. He's on one-year contract. He's in front of us at cover, the relatively slight figure of Andy Gorvin, wearing 11. As Gubbins again plays no shot outside off stump, having a good look at things.
I remember that two-day game. I was excited to play my first ever two-day game with no overs restrictions. I thought that'd be good. I'll play, I'll come in, I'll bowl 25 overs of off spin, and hold up an end. Yeah. Flat one in Somerset, and I bowled 10 overs for 60.
Oh dear.
Great.
Here's Douthwaite in and bowls, and Gubbins defends out on the offside. So a nice tight over from Dan Douthwaite. 10 for naught after 3 are Hampshire here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sport Wales, BBC Solent, also on the Glamorgan and Hampshire websites. So do you manage to fit in playing between your professional duties these days?
No, not really. I played one game this year. I thought I'd come out of retirement for one game for the first time in about 4 years, and it was I chose to play an evening league game on a. I know I keep saying these are flat pitches and I'm getting hit for a lot of runs, but it was a flat pitch with a 30-yard boundary and 4 overs for a lot. So I think I remembered why I don't really play anymore, considering I spent more time probably in the fields towards the left-hand side of the pitch than actually bowling itself. Here's Whale then to begin a new over, and Ben Brown nudges that into the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, spent a lot of time looking for the ball in that game, so not really anymore. Did I hear you mentioning you've got an outing tomorrow?
I've got an outing tomorrow, yes, in the depths of Division 11, home of the old and knackered.
Hampshire 11 without loss here in the 4th over here at Neath. Whale going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Tall in his stance as he faces up to Whale now, and he gets a thick outside edge, and it just beats the fielder at point, diving to their right-hand side, and they'll come through for a couple. It's fielded by the man at third man running round to his left-hand side, Prem Sisodia, and the score moves on to 13 without loss.
Play as much as you can while you're young, that's my advice. You might regret it later, not if you don't.
I don't regret it the next day. Here is Whale. round the wicket once more. Tall figure, and that's shorter, and pushed into the onside, and there is no run.
Strangely enough, when you get to my advanced stage, at the beginning of the season, it's the second day after that's the worst. Just about get through
that's
the
DOMS,
day after.
Isn't it? DOMS, they call it. Delayed onset of muscle soreness. Is that the one?
Oh, I'm glad I know what I was suffering from now.
Yeah, yeah.
Not being able to get out of bed on Monday morning.
Here's Whale then, running towards us. Well, slightly towards us. We're square on here at Neath. Nick Gubbins cutting and cutting for 4. Short, wide, and no one up. Oh, sorry, all the fielders up on that cover boundary inside the circle. So Nick Gubbins moves on to 13, Hampshire 17 without loss. I'm going to miss out on those. Well, he hasn't really got going too much in this competition. Nick Gubbins got 100 in the second game of the competition away at Kent. 117 to his name in that game, but since then just a few starts. Scores of 6, 1, 18 and 23 around that 100 in this competition, captaining the side in James Vince's absence, and he's clipping that up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
In the Test match, England have claimed an early wicket. Rabada was out, third ball, well caught by Stuart Broad off the bowling of Potts for 3. Janssen still there, 43 not out, South Africa 291 for 8, already 126 runs ahead.
Gonna need a couple more quick ones, England, this morning, if they're going to make any inroads at Lords, as that's nudged into the onside. Well fielded by Andy Gorvin, sprawling to his right hand side at mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 4 gone at Neath. Hampshire being asked to bat first this morning. Slightly damp conditions when I was walking around the outfield on my way here. Just feel a little soft underfoot, but conditions all set fair. A few clouds in the sky, there are just outbreaks of blue sky as well, but none of the clouds particularly menacing. Nice breeze coming from left to right as well.
Yeah,
quite pleasant.
I think it was, oh dear, the stewards have not been prompt enough to stop people walking behind the bowler at the David Road end, and umpire Redfern just telling them to close things up a bit more quickly as one gentleman moves past at a fairly gentle rate. Now Dowthwaite is ready to bowl to Brown for the first time and bowls him. Dan Dowthwaite has the breakthrough. Hampshire 17 for 1 in the 5th. And that's the first ball that Dowthwaite had bowled to Brown, and it had the better of him. Brown's gone for 2, 17 for 1.
Well, looking at his paces, they haven't really changed from Dowthwaite, but I wonder if that actually just beat Ben Brown for a little bit of pace. It was maybe fuller than everything he'd faced so far from Dowthwaite, and actually looking at it, his feet just did not move. That front foot stayed pretty much planted, and it went in between bat and pad, I think.
Yeah, be disappointed with that one, Ben Brown. Maybe just came in a fraction, but between bat and pad, and the first ball that he's faced from Dowthwaite smashes into the timbers. As very promising young man, Tom Prest, will come in at 3. England under-19s player of some repute.
Yeah, absolutely, and similar tournament to Nick Gubbins, actually. Sort of not really got too much to shout about in the last couple of games. Scores of 17, 0 and 16, but around that, a 51 and a 181 in that game against Kent, same as Nick Gubbins. So certainly, I think last year we found out that Press was one to keep an eye on and one to watch, and I think this year he's become, instead of one to watch, I think he's become almost one to fear. Actually, Tom Press, when he gets going, he looks absolutely brilliant.
Dowthwaite then to bowl. First ball to Prest, and he's beaten by it, going through lowish outside off stump. There isn't much bounce in this wicket, which is the same one they used a couple of days ago. And as on Wednesday, you felt a good toss to win, and That went past off stump, probably about 3/4 of the way up. There wasn't much bounce at all. So Hampshire will have to work it out. As next delivery is beating the pat again. I thought for a moment that Tom Cullen had heard an edge the way Chris Cook had heard an edge the way he tossed it up.
A little bit of a crowd catch.
Yes,
I think,
it fooled me for a moment there. Chris Cook applauding his bowler. Cook reclaiming the gloves from Tom Cullen with his return to the side. Cullen also plays as he hits pressed on the thigh pad. Next delivery, ball just rolls out gently on the offside, and there's no run. It's been quite a changing cast for Glamorgan. They have used 18 different players, which is quite a lot in the course of 7 games, partly through calls elsewhere. Tim van der Hoogten, after 4 wickets in the first match, whipped into the franchise stuff. Douthwaite bowls and Press plays gently on the leg side. Gorvin fields and no run. Few injuries around and a few players out of form, so a lot of changes being made.
Just hard to get any momentum, isn't it, when you have that many changes throughout the course of a competition. If you have a formula, you want to try and stick to it with those first couple of games, but as you said, when they're enforced, there's not much you can do.
As Douthwaite in bowls, Press plays hard to backward point where Root makes a diving stop, and there is no run. 17 for 1. Wicket maiden for Dan Douthwaite. 5 overs gone. Glamorgan also lose Colin Ingram for their final match up at Worcester, where he departs the Caribbean Premier League. But good to see healthy crowd here again today. As I say, a few down on Wednesday, but it may fill up. There's just a few seats around on the opposite side of the ground, and a couple in the side of the stand, but the hospitality tent looks well packed again, so I imagine that there will be a little bit made in liquid refreshment sales today.
James Whale to continue them from our right hand side, Oakwood Road end. You'll still see a few people coming in through the gates at that far end behind the sight screen. And Whale's going to come round the wicket to Gubbins, who's cutting, and he might pick up 4 here. No, he'll pick up a couple. Third man running away round to the left-hand side. Just showed actually the speed of this outfield. Not as quick as it might have been a week or so ago. I assume there was a little bit of heavy rain here. Well, they've had heavy rain in these parts.
It's earlier in the week, Tuesday, I think, although it dried up overnight. It still had its effect on the outfield, which is it's a dramatic change from the parched outfields we've seen around the UK for the last few weeks, that's for sure.
Slope here as well at Neath, running away from us as we look at it, down towards that far side. Here is Whale in. Gubbins trying to pull that, but rather gets himself in a little bit of a tangle, and I think he sort of looks back at Whale as if to say, are you really going to appeal for a ball that hit me in the unmentionables?
A few comments on Twitter. Gaelegog says, hoping for some overdue, much better batting from the boys to entertain the crowd. And Edward Cooper says, and Iron Donald will probably be inspired. He likes Glamorgan outgrounds. Reference to his spectacular double century at Colwyn Bay.
Here's Whale then, switching to over the wicket for Gubbins now, trying to get that ball to go across him, and he does so, and Gubbins leaves. Just change of angle. Mention outgrounds. You always know you're at an outground when you're watching cricket and you can smell a generator. Smell a generator. I can vaguely hear it as well.
Yes, it's droning away at the back of the tent here to keep us powered up, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Otherwise we'll have to start cycling.
Well, I'm not doing that. Here's Whale then, over the wicket. Bowls, and Gubbins tries to cut that, but maybe just a little too close to him and trickles out into the offside.
Will Roberts says, thoroughly enjoyed my day at Neath on Wednesday, but let's hope for a better performance on the pitch today. And Morgan Barrell has found a steward who he reckons is an Edward Bevan lookalike, but I can confirm that Edward does not have a high-vis jacket on today. He will be in the commentary box shortly, or the tent.
Here's Whale then. Arms pumping, legs pumping as he bowls to Gubbins, and Gubbins tries to slap that down the ground. He gets a thick inside edge as it is, and it trails to the boundary for 4, just in front of us on the deep backward square leg boundary. Not when Nick Gubbins intended. He was trying to rather swipe that down the ground, actually, full delivery, but picks up 4 behind square on the leg side. 25 for 1 in the 6th. Charlotte on Twitter as well, at Solent Sport, mentioning that she followed the Solent Sport car here, aka followed me here, which is thoroughly worrying. Here is Whale down the ground, and that's swiped from Nick Gubbins, pulled away on the leg side for 4. Again, similar area actually to where that previous boundary went, but the previous ball he was trying to hit the ball down the ground for 4. This time he was intentionally pulling it. There's Whale pulling his length back and picks up 4, 29 for 1.
Yes, that's just away to our left. If you're watching match on the screen, you want to visualise it.
Whale sticking with his ploy of coming over the wicket and wraps Nick Gubbins on the pads. Half a shout for the LBW, but nothing saying by the umpire, and that is the end of the over. We've had 6 here at Neath. Hampshire losing the toss and being put in to bat. 29 for 1. Nick Gubbins has 23 and Tom Press yet to get off the mark.
So Will still struggling somewhat with his economy rate in this competition. Tall, athletic figure, just the 5 wickets so far. Economy rate of 5.79 going into today. Dan Dowthwaite in bowls, and pressed his forward, hit bat and pad as he pushed forward inside edge onto the pad. It sounded like from here. Dowthwaite a late replacement in the side. In fact, it might have been just pad, but it was contact outside off stump, so no appeal. Dowthwaite in again. Bowls to Press, to edges one. It's parried at slip by Joe Cook and mopped up by Tom Bevan. As that was along the ground, it was nowhere near a chance, but a good piece of fielding from the 2 men now.
All such cliches, but I think it's epitomised on these outgrounds where the ball maybe does a little bit more than we're used to seeing early on. If Hampshire can get through this initial 10-15 overs this morning without losing too many wickets.
Dowthwaite bowls, Press defends.
Then you would have thought the pitch will get better as the day goes on, and if this breeze continues to come across the ground and dry things out, and if we get a little bit of sunshine as well, then you would have thought it will only get better and the outfield will only get quicker. So, as I said, they are cliches in one-day cricket, aren't they? 50-over cricket especially, but if you can try and remain as wicketless as possible.
As that's driven through the offside, it may well race away for 4. Billy Root is off in pursuit of it and stops it just inside the cover point boundary. It's 2 runs to Tom Prest as Hampshire move on to 31 for 1 in this 7th over. I'm told the boundary rope on that far side is a little bit further away from the spectators than it was on Wednesday, because Tom Cullen diving to try and take an aerial boundary catch crashed into a couple of supporters. Thankfully no serious damage was done, I believe. Dowthwaite bowls, Press drives nicely but straight to cover, and there's no run. Also one of the problems that you get on outgrounds, and maybe one that players aren't quite as used to as they used to be, because in the days when facilities were generally not as good, then players knew not to dive too close to the boundary, but these days they have to give it everything. Douthwaite bounds in, bowls a short ball that Prest tries to uppercut and doesn't get anything on it. And through it went to Chris Cook, 31 for 1. And Dan Douthwaite's bowling quite tidily at the moment. His speed's all pretty similar, 77 to 79 miles per hour, but certainly after a few expensive spells from him, he's doing better today.
Yeah, just getting a couple to lift as well. Tom Prest did have that one really early in his innings that kept a little low outside the off stump, and then those couple lifting. And Tom Prest, one of those batters as well that takes a little while to look settled. He's a little bit fidgety at the start of his innings. We're going to see a change in bowling at that Oakwood Road end to our right hand side. Joe Cook going to bowl over the wicket to Nick Gubbins. And that's a nice amble in for Joe Cook's first delivery. Wasn't dispersing of too much energy of that run up there. No,
he is a medium pacer. Did really well in the competition last season with 20 wickets, but only has one this season so far, albeit he has been one of the less expensive of the Glamorgan bowlers.
That lack of pace meaning that the two fielders out a third man and deep backward square leg, as that just gets a thick inside edge from Nick Gubbins onto the trickles into the onside, and there is no run. So Andy Gorvin to our right hand side out on this deep square leg boundary. Sodia down at third man away to our left hand side, and in front of that tiny weeny little scoreboard as well that just has the total, the wickets and the overs on. Keep it simple, what we like to see. Cook once more then over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who takes a couple of steps down the pitch and pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Wheel withdrawn after his first three overs went for 22. But Glamorgan with no real seam options after Gorvin.
Here's Cook in once more, tall figure bowling to Gubbins, so again taking a couple of steps down the pitch and just prodding it straight back to the bowler, who flings it underarm to the fielder mid-on. Well, and then he does some work on the ball with his shirt. And I tell you what, if you're watching the live stream today and you can see the Hampshire batters, if you're a Hampshire fan, you might notice a horrible inconsistency on their helmets, which I'll tell you about in just a second. Cook over the wicket bowls, and Gubbins staying back that time and punching it up towards mid-off, who does shy at the stumps, but there is nothing doing. You'll notice if you're taking a close look that Hampshire have on their helmets, they have the Hawks logo, which of course is the T20 side name. Not a Hampshire logo. They're wearing the Hawks logo on their helmets, so I'm sure it'll be kicking off somewhere on Twitter without a shadow of a doubt. I've seen a couple of comments over the last few weeks. Here is Cook in once more, and Gubbins again deciding to come down the pitch this time and push it up to Cook. End of the over, and 8 gone. That was a maiden, wasn't it? It was a maiden. Yes. So Cook has 1 over for no runs and no wickets. 31 for 1, 8 gone.
Good start. Robbie, thank you very much indeed. Robbie James from BBC Solent will be back with us around about 12 o'clock. And I'm joined by my BBC Sport Wales colleague Edward Bevan for the first time this morning and the 500th time this season. Morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. Yes, pleasant morning. Just had a wander around the ground, and it's getting pretty full at the moment.
Douthwaite in to bowl to Prest and plays defensively on the offside, no run.
Well, what's the joy of playing down here in West Wales? As I said, I walked round and had about 25 good mornings, how are you, and all that. But so many people are glad to see some cricket down this part of the world, and they've been blessed with 2 fine days. Forecast very good for today, and let's hope we'll have a better than that one-sided game we had on Wednesday.
Douthwaite bowls to Prest, who drives through the offside for 4 runs. Nicely timed shot. Not a huge degree of follow-through, but ball raced away for 4 over to the rugby side of the ground with no outfielder out there. The 2 outfielders permitted are at fine leg and third man at the moment, and that makes it 35 for 1 with Prest getting his first boundary. Douthwaite bowls, and that's flicked aerially towards Gorvin, who takes it on the first bounce at mid-wicket. Not a chance, but certainly a false shot, and maybe just stopping on him a little bit through his shot. Tom Prest, a thick inside edge, looping up towards cover, but no chance for Gorvin to dive forward and get underneath it.
I was standing behind, right by the side screen, when Prest was beaten convincingly by Douthwaite, very close to touching the ball to the keeper.
Douthwaite in again to Prest, and he plays it back down the pitch. Glamorgan feel in need of another wicket in these opening overs. Glamorgan lost 2 early on Wednesday and really never quite had enough wickets in hand thereafter against Lancashire. Yes, it's a moot point whether we're in southwest Wales as yet, as Douthwaite bowls. Big appeal for LBW, must be close, it's given. Prest on the back foot, didn't get much bounce, and Douthwaite has a second wicket in his opening spell. Prest has gone for 6 and Hampshire 35 for 2 in the 9th.
Yes, umpire Redfern, she's officiating for the first time in Glamorgan games, and she took rather a long time. Then he was on the back foot, and I don't suppose he's too unhappy with that decision. And it's good to see Douthwaite, probably Nick, bowling as well as we've seen him this season. He hasn't played in the first team in championship games, and he's often been off colour bowling in these one-day games, but apart from a loose opening over when he went for 4 and a wide, he has bowled pretty well, and Glamorgan will be very pleased with his position. 35 for 2, and we're still not in the power play. And Nick Gubbins now, he's looking to anchor the side. The booze. And Aaron Donald, of course, from Gorsine, not far from here, played many times. He must have here at the Knoll. And we nearly ejected his brother out of our little compound here earlier on because he'll have mixed loyalties today. But no, and Irene, of course, has summarised with Nick a few times this season.
Yes.
And in all seriousness, it will be rather a nervous time. He hasn't had a good season this year in the competitions. And as they used to say in the old days, yeah, we'll give him a couple. Well, they won't give him a couple off the mark, but yeah, we're happy for him to get a few, then he can go. But yeah, good luck to an Irene, and let's hope he just gets a few, not too many.
That's from the Welsh point of view.
Yes.
Solent Sport listeners will be hoping that he piles up the runs. Douthwaite bowls to Donald, who's off the mark first ball. Should get 4, I think. No, Wheel is just going to pick it up in front of the hospitality tents as the ball slows up, and they're comfortably back for 2 runs. 37 for 2. And Aaron Donald will feel a little better for that. And Glamorgan have bowled 9 overs. Hampshire have reached 37 for 2. Gubbins, the captain, on 23 not out. Former Middlesex man, moved last year down to Hampshire. Rewarded with the captaincy in this format.
Yes, a lot depends on Gubbins. 2 good players just been dismissed. Ben Brown, the former Sussex player, and Tom Prest, who will go further, I'm sure, because I think he's a very, very fine young player. Joe Cochrane from the Oakwood Road end comes in, bowls to the left-handed Gubbins, and Gubbins goes back and cuts a short ball down towards third man, whilst Sasodia will field. And the return comes in, just a single. And I wonder if slip will come in for the umpire. Redfern had forgotten she was at point, and breaks into a trot, and she has to go over to. I really don't see the point of people going from square leg to point, especially if there's nobody in front of them, because you know, in exactly the same position. Ditto for left-handers. Donald waits for his first ball from Cook. Bowls to him now, and Donald is forward, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, it gets your daily steps up, doesn't it? And it's not too warm, I suppose, today. So
sun is out. It's really, really nice.
Certainly, a few weeks ago, the umpires could have been forgiven for conserving
water
as
break.
much energy as possible.
In comes Cook. Bowls to Donald. Donald is right forward, smothers any movement, pushes it out to Ingram, who feels it extra cover. Sadly, this is Ingram's last game of the season for Glamorgan before he joins up with the Caribbean outfit, as I call them, out in the West Indies. It's the Caribbean 2020 competition.
Oh, there's the first is the even shorter stuff first, the 60 ball.
I don't understand that. Here's the next ball. He's on the back foot, good looking shot, but he's only got a single, and it's picked up and returned. Score moves on to 40 for 3, or 40 for 2 rather. Brown is bowled by Douthwaite for 2, and then pressed was LBW to Douthwaite for 6, I think it was, yeah. In comes Joe Cook. Bowls, and Gubbins, delicate little shot, opens the first, lets it go down to third man, where Sisodia, we'll see in action with his left arm spin. Having said that, Nick, left arm spin on Wednesday, Sisodia was coming in like Derek Underwood, he was doing the old days, really bowling flat.
Yes, he doesn't tend to bowl with a lot of loop in limited overs cricket, and we haven't seen him in red ball cricket for a few years in the first team.
In comes Cook, bowls to Donald. Donald is turning this, and it's fielded by Sisodia up into the ring, and they go through for a single. So Donald moves on to 4. He retains strike, 25 to Nick Gubbins, who's been there since the start. And I suspect there might be a change, and this will be the end. We've just had the end of the 10th over, where the score is 41-4-2, which is Glamorgan will have had the best of things.
Just about, yeah.
And no, Douthwaite is going to carry on, having bowled 5 overs. Will probably give him the swing unless he gets a wicket, because an Iron Donald is in there. He's new to the crease, and Douthwaite has bowled very well this morning. Must commend him. And he's coming in from the leisure end, in and bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot by Donald. Equally well fielded there, a cover by Cook. Superb, one hand down, and Donald getting in, as is his nature. He's a very attacking player, as an Iron Donald, and I thought that was going to go to the extra cover boundary.
John Noakes on Twitter says, great to see outground cricket, enjoyed Wednesday despite the results.
Here is Douthwaite again, past the umpire, and bowls, and this time an Iron Donald is right forward and pushes it down to mid-off, where there is no run.
David Battersby's been going back through his records. Finds the 10th List A game here was Glamorgan against Somerset in 1990. Expect you remember this one. Somerset scored
Jimmy Cook
360 for 3. Graham Rose 148.
Coming in at 5.
Glamorgan lost by 220
That's
runs.
right.
Oh dear.
Here's the next ball, short, pulled away, but straight to mid-on, where it's fielded by Kieran Carlson. Didn't really time that. It was a fraction short. I think I mentioned that on Wednesday, Nick, when Jimmy Cook and Graham Rose just kept hitting that baths, the wall of the baths, or the David Road swimming pool away to our left, with regular. And it was a heck of an innings. Douthwaite bowls, and Donald just opens the 5th, wants a run. He's rightly sent back by his partner, and there's no run.
Graham Smith says, very impressed with the control that Cook has bowled with, ideal for this format. So Glamorgan could do with a bit of control. It's not something that bowlers have had hugely often since day one of this competition up at Derby.
Absolutely right, and Tim van der Gooten took 4 wickets and has never been seen since. Douthwaite to Donald. Donald tries, he's out, is he down the leg side? There's a appeal not given by umpire Redford. Well, there's
A lot of
huge
excitement.
appeal.
Obviously touched something on the way through. Hopefully we'll see from a replay whether that was likely to have been bat or pad. But Aaron Donald survives against his former side.
Here we go, here's the replay.
Off the thigh, I think.
Good decision there by the umpire, off the thigh. So the joy of the spectators and the joy of the Glamorgan fielders, they're toned down a bit. So see Redfern getting that spot on as in comes Douthwaite. Bowls to Donald, quick ball, and it's very well played. That might just run away for 4. No, it's going to slow up just in front. It does. Good work by Carlson as the return comes in from Gorvin, who's back in him up some 6 or 7 yards away from us on the mid-wicket boundary. That's the end of the over. I would think it's probably the end of Douthwaite's spell. He has bowled well, 6 overs and taken 2 wickets. 43 for 2 after 11. And it's 25 to Nick Gubbins, and the former Glamorgan player, Aaron Donald, is not out 6, and there is this, Mr. Gorvin who fielded that. Loosening up away to our right,
yes,
who will be the 4th seamer, Nick.
Yes, so Douthwaite 2 for 17 in his 6 overs so far, as Joe Cook 0 for 4 in 2. Bowls to Gubbins, who chops one down towards Gully, and there's no run. No Andrew Salter in the Gully this week, with only one specialist spinner played.
Glamorgan were in a little bit of disarray when this morning when Sam Northeast had to drop out because of his influenza attack.
As that's niddled away on the leg side by Gubbins, down towards us, fielded by Gorvin, single taken, 44 for 2.
And
Smith pulling
Smith
up
again,
lame.
yet again. It's it must be a worry for him, and you know. And it was done apparently in the warm-up. Cook bowls, pushed away into the offside, and no run.
South Africa still making progress. They're past 300 now, 314 for 8, 149 runs in the lead.
How's our 6'8" lock forward doing?
Mr. Janssen is still there. He is 48 not out. Marco Janssen. Nortje, 16 not out at the other end.
He was a very good rugby player, apparently.
In comes Joe Cook and bowls, and Aaron Donald turns that straight to Tom Bevan, who is still numberless at short mid-wicket. He is theoretically number 13. Obviously not a superstitious young man, but they haven't had any printed.
During my perambulation round, I met 2 former colleagues of ours. Send their regards to you. Richard Thomas.
Oh, yes.
And Rob Lloyd. You probably see
yes,
a lot in the rugby down
yes,
at Neath's press mount now.
Good to hear there here. As Joe Cook is in to bowl, played gently down on the offside by Donald.
But sadly, since the demise of newspapers, as you well know, Nick, and everything's amalgamated, and you get very little sport covered. Well, you get soccer covered, certainly. That many of them have had to leave their jobs they used to have and look elsewhere, and I've just named 2. Really is a sad.
Well, Rob's got a
He's still involved, but
good stuff with the Scarlets.
yes, he's top man.
As that's beating Donald outside off stump. Decent over from Joe Cook, and Hampshire continue to have 1 or 2 moments of peril, and that one really died in the pitch and went through to Chris Cook on the second bounce. As we get some more bright sunshine, and
When Telford walks in front of us to the pavilion, is that going to be another injury?
it's probably just the boots, I would have thought.
Gone off for a cup of tea.
No, he's moving perfectly normally as he goes into the dressing room. So substitute fielders today are Andrew Salter and Callum Taylor, I'm told. There he is in front of us at cover, Callum Taylor wearing 4. Who hasn't been
featured at all
seen much in the first team. Played a
Andy Gorvin with his medium pace to continue for Glamorgan, and he will be bowling at the left-handed Gubbins, who is still there. He opened the batting. He's 26 not out, and the clouds pretty high, and it's going to open out to be another fine day. I can tell you. Gorvin is bowling, and in he comes for his first ball. And, it's good length ball, pushed away on the onside. Donald wants a run, but is sent back. Sure, you as a wicketkeeper will appreciate this, Nick, because Chris Cook is standing up, and Gorvin is not slow.
Yes, I appreciate it. I certainly wouldn't be attempting it.
Yeah, no slips, nothing, or everybody really in defensive positions. His next ball, and attempts to cut wideish delivery from Gorvin as Gubbins, and it's not taken cleanly, but certainly saved 4 byes as he thrust a hand out to Chris Cook, who's just come back after injury.
Yeah, how shall I put it politely? At the level I play at, the seamers don't have the same level of accuracy that enable you to stand up, even if I had the reactions.
Yeah, you're very modest. Gorvin to the left-handed Gubbins. He's in and bowls to him, and Gubbins drives nicely, but straight down to extra cover, where it's fielded there by Wheel. I must tell you, I think I mentioned it this morning, I just noticed on social media yesterday the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard concerned this wonderful game of cricket. Apparently to Division 8 of the South Wales, and it's not the South Wales, it's some
Southwest, is it?
Southwest or whatever, have decided
Your neck
now
of the
that
woods.
they will play a game without any LBWs. Donald waits, Gorvin bowls, and he's played nicely down, and it's fielded by the substitute fielder. It's Billy Root rather, who's come over. Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Well, it's bizarre because, frankly, when your teammates are umpiring, you don't get that many LBWs anyway.
No, but God, where's the game going? Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Gubbins, a little short, but it's defensively played back down the pitch. Glamorgan bowlers have bowled pretty well. If you start disagreeing with me on this,
Step across your stumps and swing. You haven't got a chance of being out.
I think I tweeted back, well, what is the point of having a game of cricket? It's bad enough with these 10, 6 over 60 balls or whatever you call it out in the West Indies. When you get to this, here's Gorvin, he's in and bowls, and this is played square where there is no fielder, and it's chased by Tom Bevan, who stops any chance of a second. Gubbins retains strike because that's the end of the 12th over, or 13th over, 47 for 2. Glamorgan still keeping a tight rein. Nothing like the batting we saw from Lancashire on Wednesday, which was really excellent batting against, I must say, some ordinary bowling. Glamorgan's seamers bowled a pretty good line, and Douthwaite especially has been rewarded with 2 wickets. And he still hasn't come back.
Joe Cook to bowl to Gubbins, and that's driven to mid-off. They'll go through for a quick single. Carlson has a shy at the stumps. He'll need backing up because it's been missed by the bowler. Douthwaite
There he is back.
Is back on the field to back that up, along with Gorvin in front of us on this pavilion side of the ground. Now, Hampshire supporters will be keen to keep in touch with the doings of their main rivals. Lancashire, who are second in the table, well, their bowlers suffering a bit against Northants. Cook bowls, Donald plays on the leg side, and there's no run. Northants are 72 without loss in the 14th over against Lancashire at Blackpool, which will be a scoreline welcomed, no doubt, by Hampshire listeners and viewers. And third placed Essex, they're at Worcester, and Essex are 55 for 2 in the 12th over, having lost Rymel and Westley. As Joe Cook bowls and Donald drives to mid-off, takes a quick single, Carlson hits, he's out! Donald has run himself out.
It's a terrible run.
Kieran Carlson with a direct hit, 48 for 3, Donald run out for 7.
Well, he's played pretty well, he's middled everything, and he was going nicely, and he hit it straight, and you should know that Carlson's the best fielder in this side. Direct hit, and that's the end of that, but a very, very strange run. So Glamorgan pick up their 3rd wicket. There's no hesitation from Rob White, the umpire there, and in fact no hesitation from us. We could see it that he was well short, and it is 48 for 3.
Was run out by Kieran Carlson for 7.
Yeah, well, Carlson's been on the staff long enough for Donald to have played alongside him, and he'll know that Carlson is one of the gun fielders in the Glamorgan side. Quick on to the ball, and had about stump and a half to aim at, 45 degrees. Wasn't the most difficult throw. Must have thought it was just to the side of Donald, but really shouldn't have risked the direct hit, especially after they'd taken a sharp single the previous ball as well.
Well, the first 3 batsmen, Brown 3, Prest 6, Donald 7, and it's just as well that Gubbins is holding this innings, or trying to, together. He's on 29, and this brings Middleton to the middle. And I remember his dad, Tony Middleton, years ago playing. He was a very defensive sort of player, Tony Middleton. I think he kept wicket, I'm not absolutely sure. And this is his son.
Yeah, he's at the non-strikers end though, because Gubbins receives that ball from Joe Cook and plays it to mid-off. Carlson fields again for the 3rd time in the over, and this time the batters do not leave their respective creases. Fletcher Middleton at 20 years old, right-hand bat.
It's not Fletcher ER, is it?
It's Fletcher with an A on the end, which is a highly unusual spelling. Cook bowls, Gubbins chops it down into gully, and this time they will take a quick single as Billy Root doesn't pick up cleanly, 49 for 3. You're on BBC Sport Online, and
I noticed that the top order were in trouble last week, and then the young lad Albert came in to bat, and I think he got about 60 or 70, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's just signed a new contract, Toby Albert.
Yeah. Got some runs and helped them.
Bit of batting with Holland and Barker, both coming into the side. Capable middle to lower order batsman. Joe Cook into Middleton, who plays back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan would have been glad to see Felix Organ get injured or was hurt or something in the
well, I don't know, it might
practice, because Keith Barker was not going to play. We were told that. He was then brought in.
Maybe it was just there to look at the wickets and change their minds on tactics.
A very, very fine new ball bowler. So Glamorgan want Hampshire to get too many. They've started extremely well. Yeah. The Welsh crowd will be delighted, because they didn't much delight on Wednesday when they were hammered by 9 wickets.
David Battersby also sends us a programme, or picture of a programme. I'll break off. As
Gorvin comes in, he's round the wicket to the left-hander. He gets a single down towards mid-wicket, and this will subject Middleton now to his first ball.
From 1993, when 2 Glamorgan players made their first-class debuts. Neither played an awful lot for Glamorgan.
Is that one day, or is that?
That was.
I remember Alan Jones, the great Alan Jones' son.
It was a championship. It was
championship.
A 3-day game. 3-day game. 2 players making their first-class debuts. One was an opening bat, and the other was a spinner.
Gorvin bowls off the back foot is Middleton, but it goes straight to cover, and there's no run. What year was that?
93. I think they probably only played a handful of games between them.
Because that's the year Glamorgan, of course, won the one-day league down at Canterbury.
They're resting probably a couple of established names.
Croft might have been in the England side.
Croft was playing, but he was playing alongside another spinner.
In comes the next ball. Back goes Middleton. Forces it this time off the back foot, but straight at extra cover. There's no run. Left or right was he?
Ooh, I can't remember.
It was rather a long time ago. That's 30 years ago.
Played a lot of club cricket for years afterwards, I think.
Well, either Phelps, was it Ian Phelps?
Yep, well done.
And he's still playing for Port Talbot.
All right.
Yeah, good lad he is too. And the other was
opening bat by the name of Jim Williams.
James Williams. Played for Neath.
Well,
is now
believe at Clifton College.
That's him. Jim. Yeah. Remember him playing. And I think on the Sunday, Alan Jones, the great Alan Jones, was speaking to him this morning. His son also played, Andrew, in a Sunday league. That's upish, and it bisects. It's 4 run. Excuse me. Bisects backward point and cover there, and Middleton gets 4. Well, it was a nuppish drive. It was perhaps a bit of a check drive and a rare boundary there. As the score moves on to 54 for 3, and he's off the mark, is Middleton, with that boundary. Same field. Keeper still standing up, and here is Gorvin, and he bowls. Oh, appeal for LBW. Huge edge out. It looked a very good appeal, and Middleton, we've got to go, lad. You don't hang about and look at the umpire. And they put that, I'm afraid, and he's having another look at the umpire. He's putting that, or she'll put it in a little book, because you're not allowed to do it, but he's gone. Another good wicket for Glamorgan, 54 for 4, out in single figures. Gorvin gets his first wicket, and time to say to Nick, go and have a cup of coffee, because you've done the first hour. And Robbie will come back, Robbie James, once we start changing our headwear, as it was, and I mean the microphone, and he is now. Can you hear me?
Okay, I've got you loud and clear.
Yeah, good. You have a little rest there. Anyway, welcome back, and things are not going too well for Hampshire at the moment. And Middleton, I feel, we were all hugely disappointed when we were given out. We never think we are out, but he shouldn't hang about and have a couple of looks, should he, at the umpires. So Sue Redfern, who is officiating here for the first time, I certainly haven't seen her, taking a rather long time. Remember the trigger-happy umpires we've seen, but she was taking a long time, and nobody blames her for that. Deciding, was it going to hit? Did it pitch in line? Was it on? Yes, and that was out. So there we are.
The only thing I can think of was
you might have hit
Fletcher. Yeah, but it looked fairly straight. It was on the angle, getting a little bit of angle into Fletcher Middleton there, but yeah, it wasn't happy, was it?
He wasn't. Now then.
So 54 for 4, Hampshire. A little bit of a sticky situation here after being asked to bat first after 15 overs. Joe Cook in around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. The last thing Hampshire need now is another run out after losing an Iron Donald. So a couple of quick wickets really in the last 5 overs or so. 41 for 2 Hampshire were at the end of the power play, so added 14 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in the 5 overs since then. Lovely little hum around the ground. I did a little stroll myself as well. It's
nice,
busy, isn't it?
Lovely sights, though. One-day games.
Here is Toby Albert then, facing up to Joe Cook, who leaves that outside the off stump. Toby Albert, as mentioned by Nick earlier on, signed a new contract with Hampshire, and my word, has he got them out of a couple of sticky situations.
He did win the last game, didn't he? Got 60 odd.
Well, the last 2 games, Derby got 84 not out, 65 then against Lancashire last Sunday, and he's been left a couple of times in this competition with a bit to do to get his side out of a hole. He's going to have to do the same again. Cook over the wicket to him, and he plays that behind square on the offside, and it's fielded by Billy Root, and there is no run. it's lovely. It's got one of those. It's one of those games, these outground games, where everyone's it's new to everyone. The stewards are getting used to it. Everyone's walking around, finding which way do we go? How do we get here?
I can remember in York County many years ago, we used to play at Basingstoke, which was a pretty little ground. That went, and the Isle of Wight. We've gone back there, I gather.
Albert on strike, and he nearly gets a inside edge onto his stumps then, bounces, well, maybe over his stumps, and trickles back to the keeper, and there's no run, and Albert survives, as you do when you're in form. If you're out of nick, that goes straight onto your stumps. But
looking at the playback there, it was very, very close.
And you've got an 80 odd and a 60 odd.
Did you see how Dean Elgar got out yesterday?
I did. Yeah, that was as Cook's in, that's Fuller, and pushed him to the offside, and there's no run. I've
never quite seen anything like that before. He pushed forward, then hit his pad, then hit the back of his right elbow, and trickled on, and off came the bails.
The thing is, like I said, normally you get one of those when you're in wretched touch, but he was going quite nicely yesterday when he got out.
They're going quite well today, so Nick was saying.
Yeah, South Africa all out for 326, so between innings now, lead is 161 as Cook is in over the wicket to Albert, and he plays that late to backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 16 gone here. Neath, Nick Gubbins still there after opening the batting. He is 32. Toby Albert yet to get off the mark, 55 for 4.
Yes, Robbie, you were talking about outgrounds, and the only thing with outgrounds occasionally, I must commend our lads here, because we are sitting here, we've got a perfect view, even though it's square on and everybody's attending well to us. And sometimes you've got to move everything, you've got to move all your advertising boards, but it really is a joy for Glamorgan. It used to be Swansea, sadly that's not possible. Colwyn Bay up in the north, that's a wonderful 4 days up there. And you could go around the country naming them all, as Gorvin starts and he over, bowls to Gubbins, who drives nicely, but straight down to mid-off. Gubbins not taking any chances now, quite rightly, because if he were to go, then it would be in real problems. And nearly all the grounds you have big tents where the media can work, and as you say, so many people meeting people they haven't seen for years, local people here, and they've come in their hordes today as Gubbin bowls, and that's jabbed away, backward point is picked up by Root. Be careful with Root, because he'll pick up one hand. You think that's transferred, but he's one of these people who can use both hands as his wheel to throw.
I think the players, just going back to the outgrounds, I think the players enjoy it as well. Hampshire went to the Isle of Wight, as you mentioned, went to New Close a couple of weeks ago, and I was chatting to Nick Gubbins then. It's just a bit, it feels like a holiday for the players. You hope you don't play like you're on holiday, but he stayed back a couple of nights and spent the night.
Lovely.
Not on the Isle of Wight. Glorious.
Gorvin bowls, nice looking drive there, because he thought of a run, and in comes Glamorgan. Fielded extremely well this morning. The ground fielding, I must say, has been excellent. I was talking, we were up at North Hampshire. Andrew Rudd, of course, who was commentating, was saying it's a lovely ground. And yes, I used to love going to any outgrounds, been to most of them. Blackpool we went to, Chesterfield. They always make you feel so welcome. Gorvin in and bowls, and another appeal for LBW. Looked a bit high. He's gone down for 4 buys, I suspect. Or did he get an edge on that? No. He did get a...
I thought he got a glove on that.
Yes. Well, Cook must have misjudged, because he went up for LBW. And, well, we commend Cook to stand up. Corwin's not slow by any means. He's a useful little medium pace bowler. People will now say, well, if he was standing back, it would have been straight into his hands. Gorvin in, bowls to Albert. Albert, has he caught that? No. It's all happening here.
Well, that one did look like it had come off the bat. Wow. I think he's just getting a little bit of movement, and he's bowling a good length as well. You can see there, Toby Albert, not sure whether or not to come back or go forward.
Also, Cook is there as if to say, if you move out of your crease, young man, I'm here. you've also got to go back into your crease. You can't bat outside and nullify any movement, of course, because you'll get stumped rather. Here's Garvin, bowls to Albert. Albert plays a nice shot out towards mid-wicket. It won't go for 4. He'll just get a single as Wheel picks it up. And right-handed this time. It's not a very good throw, and they go through for an overthrow. That was a very lazy-looking piece of cricket there by Wheel, who just languidly picked it up and then hurled it about 3 to 4 yards wide of the keeper. So they take 2 runs. That is the end of the over, the end of the 17th. And Glamorgan will be very happy with the score, which reads 42 for 4. The men out: Brown, Prest, Donald and Middleton, all for single-figure scores.
Well, for all their good outfielding so far this morning, that wasn't one of the best bits. But you got to say it quietly when the fielder's only 10 metres away from you, haven't you? As Will was there.
You don't have to.
Well, that's true. That's true, actually.
Because it is true.
Here's Cook to begin a new over, bowling around the wicket to Gubbins, switching up the angle to Gubbins, and he's just driving that to extra cover for no run. Still there on 33 not out, 33 of Hampshire's 62 runs so far this morning. Hampshire captain for these Royal London Cup matches. Made his debut against Glamorgan, of course, in 2014, List A debut, that is. And he's facing up to Cook now, striding towards us, bowls, and that's wrapping him on the pad. Shout for LBW. I think Cook liked it more than the keeper did. And
yeah, I'm just beginning to think. This pitch was used on Wednesday, and there was a lot of pace in it. Went through very, very quickly for the Lancashire seamers. And as well as Glamorgan have bowled, I'm just wondering if there is a little bit in this pitch for the seamers, because it's not quite as fast as it was where they'd been undercover for 24 hours the other day.
Cook in once more. Nick Gubbins comes down the pitch, wraps him on the pads. He likes that a little more, does Cook, but then realises, I think, that Gubbins was probably too far down the track for anything to be signalled by umpire White.
Now I'm just looking at Chris Cook, the keeper. He's saying, what do you think? Shall I go up? Because I think Cook is a little bit quicker than Garvin, but he's been going down the wicket to try and nullify Seaman's and swing, so he wouldn't wander out of his crease then. I wonder if Cook is thinking about it. Anyway.
Here he is striding towards us and bowls, and that time Gubbins stays back in his crease, almost back onto his stumps actually, and gets a single down towards fine leg. And you would have seen as well, if you're watching on the live picture feed just now, the shot of that Glamorgan flag just above the scoreboard away to our right hand side, and that
fluttering
scores room. It is fluttering. Yeah. Breeze has got up a little bit, which will dry out the outfield, maybe speed it up a little bit as well.
Realise, of course, Robbie, that it's Cook with an E bowling, Cook with an E keeping wicket, so they're always useful.
Make things really easy for us, doesn't it? You've got Garvin to Gubbins at the other end as well. Here is Albert playing that late, and just showing actually the lack of pace in the outfield, as that doesn't go anywhere near getting down to third man, just trickles into the offside for no run. Down
at third man area, when I took my little walk earlier on, we noticed it was quite muddy down there, because it rained all day long yesterday, up until about 11 o'clock last night. So it's absorbed a lot of damp, drizzly, horrible weather for the last 24 hours.
It was a great idea to wear white shoes. One of the laces undone, pushed into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over then. Good one from Cook. 18 gone here at Neath, and Hampshire 63 for 4. Yeah, I think a bit strong word to say I waded through the mud, but there was a little bit, wasn't there?
Yeah. There I was looking at the test match, of course, at Lord's, and it was glorious all day long. Don't know it's going to be glorious for England with that 4-man pace attack that South Africa have got. Not going to be easy. As Garvin starts another over. He's bowled a couple of good overs, is Andy Garvin, and he will be bowling to Nick Gubbins as he starts his run now. He's over the wicket and bowls. Oh, that's an outside edge, and he'll get 4 runs, will it? Oh, it's a beautiful stop there on the boundary's edge. I can't quite see it. Is in the far distance. But Duffin, no. Oh, that's Joe Cook. No, he's at mid-on. We'll find out in a moment.
He'll turn around at some point.
He probably won't now, is he? Anyway, 2 more runs as Gorwin bowls again, and that's played, but this time it is Cook. Yeah, in comes the return, and they take 2 more. Just a little bit outside the off stump. Gorwin is bowling, and it enables the batsman just to glide it down with an open face, and Cook suggests the keeper that he moves it some 15 yards to his right, as the other ball did when they went down there. So 1 good stop, and 4 runs instead of 6. Gorwin again passes the umpire, bowls. This is clipped down. Gubbins now has increased confidence. He's moved on to 39. 39 out of 69, or 68.
You mentioned Cook down at, well, it's fine leg now as he walks sort of to his left-hand side. It's a good place to field, just in front of the hospitality marquees, and with it being an outground, you're about 3 metres away from everyone. It's packed in there as well. They're all
It was
sitting there.
fully occupied on Wednesday, so you'll think Glamorgan might play some more here. As in comes the next delivery, and Albert didn't know much about that as he tries, pushes it away, gets the bottom end of the bat, and it goes out to square leg for a single.
Good place to field, isn't it? You do a good, take a good catch,
You
do a
reckon
good
he can have a
stop.
quick half pint, could you?
Well, maybe. You think everyone will be chatting away to you, giving you a word, and well, especially if you're on the home side, you wouldn't want to be one of the Hampshire fielders.
You don't want
in
a
front of theirs,
sky at you coming at you, would you?
It'll be good fun. Well, if you take it, it'll be great fun
Yeah.
for the rest of the day. Cheering your name, offering you a glass of their wine. It's looking very pleasant to our right-hand side.
It is, out in the sunshine. Gorwin to the left-handed Gubbins again. In he comes. Oh, now that's 3rd time. He may get 4 here. Yes, it will. Very, very fine. And Cook has asked him would he go finer. And Chris Cook has put his hands on his hips as if to say, look, I did tell you to go finer, and you hadn't. And this is a good over. So 8, 9 runs off it so far. Slow moves on to 73 for 4.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins on to 43. We got a good proportion of Hampshire's runs so far this morning, more than half of them, and you would have thought he'll be eyeing up being there at
Well, he's
maybe
an anchor
30
man.
overs.
Andy Gorwin in, bowls, and Gubbins gets bat and pad together. Doesn't get a run this time as he tries to clip it away. And that completes now the 19th over. 73 for 4, then 43 to Gubbins, 7 to the other batsman. And the first 4 dismissals have all been in single figures, as I mentioned. And
There's a change of bowling.
you can probably hear that.
Don't even have to tell anyone, do we?
Prem Sissodia, the left arm spin, and he will be bowling from left arm spin, as I say, from the Oakwood Road end.
Yep, going to be bowling to Toby Albert. Fielders out deep on the cover point boundary. There's a long off and also a deep mid wicket. He's waving his arms, trying to get the attention of either the captain or the bowler to find out where he's got to be, but he's just going to stay where he is at sort of deep mid wicket just in front of square. Here is Sissodia then bowling round the wicket to Toby Albert. Yeah, fired it through.
That's what he did the other day, and tends to do that and doesn't toss them up as such. When he hasn't got a long on.
Here he is round the wicket once more. Bowls again, that's quicker and down the leg side, and that'll be called a wide by Rob White. That fielder again, that far distance. He's waving his arms around. He's trying to get the attention of someone. He needs to know where he needs to stand, but for now on, he's just going to stay planted where he is. Here is Sissodia in once more, and that's defended into the offside for no run. And again, that fielder waves his arms. At some point, someone will notice. I might put my arm up and just tell him to go a little bit to his left or a little to his right.
He's probably a little bit too quick for him to charge down the pitch to it.
Here he is once more, again fired in, and this time just maybe holds in the pitch a fraction on Albert there. It's a just aerial slightly momentarily to mid-wicket, but nothing doing. 74 for 4. Albert on strike. He has 7 to its name. Sisodia in, bowls, and that's pushed up to that fielder long off, and they'll come through for a single. And they have so much time to come through for a single that Toby Albert has a little conversation with Nick Gubbins halfway down and gives him a few details on what he's saying. So the field will change for left-handed Gubbins, and Sisodia is going to come over the wicket. Fielder at deep cover point, long on, and then 2 back on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Deep back with square leg and deep mid-wicket out. Billy Root just in front of us. And here is Sisodia now. Long sleeve shirt, sunglasses on, and he bowls real. Fires that one through. Not sure he was trying to spin that at all, and Nick Gubbins just knocks it into the onside, and they'll come through for a single.
No, I suspect that he's got his 2 fingers down the seam and pushing it through, as you say. Not tempting the batsman to try and drive over the top or through the covers as yet, because they have to rebuild here, Hampshire.
Here he is round the wicket to the right-handed Albert, and that is just pushed into the offside. End of the over then, 2 from it. 19 gone here, sorry, 20 gone here. Neath and Hampshire 76 for 4. I tell you what, I'd like to see him in that position where Hampshire 76 for 4. You'd like to see him toss a couple up and say, go on. Especially as we've seen a couple maybe just holding the pitch a little bit today.
Well, he hasn't got a long on, so nobody's straight. He's got a long off, but he's rather wide. But I agree 100%. Yeah, just the odd one to hold back and tempt him.
Short boundaries, but he is bowling from that.
The long boundaries, that's a pretty long one there. Square here, well, the far one is not bad. This is short, but not some of the boundaries I've seen this season. Postage stamps, especially in the T20. Gorvin's are going to continue, and he's got a fly slip here, around a 3rd fly slip, if you can wake that one out, as Gorvin bowls. And this is hit Gubbins in a place where it does hurt, and you know what I'm talking about. It's between the thigh and the stomach.
To do a bit of rearranging.
And everybody laughs. And it's very, very painful.
Second one of the day for him as well. He got one in the first couple of overs, which he didn't seem to trouble him too much, but that one a little bit more.
Yeah, because Garvin bowls a bit straighter then, and this is pushed back down the pitch. Score remains at 76 for 4.
One of those days, you can't work out whether or not to wear a jumper today. Just looking at the crowd, they're sort of, it's half and half really, jumpers.
As I live, you see that mountain just over there. I knew exactly what the weather would be like here, so I put a t-shirt and a jumper. So you've done all right. You've got a thicker jumper than I have. You're not very tough, you see, like us lot down here. Here's the next ball, play down to extra cover. And they go through for a single. We know the weather here, Robbie. You know what it's exactly going to do.
Scotland.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Don't you worry, I can relate. But having said that, I've spent most of my life down south. I am a complete softie.
Yeah.
See the same with the stewards. You can see some of them with their bright orange on. Some of them just popping them on their chairs and going for the shirt instead.
Yep. Gorvin's in, bowls left, and well taken by Cook there. Probably Gorvin has done bowled as well as I've seen him here, because he's just occasionally in the side as a support seamer, if you like, but he's done very well.
One of those whippy actions, Gorvin, isn't he?
Yes.
Compact.
In comes the next ball, and this is played straight to the man, Kieran Carlson, at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Where are you saying the weather's coming from? Is it coming from over those hills?
It is, yeah. It's coming from the southwest, which is a good forecast. Although the north, sometimes it comes to the north, accompanied by a very strong and cold wind.
A few people in shorts you can see on the live stream.
I reckon that in about an hour we'll have blue skies. Gorvin bowls, and it's nicely driven, but straight to extra cover, as if it's not coming on. A bit on the slow side. End of the over, useful over again. We've had 21 overs, and Glamorgan will be quite happy having put Hampshire into bat, who are now 77 for 4, approaching the halfway mark in a couple of overs.
A few spectators enjoying their days on those.
Now be careful, as we saw on Wednesday, on the, in front there, the ball coming at you.
Yeah, looked nasty that. Saw a
Tom
few
Cullen
photos on
and
Twitter.
4, they weren't flying, but thankfully they were all right. Now then, we've got 3 behind square here. No, 1 was outside, not concentrating Douthwaite, and wandered outside the circle.
Gubbins facing up to Sisodia, wraps him on the pads, and if that was anywhere near in front of the stumps, he would have been a goner, Nick Gubbins. But they come through for a leg by 78 for 4.
Yeah, it looks as if it pitched outside leg stump. So not even an appeal.
Sisodia bowling now to right-handed Albert, who has 8 to his name, going to come round the wicket. And he's in now, bowls, and that is maybe just held that back a fraction. Again, not been too many convincing runs from Hampshire at all in the last, I'd say, 6-7 overs. They've all been sort of thick edges here and leg byes there and leading edges. Just struggling to work out the pace of this pitch and trying to work out what might be a good defendable score. Sisodia's in to Gubbins and again drags that down and fields off his own bowling, no run.
Hampshire's Liam Dawson would like to bowl on this, I think.
He'd be running up from 30-yard circle, Liam Dawson. He does bowl it with some pace in one-day cricket.
Fine one-day bowler.
Yeah, playing with the Southern Brave at the moment. Sorry, playing with the London Spirit at the moment. As that beats Gubbins, oof, I think that gets Cook as well. Standing up to the stumps, obviously, to the spinner, and I think he maybe just wore that in the...
What are the spinners in the Hampshire side? Have you got any?
Not many.
No, it's pretty scene orientated, isn't it?
Tom Press can bowl a little bit of spin.
Off,
Nick
off.
Gubbins can bowl a little bit of leg spin. That is about it, really. Chris Cook just getting checked out there. A little bit of bounce maybe on offer for Sisodia. They've just pulled it back a little bit. 79 for 4. Gubbins on strike. He has 46 to his name and he's on the back foot, nudging that into the onside. And Billy Root comes in from deep backward square leg and does the fielding. And the score moves on to 80 for 4 as I think another one of the generators is fired up behind our marquee. The sun is out. You guessed it right.
Generator was turned round, yes, I think it is, because we were having the obnoxious smell coming through for the first part of the morning.
Some smells. Sisodia in. Gives that a little bit more flight and it's flicked off the legs of Albert to the fielder at mid-wicket and then he has to dive out the way of the incoming throw to Chris Cook. End of the over. Players, I think, are going to take drinks. Yeah, they are. 22 overs gone here at Neath, and Hampshire 80 for 4. They lost the toss, did Hampshire, and got put into bat. And lost a couple of early wickets. First to go was Ben Brown. He was bowled off Douthwaite for 2. Then Tom Prest, LBW to Douthwaite as well for 6. That made Hampshire 35 for 2 in the 9th over. Then an Aaron Donald playing against his former county run out. Good bit of work by Carlson, run out for 7. And then Fletcher Middleton, LBW to former Hampshire man Andy Gorvin for 4. Wasn't happy about it either, Fletcher Middleton, and so the two batters there at the moment, Toby Albert with 9 from 22 deliveries, and Nick Gubbins, the man yet to be dismissed, 47 from 68, and it is 80 for 4. There's a few fumes coming through now from that generator. Don't turn to your right hand side is what I'd say.
Could do without that.
It's getting exciting to behind us.
Gorman starts a new over and bowls, and this is driven out into the onside. They'll only take a single, as we are nearly gassed in here.
That's exciting, isn't it?
No.
No, it's not.
Fumes coming there. Oh. Anyway,
Don't you love an outground?
We will. We'll go outside, but the cameraman will sit there. In comes Gorvin. Bowls. That's cut down to third man. They'll only take the single. Up a shot by Albert, and they've got a rising delivery past Cook. Go through for a single.
You're all right. You're off commentary in 4 minutes. You can run away wherever you like.
Yeah. Seems to have abated just a little at the moment.
The wind's got up so much that muff's come off my mic.
Gorvin bowls. Gubbins is beaten and well taken by Cook outside the off stump. Tom Bevan there is about, what, 10 yards back at a second or third fly slip. And I think that's for the shots that Gubbins has been playing now. They're opening the face, so they've thought, right, we'll try and block that out and put third man just a little bit squarer. Nearing his 50. Just a couple of runs away as Gorvin bowls, and Gubbins clubs that away out towards mid-wicket for a single, and takes him up to 49. Played well, hasn't given a chance, and I'm sure very grateful that he is still there.
Yeah, certainly going to need that deep. Hampshire do bat deep, and they're going to need that bottom order. You would have thought the likes of Scott Curry, Ian Holland yet to come in.
In comes Gorvin, bowls, and this is a good length ball which is defended out into the covers. Keith Barker, of course, is no mug with the bat, as we all know. He'll probably come in at number 8. Very good all-rounder. Why he left Warwickshire, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but if you can release a player of his calibre, then he must be a pretty good side. Here is Andy Gorvin, comes in and bowls. It's driven nicely, very well fielded by the bowler himself, and that completes the over. And not many runs coming off the bat at the moment. 83 for 4, and 2 overs time will be halfway. Robbie.
Yeah, thank you, Ed.
I'm not going yet.
Oh, you're not going? Oh, sorry. I thought you were
Can't get
trying to
rid
get
of
rid
me
of you.
as
You've
easy
still
as
got 2
that.
minutes.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Yeah, I think for just going back to your Keith Barker point, Hampshire certainly weren't complaining. I think though when Hampshire signed him, I think everyone was a little surprised though that they might have picked him up. I think a few might have thought that he was nearing the end of his career a little sooner than he actually is. Here's Sasodia to begin a new over, and that's nudged up to long on by Nick Gubbins, and that'll be his 50 for the Hampshire captain, coming off 93 balls, I believe, with 5 fours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice played well, solid.
Yeah, done well for his side. Second 50 of the tournament. That score of 117 against Kent as Albert is forward and pushing it into the offside. Yeah, I think Barker, if anything, just sometimes you need that reset in your career, and I think that reset certainly came for Keith Barker, and he seems to just become more prominent for Hampshire every year. Seems to be going in the opposite direction of downwards as Albert scampers through for a quick single.
He's ex-footballer, of course, Rochdale and some other club.
Blackburn, I think.
But and I think he's still involved in some capacity in the winter. In other words, he's a good all-round sportsman.
Gubbins on strike. 50 for him, 85 for 4. Sasodia over the wicket, and that's nudged into the onside, and it beats the fielder at short mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a single, 86 for 4.
Advancing in singles and twos, you get the odd boundary, but there haven't been too many. Not like the other day when Keaton Jennings and the Hampshire batsman Behannon was another one. Very, very good, fine players.
Fields off his own bowling, no run.
Yes, that was a good bit of fielding. So Albert doing what he's done in a few games, moving into double figures and staying with his captain there.
Yep, trying to dig Hampshire out of this little hole they got themselves into early doors here at Neath, and he's forward and plays that back to Sasodia again. He's getting through his overs quickly. 24 gone. Gubbins has 51. Albert has 11. 86 for 4.
Nick is back alongside me and beginning to think what a useful score. I think 200 here would be a very interesting game of cricket. Don't know if you agree. Oh, no, what do I know about it? Here's Nick.
Thank you, Ed. stuff. Breeze getting up here at Neath. Those trees are away to our right-hand side. There's not too many trees around the ground here, actually, but there is a smattering of them sort of at that third man as we see the bowling from this leisure centre end. They're getting up. There's a coffee and donut stall I can see behind that sight screen at the Oakwood Road end. That's starting to breeze away the flag there as well.
Yeah, too early to be salivating over the coffee and donuts.
No?
Too early, isn't it?
Too early?
Yeah.
It's gone 10 o'clock.
Well, you've got your lunch voucher, I haven't had mine yet. In here, the breeze on our microphones as James Wheel from this leisure centre end into bowl. A full length delivery that's driven back to him, and there's no run.
Now, how much were you behind the generator fumes? You went away for 5 minutes.
I take no responsibility at all. I didn't have anything plugged in at the time, apart from my phone charging, which has been there since the start, so can't blame me for that one.
I'll let you off.
Gov.
I don't know who it was.
There's a claim that it was the kettle at the back of our media tent. Wheel bowls, and that's a square cut, or down to Cook at third man. Gubbin goes through for another single.
Does that mean that's tea and coffee off for the day then?
Well, it might not be as hot. There's talk of a relay system between here and the pavilion to keep us lubricated. Just trying to work out where that horrible breeze is coming from. I'm not sure if it's on the effects mic or not, since it doesn't seem to make any difference. I have that one. There we are. We'll battle away as Wheel is into bowl, and Albert chops it down towards backward point. There's no run. So, cautious start from the middle order man, as you might expect.
Yeah, he's not in those two innings that of 65 and 84. He's by no means come in and teed off, as they say, from the off. He's gone about his innings actually in a very, very mature way for a 20-year-old.
11 off 30 deliveries so far. Make that 31 as he plays the next one to Carlson at shortish mid-wicket, and there's no run. What order are we expecting the remaining personnel in then?
Absolutely no idea. It's
Holland and Barker coming into the side.
Yeah, I'd expect Holland next, and then Barker, Curry. I'm going to say then Turner and Campbell. That's everyone, isn't it? Yeah.
That is. Some new names undoubtedly for Welsh viewers and listeners, as Wheel is into bowl, clipped off his legs by Albert, down to Root at backward square in front of the pavilion, and they go through for the single. 88 for 4 in this 25th over, so nearly halfway. And Glamorgan on Wednesday had a similar sort of pattern. There was 76 for 4 at around about this stage when they lost their fourth wicket in the 24th over. Never quite had enough wickets to kick on, so as you say, Albert is in no hurry. He can hang around and support his captain. He's leading the way, as that's a nice square cut. Just backward of square again from Gubbins. Down to Cook in front of the scoreboard, away to our right for the single. 89 for 4 at the halfway mark of the Hampshire innings. Interesting
to see pace back on the ball from this end, that leisure centre end. Hampshire really struggled for 6-7 overs with Gorvin and Sisodia bowling in tandem, and Gorvin just with a little bit less pace, I'd say, than Wheel. And
yeah,
Hampshire really struggled. So interesting to see the reintroduction of pace from Glamorgan. You would have thought it might have been a little bit of a foot on throat time, because if Glamorgan can pick up 5 and 6 now, then they really are having a stranglehold of this game.
Yes, you've got Carlson and Ingram as the backup bowlers to those that we've seen so far. Carlson, although he had 4 wickets at Northampton, may not want to bowl himself too much.
Sasodia then, to begin a new over from the Oakwood Road end. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who's cutting backward of square on the offside, and the sweeper will run around to his right-hand side, pick up and throw on the bounce to the keeper, and they'll come through for a single 90 for 4. And Hampshire, actually, you mentioned Glamorgan a bit, were in this similar position earlier on the week. Hampshire, although they are 5 from 5 in this competition, in almost every game they've been in a losing position, so Hampshire not too unaware of these difficult positions as Albert pushes up to long off and they come through for a single. They've well, they've won most of their games chasing in this competition, but they've had a couple of games, another outgrad game on the Isle of Wight where they batted first and came from absolutely nowhere to take, I think, 4 wickets for about 16 runs, or 5 wickets for 16 runs at the end, as that's pushed back to Sasodia.
Yeah, it's the Northants lower order, I think, bottled it on that occasion.
Well, not half. Sasodia in once more. Long sleeve shirt, sunglasses on, and just fires that one through a little bit more. Tries to York Nick Gubbins, and he squirts it out to the onside, and they'll come through for another single.
Yeah, the shade's just about justified today, the sun coming in and out. Very pleasant vista at the moment.
Fielders running around. The left-handed and right-handed batters keeping them honest, as that wraps Albert on the pads. Half a shout for LBW, more in hope than anything else. Not sure Sasodia really getting a whole lot of turn, but just on the angle there, bowling left arm round the wicket, firing the ball into the pads of Albert. Maybe just going down the leg side, going to need to get a little bit of grip to be in with a chance of an LBW. As he bowls once more, and this is a bottom edge, I think, from Albert. Beats the wicket-keeper Cook, and they'll come through for a single down to, well, pretty much directly behind the stumps at that leisure centre end, and they'll come through for a single. So eventful end to the over. Yeah, it did just go past the leg stump, actually, of Albert, and he survives. He has 14 to his name. Nick Gubbins 55, 93 for 4. We've had 26.
So you're in, I think, similar territory to a couple of days ago, where you think that 200 is the baseline, really. 220, 230, probably a competitive total. And Hampshire have got nearly halfway to base camp, I think you'd say. We'll then in to bowl to Albert, who plays that one nicely past point, and that one will run away for 4 on the rugby ground side of the knoll. Just timed that one nicely, used the pace of the ball, and the sweeper on the cover boundary couldn't get round in time. Albert moves to 18 and total to 97 for 4.
Yeah, it just looks a little easier with a bit more pace on the ball, and we've had that breeze coming across the ground, maybe just drying out the pitch a little bit and speeding it up, and that was one of the shots of the day from Albert. Plenty of time.
Wheel to Albert, who plays that one gently to cover. There's no run. Latest from the Test match, England 18 without loss in their second innings. That's still 143 runs behind. South Africa were bowled out for 326. Janssen 48. Nortje 28 not out. 3 wickets for Stuart Broad, 3 for Ben Stokes in the end. 2 to Potts, 1 apiece to Anderson and Leach. Wheel bowls to Albert, who again plays it into the offside. This time it's fielded comfortably by the sweeper, Tom Cullen, over on the far side of the ground from us. So I hope the same group of spectators aren't there again that he crashed into a couple of days ago. Thankfully, don't think there's any serious damage done. 98 for 4. Nice little partnership developing between these two. As Wheel is in to bowl, just noodled behind square on the onside into a gap by Gubbins for a comfortable single.
Yeah, looked pretty nasty that on Twitter. Saw a few photos of it. There are a few action shots taken, and it looked yeah, a real relief that no one was was hurt actually, and I'm surprised we don't see it more often, even at all sorts of grounds, not just out grounds, but cricket grounds in general. The ball flies to all parts, and you don't always have fielders as close to the crowd, but with the ball flying, I'm surprised there's not more injuries.
Will bowls, and forward comes Albert defensively. No run. Yeah, with the ball being dispatched into the crowd pretty regularly in short form cricket. I suppose in most places these days there's something of a barrier. It's usually advertising hoardings, isn't it, between fielders and the general public, but the ads on the far side are as Albert pushes at that one, is caught behind. Wheel has a wicket, 5 down. Albert's useful attempt to rebuild is over after a partnership of 45 with his skipper Nick Gubbins. Wheel has gone, caught, Cook, bowled, Wheel. Albert has gone, caught, Cook, bowled, Wheel for 19.
Yeah, I think he was just caught on the crease. We mentioned that pace back on the ball for Glamorgan, with Wheel bowling from this end, this leisure centre end, and there, maybe just a fraction of movement away from Albert, but nonetheless his feet did not move a fraction, stuck on the crease and just pushed his bat at it outside the off stump. And I tell you what, he'll be frustrated with that as a man that's been in form and a man that's dug Hampshire out of a couple of holes in the last couple of games, but he has to make way, and it will be Ian Holland back off international duty, striding out to the middle.
Born in Wisconsin, brought up in Melbourne, Australia. Played for Victoria. So an international cricketer in several senses of the word. Albert's just jamming down on that one. Maybe didn't need to play it, but feet static and paid the price, as Chris Cook took a good tumbling low catch. 99 for 5. Number 22 is Ian Holland, 31-year-old. 31, the number on the back of his colleague Nick Gubbins, on whom there is considerable responsibility at the moment.
Yeah, there is. Ian Holland back off international duty, of course. Been playing against Scotland. They've been playing everywhere in Scotland.
And UAE.
Aberdeen and the UAE, yeah. Tri-series.
USA against UAE in Aberdeen. There we are.
Brilliant. Cricket's great, isn't it? Anyway, end of the over. That Albert wicket. So Gubbins is facing up to Sisodia, to one that keeps low, really low, and he looks down at the pitch with a little bit of concern, I think, at how that ball skidded along the turf. Went on the back foot to play it. He faces up once more. 99 for 5. He has 56 to his name. Sisodia in over the wicket, left arm, and that's pushed up to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Is pretty straight. And it is Carlson who does the fielding, and there is no run. Crowd pretty much all settled into their seats now. There's a lot of commotion over the first hour or so this morning. People walking around, finding their seats, finding their spot for the day. As Sodia's in, on the back foot is Gubbins, playing it up to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, you mentioned the low bounce. I don't think Glamorgan will be keen to be chasing more than 200-ish.
Seems to be low bounce from that Oakwood Road end, but ball getting up a little bit more from this end, as Gubbins again just has to jab his bat down on that one and pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. Saw those first couple of wickets, the Ben Brown wicket, and it was Prest as well, wasn't it, that had one that got up a little bit on him. So maybe just finding a little more pace in the pitch from this side, this end of the ground, I say. As Gubbins this time on the back foot a little bit more confidently pushes it to Carlson, and there is no run. 99 for 5. The sun goes in once more. Crowd of, as I said, just easing their way into the day, into the afternoon now, as we head to 1:15. Sisodia in, Gubbins on the back foot, and again up to Carlson. It's currently the Sisodia, Gubbins and Carlson show, and there are 29 overs gone here at Neath. Hampshire 99 for 5. Gubbins has 56, and the new batter Ian Holland yet to get off the mark. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Wales, live throughout the day today from Neath. Hampshire currently top spot in the One Day Cup group that they are in. Can't call it a South group, can't call it a North group, can't call it.
It's Group B officially.
Group B, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're just at random. Oh, not sure if they're selected entirely at random. It's just a cross section of North and South. So Glamorgan end up playing a couple of people that they wouldn't otherwise in the competition in the summer. James Whale from the Leisure Centre end, still stuck on 99, the Hampshire total. As Whale will bowl to Holland, yet to get off the mark, and he plays that ball on the leg side and does get off the mark. In fact, that's the first time he'd received. So that is the 100 up for Hampshire. Polite ripple of applause from the crowd.
Tell you what, someone has absolutely demolished that sawdust that's at this Leisure Centre end. There's a nice neat pile of it at that far end, and then this end there's just smatterings of it on the floor. I don't know who's dived through it.
Someone has run through it, trying to
took it and ran off
the
with
ball. Wheel to the left-handed Gubbins on 56 not out, more than half the Hampshire runs. Slower ball that watched carefully onto the bat. 100 for 5. Zach Crawley has gone early in England's second innings. They're 27 for 1 and still 136 behind. Yes, Baz Ball has some way to go in this match, obviously. The term disliked by the man that it's named after, Brendan McCullum, and it seemed to annoy the South Africans somewhat as well. As Gubbins is forward driving, Wheel catches the ball on the heel in his follow-through and it bounces up, fortunately for him, to Carlson at mid-wicket, no run.
Elsewhere in the One Day Cup, a few games taking place today. Middlesex against Warwickshire, Middlesex 128 for 1 at the halfway stage. Surrey against Gloucestershire, Surrey 174 for 2 after 28 overs in that one. Yorkshire 146 for 1, they're away at Kent in the 26th over.
As Wheel bowls, and that's cut down to third man for a single by Gubbins. 101 for 5, Gubbins to 57.
And a couple of games that have some importance for Hampshire regarding where they may finish in this One Day Cup table. Lancashire, who Hampshire of course beat on Sunday, they're taking on Northants. Northants 197 without loss in the 28th over. Vasconcelos 104 from 90 balls. Emilio Gay with 82 from 75. So Lancashire in a bit of trouble there.
Yes, that'll be good news for Hampshire listeners. As Wheel bowls and Holland drives into the offside, fielded at short cover, no run. Glamorgan got well and truly roasted by those two, Vasconcelos and Gay, who put on 180 odd, unbeaten before Kieran Carlson came on and took 4 wickets at Northampton. This bizarre stat that Kieran Carlson has never taken more than 1 wicket in an innings anywhere apart from Northampton. Wow. He's got a 5 for in Championship and a 4 for in one day. Driven on the leg side by Holland to Douthwaite at mid-on, no run.
Just finish off the other game involving Essex and Worcestershire. Essex, of course, Hampshire as opponents on Sunday, and Essex 125 for 4 in the 26th over against Worcestershire. Somerset Sussex this afternoon from Taunton. That's a 2 o'clock start. Of course, all those games available ball-by-ball coverage on the BBC Sport website and app. Know much about Blackpool?
I haven't.
Not in general, the cricket ground.
No, I've never been to the cricket ground. The only time I've worked in Blackpool was back in the days when I was a news reporter and I covered a party political conference. And to show how long ago, the Labour leader at the time was Neil Kinnock. Late 80s, in other words.
I'm pleased you said, because I didn't have a clue.
Well, I was obviously working in the patch. Kinnock was a local MP, so knew him to some extent.
Change of bowling. Kieran Carlson bowling from that Oakwood Road end as he's in now, round the wicket to Gubbins, who gets the bottom edge And I think that just evades leg stump. It's running down towards that fine leg boundary. Douthwaite gives chase, and they'll come back for a couple. And Gubbins lives dangerously again, facing a spinner from that far end, as that was tossed up actually nicely from Carlson, and then maybe just kept a little low again. Despite this low bounce from that end, Nick Gubbins is refusing to play too many deliveries on the front foot. Carlson once more bowling slower than Sisodia, tossing that ball up a little more, and that's pushed up to extra cover for no run. Blackpool is, Stanley Park is where North Hampshire currently 100, well, I've just lost a wicket actually, 199 for 1, so as Carlson's into Gubbins, that time he does go on the front foot and there's no run. So that's where all those runs are being scored. Vasconcelos has just been run out for 104, but I'm guessing it's a short boundary, flat pitch maybe. So things going well for Northants. Up north, here is Gubbins on the back foot, cutting out to the sweeper on deep cover boundary, and they'll come through for a single. 104 for 5.
Speaking of 104 for Vasconcelos, that was exactly his score against Glamorgan as well.
And that is the exact score that Hampshire have moved on to now.
Ooh, spooky.
It's all going on in Neath. And as you say that as well, the sun's just gone in a little bit as well. A few clouds, a few darkish clouds just over those hills in front of us. Don't think they're coming anywhere near us. Blue sky to our left-hand side. I think that's where the weather's coming. As Holland is on the back foot, facing his first delivery from Carlson, and he gets a single out into the onside. 105 for 5. Holland onto 2. Gubbins has 60. As the fielders run around and change positions for the left-handed Gubbins to face up to a ball that is flatter from Carlson, and he pushes it into the offside. No run. End of the over. 30 gone, I should say, here at Neath. Hampshire, having lost the toss earlier today, being put into bat after 30 overs, are 105 for 5.
So the last 10 overs have only generated 29 runs for Hampshire and the loss of 1 wicket. They're having to play things cautiously, but they need to make some sort of progress, at least to get another 100 or so in the remaining 20 overs from the lower order. Oh dear, come on stewards. They're not paying attention, and the great Welsh public is not really paying attention because there's people still wandering in front as Wheel prepares to bowl in front of the sight screen, that is. Wheel into Holland, who edges just past Gully. Oh, that almost carried to the diving fielder. He'll get a single down to third man. Joe Cook hurling himself to his left, couldn't quite get a mitt on it, and ran away for the single. 106 for 5 as Holland moves on to 3. Pleased to see that his nickname is Dutchy. Wheel bowls. Gubbins is forward driving, but straight to point, and there's no run.
Can I make a confession?
What's that?
I think this is, not that I had any credibility before today, but I think this is going to remove all credibility that I did have. I've watched so much of Ian Holland, and I spent so much time around Hampshire, and the pennies just dropped. What on earth was I thinking? I've always wondered why it was Dutchy. Oh my.
Wheel is in to bowl. Gubbins plays on the offside, looks for a quick single, and will get it as it trickles towards Joe Cook at point. 107 for 5. Well, the chief executive of Cardiff Rugby is Richard Holland, and he's widely known as Dickie Dutch.
That's absolutely pathetic of me, really, isn't it? I should just hang up my headset. Well, I don't know where Ed is, but if he wants to do the rest of the day, I'm going to go and I'm going to go to the top of one of those hills and think about what I've been thinking for the last 4 or 5 years. Ian Holland's been at Hampshire. 107
for 5. I can call him Netherlands if you can be formal. Wheel is in to bowl to Holland, who slashes at that one outside off stump and misses.
I think I overcomplicated it, because some nicknames are so cryptic with cricketers, and most cricketers aren't. You think that most cricketers would be too
most
thick
of them
to
are
come up with
blindingly obvious, to be honest.
Do you think? Oh.
Well, there's been so many players who've just add a Y on the end. as Wheel is in to bowl to Holland, who's hit on the pads, and the ball just drops down in the crease, and there's no run. 107 for 5.
I'm trying to think of some obscure ones now, but there definitely were some obscure. You think like Sean Irvine used to play for Hampshire. His nickname was Slug, and you think it was because he was a bit slow, but you still think, how do they get to Slug? I don't think I'm creative enough to come up with anything like that.
As Wheel into bowl to Holland, who drives to mid-on. Douthwaite fields no run. The director of cricket, Mark Wallace, I read once in his Cricketers Who's Who listing that one of his nicknames was Gromit, but I've never actually heard him called Gromit. He's universally referred to as Wally. I think Gromit would be better.
That's brilliant.
Anyway, I've got to do a radio piece, so I'll leave you to it, and I'll be back shortly. I'll summon Edward over, and I'll be back to replace you just after, in about 5-10 minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Nick. Nick Webb with us today. Ed Bevan will come in just a second. BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Zone throughout the day on the live picture feed as well. 107 for 5. 31 gone here at Neath. As the sun is out now and shining nicely on the bright yellow tops of the Glamorgan players. Hampshire in their navy blue kit with yellow numbers, yellow helmets, yellow pads, as Carlson's in round the wicket to Gubbins, who's pushing it straight back to him. And there is no run. 107 for 5. See Douthwaite warming up at short fine leg as Carlson is in round the wicket to Gubbins once more, and he's on the front foot this time, pushing it up to the fielder. Fielded well actually at short mid wicket, diving to his right hand side. I'll pop you mic on it. There you go. Can we hear you now?
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's that one. Are you on now?
1, 2.
There we go.
Better. Yeah. Yeah, there was Wheel who was pushing the ball around the. Hello.
Oh, run out chance. No. Knocked into the onside, and Billy Root running around to his left hand side. Came back for a quick second, Nick Gubbins, and made it in the end. 109 for 5. As Carlson is preparing to bowl to Gubbins round the wicket. Right arm spin, wearing a long sleeve shirt as Gubbins is on the back foot, trying to whack that into the offside, but can't beat the fielder at short extra cover, and there's no run. Can you think of any really obscure cricketing nicknames?
Oh, goodness me.
It's difficult to... Some cryptic ones. Here is Carlson again. On the back foot is Gubbins, pushes it into the onside, no run.
Everybody in football, or cricket or anymore, if your name is Jones, you're Jonesy. And if you're a Thomas, and I'm thinking of Welsh surnames, you're a Tomo.
There are definitely some cryptic ones.
Yes, some.
Gubbins sweeping this time, looped up and sweeping for 4. Right behind us, and you can, right in front of us, and you can probably hear that ball just jumping off the boundary rope and hitting the sort of the glass wall that we have, the glass barrier that is in front of us. So 4 to end the over. Nick Gubbins moves on to 67, 32 gone, 113 for 5.
Yes, they're very grateful to Gubbins for this innings, because gust of wind comes. No worries, because it's all blue skies around us.
We've got coffee falling over here in the media tent. Coffee's gone.
We are in the open there. We've got an awning in front of us, just covering us, but you get the full force of the wind, and we are protected from what is now very nice, strong sunshine.
Glorious. Those trees to our right hand side are blustering away a little bit there. That Glamorgan flag as well.
You see it's coming from southwest. Duffy to continue then. He's picked up a couple of wickets, bowled extremely well in his first spell, and he is bowling now, and this time that's a good looking shot, but it goes a little bit too hard for a run. It's straight to mid off. So Holland now and the tail enders looking to give, or will be looking to give, as much support as they can to their captain Nick Gubbins, who's hasn't given a chance really, and has anchored the innings, hasn't taken any risks, while mopping up operation start in front of us for the coffee, which was spilt or blown over. Douthwaite bowls. Just, good Lord, that's a huge appeal, and he ends the appeal in the crease at the opposing side of the pitch. Cook didn't think anything of it, neither did umpire Redfern, but it was going down the leg side. You can more or less see from here the way that he shaped to play it. They go through for a leg by, and the score to 114 for 5. Still plenty of overs left if they can keep their wickets intact for it to have a blast in the last 8 or 9 or whatever, as this is the 33rd over, 17 overs to fill in for Glamorgan, as in comes Douthwaite. He's round the wicket and bowls short, cut away, and that's going to run away for 4 backward of a square. So too short, far too short from Douthwaite, and well dealt as with Gubbins, as Hampshire now begin to accelerate.
Yeah, I think there's just a little less movement from this end, I think, and just a little easier with pace on the ball, but I think regardless, it's not a flat one, I think is the term.
In comes the next ball, and that's a better delivery. He's driven out to mid-on. This time there is no run.
I think if Hampshire can even get up to 175, and I know Nick mentioned 200 would
200 would be my
would be good,
because it hasn't got extreme pace. It's all right. It's as Gubbins has shown. You just defend a good ball and hit the bad ball for 4.
Not seen any real intent from Hampshire.
No, but they don't need to, do they? They don't want to take any chances. In comes Douthwaite, bowls, short ball, and through to the wicket keeper. That's your 1 ball.
No ball.
Oh, is it a no ball? Yeah, he did stretch a little bit there and looks ruefully down. So this will be a free hit. Keep your eye on the ball, everybody, because
especially here, we could be in danger.
No, he's left-handed.
Cover.
Yeah. It's probably going to be a swing, and he's having a look down that leg side. There's plenty of room down there, isn't there? So there's a chance now of some more runs. First no ball we've seen in 2 days, I think.
Field, of course, can't change. It's just a conversation between Douthwaite and fielder at mid-off.
This could go anywhere. And he comes. This is a no ball. They pulled away up to mid-wicket for 4 runs. And not a good over this from Douthwaite, having bowled so well in his first spell. He's losing it a little bit here. He's gone for 3 4s. 1 rasping square cut, 1 drive through extra cover, and that no ball. So that's 6 runs off that 1 ball, you can say. Here is Douthwaite again. Comes in past umpire Redfern on his way. Bowls to Gubbins, who defends this time. A better delivery. And there's no run.
A few more words from you, Ed, and then I'm going to make way for Nick Webb.
Yes, and Hampshire can owe a lot here to Nick Gubbins. He opened the innings and saw Brown go for 2, Prest for 6, Donald for 7, Middleton for 4, Albert for 90, but he's still there, and he is not out 75, and will want to make the most now of plenty of overs that are left. There are 17 overs left, and it'll be Kieran Carlson to bowl from the Oakwood Road end, and the field well spread out as he's about to bowl to the right-handed Ian Holland, and he's in now and bowls just short of a length. He's swept around the corner to the man on the short square leg. No run. England lost any wickets, Nick? Have you been following?
1-0-2 down now at lunch. Pope's just gone to Maharaj, both leg before to Maharaj. Crawley for 13, Pope for 12. So England in considerable trouble. 123 behind.
Could be all over today then.
Standing. We'll see what the England tactics have to say about that.
Baz bowling it. Carlson now is going round the wicket, and has changed his field. He's brought a man over to the onside, so there's 1, 2 on the boundary square here, as in comes Carlson and bowls to Gubbins, who comes down the pitch, and it's very well fielded there. And the return comes in by Wheel. Not such a good return. Kieran Carlson round the wicket, bowls and forces Grassman onto the back foot. It's just chipped away for a single. He moves to 76 in the score. 126 for 5, which Glamorgan will still be relatively happy with, because the run rate hasn't been anything extraordinary. In comes the next ball, and it's played back down to the bowler. Holland knows that he has to try and stay there with his captain. Keith Parker to come, and presume he'll come in next, because he's a very strong and hard hitter of a cricket ball, as well as being an excellent opening left arm swing bowler. In comes Carlson, tosses this one up, and it's driven, and again it's parried, but well fielded by Wheel, feeling on the drive on the offside. .127 for 5 as a man comes out on the backward square boundary down Neath, not far from, about 3 or 4 metres away from us. In comes the next ball. It's short and is punched away up to long off for a single. Pitch is playing pretty easy now, as it generally does in mid-innings when any shine is long gone. That's the end of the over. So we have now had 34 overs, and Hampshire will put in at 128 for 5, with Gubbins leading from the front. He's 77 not out, and Ian Holland is not out for 5.
Number 4 is Callum Taylor.
Callum Taylor pops on while someone nips off for a change of boots. Callum Taylor might get a chance on Tuesday, I guess. He's next in line, you would have thought, in terms of the batters challenging for first team action. Played in the first 3 championship games of the season, didn't really contribute much, but
Douthwaite hasn't played in one, am I right?
Douthwaite hasn't played championship at all, but he's played plenty of limited overs, and he's in to bowl to Gubbins, who runs one down to third man for a single. Taylor doing the fielding in front of the scoreboard. Yeah, spoke to him at the end of the T20 campaign, and well, he was hoping to battle his way into championship selection, but it hasn't happened yet, and there's only 4 games left, and I guess not much chance to impress in second 11 red ball stuff.
No.
Douthwaite in bowls, hit hard straight at Cook at points by
He took his hands, I don't blame him.
Yeah, just about managed to parry that one, Joe Cook. Hit very hard indeed. One would imagine they'd try and get some sort of red ball practice in before the resumption of the championship against Worcestershire. Bizarrely, Glamorgan playing Worcestershire in 2 games back to back, albeit with some considerable time between them. One day and red ball. Douthwaite bowls short, uppercut, third man, 4 runs. Good shots by Holland, using the pace of the ball. Douthwaite banging it in. I'm not quite sure why, really.
He hasn't bowled well the second spell at all. And yes, when Glamorgan needed to put some pressure on, he'd probably bowl out his 10 yet, I think, Nick, because you've got Wheels left to bowl. Galvin. Sodia's got some overs.
Cook's been economical. 6 overs for 9.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
133 for 5. Shortish delivery, cut away for 4 more by Holland, and Glamorgan can't afford to let Hampshire
Very poor ball,
get off the hook here. That one was a bit back of a length and a bit of width, and Holland just latching onto it and cracking it away to backward point. 137 for 5. Holland moves to 13 not out. As Douthwaite is in to bowl, and Holland gets another 4 runs again. just past backward point. Oh no, it's going to be picked up by the sweeper this time on the far boundary. Tom Cullen didn't hit it quite as hard. It eluded Joe Cook again at backward point, but 10 runs off 3 balls for Ian Holland to get Hampshire moving in the right direction at 139 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Just Douthwaite from the David Road end to Holland again. Is hit on the pad this time. Ball bounces down into the gully, and there is no run. Neil Thornycroft, we were talking about nicknames, and Holland being nicknamed Dutch.
Oh,
Neil,
surprise.
Neil says, when I was a student, my group had a chat about zoos. One of our number was insistent there was no zoo in Dudley. Since then, he was always known as Dudley.
Yeah.
John Morgan, presumably for it was he, later found form with rugby and soccer adverts on BBC Wales. Yes, I know with John, he did some vocal training with him once. Graham Smith wondering who'll bowl at the death if Douthwaite isn't. Well, Wheel's got 3 overs left. Cook's got 4. Gorvin, I think they'll probably leave Joe Cook for the death.
Sisodio's bowled pretty well,
but they don't have to bowl all the seamers out because they've used the 2 spinners. Sisodia back in for Carlson.
Yeah, and often spinners bowl better than medium pacers. Sisodia's about to bowl. He's bowling to Gowings, and he's coming over the wicket to the left-hander, who drives really middle it out towards mid-wicket. It is picked up by Tom Cullen, who's come from one side of the boundary to the other.
Yeah, I was talking about available red ball practice. There's a second 11 game for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire at Panteg next week. Then they play Leicester at Loughborough the week after, so there are 2 opportunities.
3 days, are they 4 days?
4 days.
I suspect they'll play a lot of these. This is played back and misfielded by Sisodia. Then they go through for a single. Very important month of September coming up for Glamorgan. Tony Nick has said 2 points behind Middlesex, game in hand, and they're at Lords after Worcester. Then they play Derbyshire and finish up the season down at Sussex by the Sea. In comes Sisodia, bowls. Oh, and he's jabbed that away the last moment, which will tell you that this pitch is pretty, well, not slow, medium to slow if you're talking about stakes.
Softish, it's not coming on, is it?
Yeah.
Not much.
Got to try and keep tight now, Glamorgan, if they can hold them to under 200. Sisodia bowls, and that's extraordinary looking shot there. He reverse swept it and went onto the ground, leapt over Cook, might have caught the top edge, and anyway, the end result was a single.
Oh, yeah, well, probably bottom edge, I think, that one. Bounced hard down into the ground.
142 for 5 then. How many overs is Sisodia? You got it in front of you.
This is his 6th.
So yeah, he might just come off and I don't know, he might bowl straight through. And he comes again and bowls. Oh, and another edgy shot this time by Holland. Looking to drive, and it ends up a short fine leg.
Yeah, apologies for the occasional breeze on the microphone, but since we're in a tent rather than in our usual box, there's not much we can do about it.
Prem Sisodia round the wicket to the right-hander. Harries that through. Well fielded by the bowler. End of the over, and it's blue sky away over the huge drummer mounting in front of us. Blue sky coming as the southwest wind or breeze is blowing it over, and it's a very, very pleasant day for cricket watchers at this very old ground. And there's a hotel, Nick, you might you've heard of the Castle Hotel, possibly?
Yep.
That's where the WRU, the Welsh Rugby Union, was formed all those years ago. With 6, I don't know how many clubs, but they all convened, and it all came from there.
I think it was about 10 or 12 originally, I believe.
Thanks to them, you get this huge salary when you can work in the winter doing the rugby games.
Which huge salary would that be, Edward? I'm only a part-timer in the winter these days.
So it's a bit of history, this place, and
Yeah.
famous Knoll Rugby Ground is just a couple hundred yards away.
Yeah, we were talking about second 11 fixtures and the chance for teams to prepare for the return to Championship in early September. Glamorgan have got 2 games at Panteg and Loughborough, and Hampshire have got 1 game for their players to get used to what a red ball looks like again, which is against Sussex at Preston Nomads ground, wherever that is. Cook is in, bowls, Gubbins square cuts, and will take a single out to Root at point, deep point in front of the pavilion. Preston, are you familiar with Preston Nomads in Sussex? No.
Never heard of them.
No, there we are.
No. I thought you were going to be talking somewhere up in the north of
Lancashire,
England.
yeah, sounds as though it ought to be, doesn't it? But not so. So yeah, there are a few second 11 Championship games left for teams to get used to red ball. Cook bowls and Holland drives to mid-off.
Heard you talking with Robbie earlier on about Stanley Park in Blackpool.
Yes.
Did a couple of games, 3 I think, up there. Great,
right.
Great atmosphere. And we had a day off to rain, or half a day, and then we went down the Big Dipper, which was very, very frightening.
Rather you than me.
I didn't. I said, no thank you.
Cook is into bowl to Holland, who'll get runs here down to backwards square. Flicked it away, and that's 1 bounce to Cullen on the boundary in front of the hospitality tent. Not a catching chance, but we'll have to be careful with that shot. But Hampshire again rebuilding nicely, having been 54 for 4, then 99 for 5, and this partnership, like the previous wicket, has now put on 45. Cook to Gubbins, who turns his wrist on that one, plays it down towards backward square, Sisodia Fields.
Yeah, the last time we were at Stanley Park playing Lancashire, chap with the name of Michael Atherton got 258, and somebody else who's rather well known, Matthias Muralitharan, picked up a hatful of wickets. Rather memorable visit that was.
In comes Joe Cook, bowls. Holland again clips it off his legs, might bisect the field as he does. Neither Cullen nor Root can get that one at backward square, and it runs away to the boundary on this short side of the ground. For 4, and Hampshire have a 50 partnership for the first time in the innings.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan need to bowl a little bit straighter here, because Cook seems to be wandering down that leg side, because we don't want to be chasing too many.
Cook bowls again.
Better.
Hit through the offside this time by Holland. He'll pick up, I think, a couple of runs as the throw will come in from deep cover, but he is comfortably back as it comes in on the first bounce to Chris Cook. 151 for 5. So that is the end of the 37th over. 13 to go, and Hampshire, well, if they go a run a ball, they'll be 230-ish.
Yeah, they'll be looking for 260, 270, I would have thought, unless they lose wickets.
That'll be a big ask for Glamorgan if they get that far.
Yeah, afraid it will. Talking earlier on who's going to finish off here, Nick, and I'm a great believer in spinners finish it off. Most people would much rather face a spinner, a medium pacer than a spinner. Sisodia starts in the over, and that's going to run away. Is it for 4? Yes, it's a despairing dive just in front of us. And Glamorgan now rather loose, as I say, in their bowling. And I wouldn't mind seeing Carlson and Sisodia finishing off rather than medium pace, as we can really line up. How often do you see T20? Always the best bowling figures are spinners. Sisodia bowls, and little tickle around the corner. They didn't really time it. He went squarer than that. And in fact, it's just a single. 155 for 5.
Well, Hampshire will be glad to see rivals Lancashire struggling somewhat.
They're still struggling.
Blackpool against Northants, they are indeed.
This is swept backward of square, but they rush through for a single. Are they losing wickets again?
No, Northants are batting centuries for Vasconcelos and now for Gay, the two who did for Glamorgan.
Is it at Northampton, is it?
It's at Blackpool.
Oh, right.
So Northants 255 for 2 in the 37th.
This time it's bowled to Gubbins, who drives nicely down towards long on where Cook fields.
So that's some relief for our Hampshire viewers and listeners. Know that their rivals are struggling, and Essex, who are in third place in the group.
There's Sisodia coming around the wicket to the right-handed Holland. Bowls down, and Holland drives nicely again up towards long on with the fielder up there, just waits for the ball to come down, and they go through for a single.
And Essex at Worcester are 158 for 5 in the 34th, so that game fairly evenly
same as this,
poised.
Within a run, 159 for 5. Sisodia in, bowls a quicker delivery in which is played up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's the one boundary off that over. It's 159 for 5, and there are 11 overs left. And then it will be lunch approximately about 2:15. And we probably, I hope we will anyhow, if Glamorgan bat anything like, have a later finish than we did the other day, which is 10 to 5.
Yes, a little committee meeting going on between captain and a couple of his bowlers out in the middle.
Chris Cook also giving a bit of advice. Always go to your keeper.
Well, Cook's a former captain anyway, so plenty of experience in that. Slightly less, I suppose, with Sam Northeast dropping out. He's captained the side a couple of times this season. And David Lloyd missing 3 games to give himself a break because of his heavy workload, we're told, before Championship. Joe Cook to Holland, who cuts and will get a single down to wide third man, 160 for 5. Good sensible approach from these two, just
play well, haven't they? Well, especially Gubbins, has been there since the start.
Placing the ball well, the odd boundary, but just keeping the board ticking over, as they say, in between times.
And Colin Ingram will look to try to get a good score today, his last appearance. Sad to see him go.
Joe Cook bowls, noodled away on the leg side by Gubbins, as moves on to 89, and the total on to 161 for 5. Yeah, Ingram is in the Caribbean, and Glamorgan have announced one replacement overseas signing in the form of Ajaz Patel of New Zealand, and we await news of another.
Yeah, they're hoping to sign another, aren't they?
They are hoping to do so. As that's run away nicely backward of point on the offside again by Holland, and a sprawling dive in vain by the sweeper on that far side of the ground, and Holland picks up 4 more. There's a lot of runs gone through backward point on that side of the ground.
Just bowling a little bit too short, and they're getting back and cutting it away.
Joe Cook, when he was fielding there, was sprawling around frequently, wasn't
yes.
he? And now it's Tom Bevan who couldn't get a hand on that one.
You don't often see many shots going through mid-on, so he might just take one away from there.
165 for 5. Cook to Holland, who works it on the leg side and takes a single. So this has given Hampshire the basis of something to defend. Even
absolutely.
If they fall away from now on, they'll have some sort of total on the board.
Robbie was telling me they're more or less seam orientated. There's a recognised spinner in there.
Yeah, looking at the bowlers, the specialist bowlers are all seamers. A few of the batters can tweak it. Cook bowls, pulled away again to that area of the ground. It's
slowing up,
square, but doesn't find the boundary this time. Gubbins, as it's picked up inside the backward square leg boundary behind the rugby stand, which has its back to us, the less permanent of the two sides of the knoll, if you like.
With two of their established openers out today in Sam Northeast and David Lloyd. Down on the scorecard, it has Chris Cook to open with Tom Bevan.
Clipped away again to that very same area of the ground by Gubbins for two more. 170 for 5 as Gubbins moves through the 90s.
That's the end of the over, and it's 170 for 5. If those two get in, obviously you see some fireworks, but you've got to be very careful against the likes of Barker, etc. when you open the innings. We know what Tom Bevan plays, and I don't think he's going to change his style in a one-day match. He very rarely blocks the ball, as you well know, Nick. And Chris Cook, obviously, is a very good and established middle-order player. But do you reckon that he is also there to go, okay, go on, get on with it from the start? You think perhaps, but then you say to me, well, okay, who else could open? I suppose you've got Billy Root could open, left-handed, ordinary, orthodox player. But it'll be interesting. Kieran Carlson's coming on to bowl.
A lot of bowling changes in this innings, isn't there? It's really juggling his resources round Carlson.
Yes, and Carlson's bowled a lot since he took 4 wickets at Northampton last week. And I must confess that he has bowled pretty well. So, you know, with him and Salter, you'd say, well, we've got 2 accurate bowlers here, and Sisodia. It begs the question, we are signing another spinner for the championship season in the Patel, the New Zealander. Here's Carlson, bowls the first ball. It's a little bit short and punched away up the long on for a single. 171 for 5. Haven't really got away as yet, and this is the 40th over. But they will be probably having a look now after about 43, 44.
Well, they're getting a boundary most overs as things stand, aren't they?
Tom Cullen has come over to this side of the field. He was on the opposite side. Oh, he's not going to crash into anybody here, only the wall, as he did in the last game. Fortunately, all was well. As Carlson is round the wicket to the left-handed. Gubbins, who comes down and has hit. That could be out. Yes, it is. Caught on the mid-wicket boundary. Well bowled, Carlson. That's a good wicket to get as Gubbins, after playing a superb innings of 93, was looking to hit him into the pavilion. Hit it pretty well, but went into the straight into the hands of the fielder there, and it's 171 for 6, and probably not the time for Hampshire to lose Gubbins, and he really did play extremely well as he walks back, head down, probably thinks, yeah, I've thrown 100 away, but well played, caught Root incidentally.
Yeah, reasonably simple catch for Billy Root, waist high, and didn't have to move too far, but an excellent innings by Gubbins, who's shown everyone else how to do it, really.
Yeah.
But Hampshire still need to put together some runs from these last 4 wickets as Keith Barker comes out.
No, here is a dangerous customer. I've seen him many times over the years playing for Warwickshire, yeah, and he is such a good player, and a very hard hitter. And this is about the time, I'm sure Robbie will tell us later on, that he would enjoy coming in. 10 overs or 9 overs, what is it? Yeah, this is the 40th.
Yeah, there's 10 after this.
You've got a couple of spinners, he'll take a chance, I suspect. But a good innings there by Nick Gubbins. And he is left-handed, which Carlson won't really mind because it's going across the batsman, the left-hander. If it was any spin, I haven't seen anything drag, as they say, turn. As the adjustment in the field. Remember that after this next over there'll be a fielder less. Not on the field, of course, but as in comes Carlson. Bowls the first ball to Barker. Barker pushes it away onto the offside. There's no run. Carlson round the wicket. Bowls to Barker. Barker just touches that and is racing down towards the fine leg boundary. It won't get there. It'll be collected, and they'll manage 2 runs. Carlson wouldn't be happy with that because he drifted down the leg side. Has to try and keep it straight and try and get a little bit of turn. There are 3 fielders in an arc, onside and offside, behind Cook. As Carlson bowls, and this is driven again up to deep extra cover. There'll be a couple here again as it's fielded on that far side of the field, and they go through for a single. 3 already to Barker. Score goes up to 175 for 6. A much improved bowling display from Glamorgan in this game, it must be said. As in comes Carlson, bowls, and this pushed away on the offside. That's the end of the over. I will now leave you, and just in time for Nick Webb to explain to Robbie James, am I right, Carlson's bowling career, which is rather interesting.
We've done that. We've done it. We've done it. Yes.
What doesn't this man know? I know.
Quite a lot.
Here's Robbie.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. He'll be back with us around about 2 o'clock for about the last 2 overs of the innings, probably. 175 for 6. Yeah, we've done Carlson's bowling, that he only takes more than 1 wicket at Northampton. So the
Edward would have set you up for that so brilliantly if you hadn't already told me.
So perhaps Sisodia back in the attack, as Dr. Hignell on the PA explains the crowd that they're allowed to push an extra fielder back, basically. The 3rd power play, as it's called, but it's just an extra fielder outside. Here's Sisodia then from the David Road end to bowl to Hampshire's premier American, Ian Holland. Oh, he's hit on the pads. Big appeal, not out. Does he speak with an American or Australian or mixed accent, do you know?
Mixed. More Australian than anything else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid thinking about him, considering I just understood his nickname half an hour ago.
Not a Dutch accent, though. Sisodia bowls, and Holland square cuts will get, I think, a couple of runs down to backward point. Now there's a good piece of fielding from Bevan in the distance, and deters them from a second. 176 for 6.
Yes, 70 runs added by Hampshire in that 10 over spell between the 30 and 40 over mark, and how they would have loved it to have been 70 without loss, but Nick Gubbins going just a real sucker punch as they had got themselves into a much stronger situation. They're still battled back and still in a good position, considering they were 54 for 4, so got themselves back into a good position, eyeing up maybe 240.
Oh, that'll be close as Sisodia sees the reverse coming out from Barker, and it didn't look too good. He was trapped leg before. 176 for 7.
Well, I was going to say I really enjoyed watching Carlson bowl from that far end, but been good to watch Sisodia as well. 2 very different bowlers, and Sisodia again just firing that ball in left arm. Carlson's been tossing the ball up much more, but Keith Barker loves the reverse sweep, and he plays it very often. He never gets particularly low to play the reverse sweep, but I think on that time he was almost fully standing up to play it, and it just went on with the arm. And I reckon that might have. That might be outside the line.
Oh, that's the only question. I mean, it's hit fairly low, and it would have hit the stumps.
Yeah.
It's just a question of whether he did get outside the line, but just looked a bit casual playing the shot.
Yeah, like you say, pretty much fully stood up, and he's a tall man, Keith Barker. So definitely, if you're teaching kids how to play a sweep shot, you say get as low as you can, get your head towards the pool. Well, Keith Barker is not a prime example of that. I wouldn't be showing any aspiring boys and girls a Keith Barker sweep shot, but each to their own. He normally plays it very effectively, not on this occasion though.
Speaking of tall figures, here's an even taller one. Scott Curry, 21-year-old seam bowler.
Yeah, lanky.
Lanky.
There's his nickname, there you go.
Well, he's from Manchester. 44 is his number, right-hander, as Sisodia bowls to Curry, who is beaten by that one. Ball bounces off thigh pad down to the gully and there's no run.
I'm assuming there's nothing wrong with Felix Organ, but I wonder if Hampshire are regretting removing their prime spinner from this side.
Sisodia bowls, turned away on the leg side. Good diving stop by Cullen at backward square single taken as Curry gets off the mark. 177 for 7.
Just looked difficult to get the ball away. Spinners bowl, and Carlson 4 overs, 1 for 19. Sisodia 1 for 25 into his 8th over now.
Yeah, Sisodia into bowl, hit on the pad again is Holland this time, and there's no run. Holland survives, he's on 33 not out, and on him Hampshire's total chances of getting a respectable 220, 230-ish now largely rest.
Yep, certainly have got a couple of players that are capable of doing it though, and just looking at Hampshire's bowling lineup, it's looked as if the easiest bowlers to face have been those that have put a little bit of pace onto the ball. Looked difficult to time the ball from the slower bowlers, and actually Andy Gorvin, who we're going to see return from that Oakwood Road end to our right hand side, technically is the far end. 6 overs, 1 for 29, back into the attack. 9 overs to go. What can Hampshire muster from the remaining 9 overs? 177 for 7. Holland's there at the non-striker's end on 33. Curry's going to face up to Andy Gorvin, who has a fielder out on the deep cover boundary, one out on the deep backward square leg boundary as well. Third man on a fine leg, and he finds the deep cover fielder with the first ball, and they'll take a single. 178 for 7 as the wind continues to get up and gust from our left hand side. Just wonder as well if Hampshire might be thinking, if this pitch does get dried out, if there was some pace in it on Wednesday in the game with Lancashire, then maybe that'll help out the likes of John Turner, Jack Campbell, Keith Barker himself. Holland facing now and driving out to Billy Root to our right hand side in front of, I suppose that is the pavilion, isn't it, to our right hand side?
It is the pavilion, yeah.
Strange changing room situation though for this game. You've got Glamorgan just directly to our right hand side. We're in this sort of media marquee, and then you've got Glamorgan sitting out in front of the pavilion, and then Hampshire look like they've been given a marquee to the other side of the pavilion as Scott Curry plays that late down towards fine leg, and they'll come through for a single.
Yes, I guess professional cricketers probably have a lot more gear than the club players, even at Premier League level, who normally hang out here. Here is Gorvin once more then. Short sleeve shirt, fairly short figure as he bowls, whipping that action through and nudged into the leg side out to deep backward square leg, and they'll come through for another single. Just consolidate for these next couple of overs or so. 181 for 7 in the 42nd over here at Neath. Hampshire lost the toss, Glamorgan electing to bowl first. Couple of changes to the Hampshire side. Keith Barker and Ian Holland in for Dom Kelly and Felix Organ, as Andy Gorvin, formerly of Hampshire, runs towards us over the wicket and bowls, and inside edge onto the pad of Scott Curry, and there is no run. Big Portsmouth fan, Andy Gorvin. Yeah, so he was tweeting about that the other day, spending, I think it was Portsmouth won in Cardiff, and he was obviously in the away end for that. Otherwise he'd have been cheering at the wrong time, and might have been nudged into the onside from Scott Curry. Now come through, amble through for a quick single. Scott Curry has his limbs going. Wouldn't be too good for the health, cheering Portsmouth goals among the home fans at Cardiff, I wouldn't imagine. No, it wouldn't. Especially when they lost 3-0. Yes, quite. Nicholas Brill tells us a group of umpires enjoyed the hospitality provided by Neath the other day. Fingers crossed for a strong finish in the championship.
Hospitality does look good here.
Stephen Hedges, lovely day, good crowd, sunshine, tight game developing. Why didn't I bring my earbuds? And apologises to us. I think, Stephen, it'd probably be rather confusing listening online within the ground because given the slight delay that we get in for an online service, you probably get a ball or two in arrears, so maybe best not. Sisodia bowls and turned on the leg side by Kerry. There's no run.
Joe at Solent Sport mentioning the the lack of awareness on Twitter of this game today. Apologies, Joe.
So next ball played on the leg side on the offside by Curry, straight to cover, no run.
As the cover man, I don't have full access to the Twitter account, so I can't log in and post a million things about it. So apologies about that, but we are here. Promise.
We're here. Yep. As Sisodia bowls, worked on the offside. There could be a run out here. The throw is poor though, and Holland is safely home as the throw from only about 30 metres away from Gorvin flew over the head of Chris Cook, and Holland was able to safely make his ground. I think he probably would have been home anyway, but it's a tight single called by Curry. 183 for 7. Sisodia causing a few problems. Appeal for LBW as Holland swept. No response from umpire Redfern on this occasion. She's given a couple and she is not quick in making those decisions, which is fair enough, have to consider everything, but probably one of the slower ones in making a call. Flighted ball from Sisodia is driven towards long off, single to Holland. 183 for 7.
I always think it's a shame in some sports where officials have to make decisions quite so quickly. I think you might get a few more correct if they could have, 10 seconds.
Sisodia bowls. Curry turns on the leg side. Cook fields at deep mid wicket. Single taken. 185 for 7. Can you imagine football referees though with the 20 players in their faces shouted at them? I say, hang on, I'm having a think about that decision.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. But you have the game continue. Well, like in football, if the game continues and then you and then the referee pulls something back 10 seconds later, everyone kicks off, don't they? Or in cricket, if the umpire takes a long time to make a decision, you think it's a contentious decision.
Yep.
They're just having a think.
Yeah, in rugby there's a little bit more latitude for the TMO, television match official, to call play back if they've spotted something, or even for the ref just say, can you have a look at that incident?
Play advantage for half an hour. Gorvin to begin a new over, running slightly towards us, more right to left than anything though, and that's pushed out into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. Billy Rook been busy out there fielding on the deep cover boundary in front of this pavilion to our right hand side. 186 for 7. Neil Holland has 36, Scott Curry has 7, and it is Ian Holland to face up, and he's driving that. Just gets a little full on him though, and he can't beat the fielder at extra cover, who decides to lob the ball to the opposing fielder at mid-wicket for no apparent reason, just to give him something to do.
Carlson's chief polisher usually. Not sure there's much polishing to be done
on this
ball at the moment.
Didn't touch it. Here is Gorvin once more, shorter and punched again up to the fielder Cullen at extra cover, who does exactly the same thing.
Probably just habit. Chuck it to Kieran on the way back.
A few spectators just mulling around, few making their ways towards the concession units and food and drink here at Neath, but most of them very much in their seats as they're seeing Ian Holland cut the ball for 4 straight to us. Oh, went through the glass.
That's the first one that's hopped up past the reinforcements in front of us.
Well, that was impressive. Straight off the boundary rope. There's that sort of nice balcony, kind of glass balcony in front of us, but there is a gap at the bottom of it, and it went straight through the gap into the tent. Fielded by the media team.
Indeed.
Good work, chaps. Gorvin in once more. 4 more to the total. 190 for 7 as Ian Holland nearly chops onto his stumps. He'll get a single. Few of those today. A few chop downs, a few times the ball just keeping low. Bottom edges, which so nearly could find the stumps. But Ian Holland survives and moves on to 41. 191 for 7.
The fielding efforts of Malpas Cricket Club in Newport are in safe hands tomorrow.
I'm not sure they are. It got straight through, didn't it? Scott Curry on strike. Gorvin in and played late to point, and Scott Curry thinks about a single, and Douthwaite aims to throw the ball but does nothing of the kind. End of the over, 44 gone. Hampshire 191 for 7. Scott Curry has 7 and Ian Holland has 41.
Well, second place Lancashire will be hard pressed today, I think, at Blackpool, even if it is a smallish ground, because Northants are 305 for 4 in the 43rd over. Both openers eventually run out. Vasconcelos for 104, Gay for 131. But Lancashire might be struggling to repeat their victory here on, when was it? Wednesday. Sisodia having a little chat to Sue Redfern. Essex in 3rd place. They're 208 for 5 with 10 overs of their innings left. And Robin Das is 58 not out. That's at Worcester. Sisodia to Holland, who's on 41 not out, by some distance the second top scorer of this Hampshire innings, and adds another single to his tally as he drives up to long off. 192 for 7. 42 to Holland.
Reminder for Hampshire fans, if Hampshire can pick up a 6th consecutive win in this competition today, that'll ensure they are in the qualifying stages, knockout stages.
As Curry tries the reverse and is hit on the pad. But an Essex defeat would put you into the knockout stages anyway, I think.
Yeah.
Have to check the tables on that one later in the day. Sisodia bowls, Curry drives gently out into the covers, goes through for the single, 193 for 7. So Hampshire just starting to recover from the loss of Gubbins for 93 and Barker for 4 in quick succession, and Holland holding together the latter stages of this innings as full length ball from Sisodia driven out towards the leg side boundary. It's fielded by Billy Root, but he and Joe Cook get in each other's way slightly as Root wanted to get the throw in quickly, and Holland is comfortably back for the second run. He moves to 44, 195 for 7. Hampshire ticking over nicely in these closing stages at the moment. A slog sweep attempted by Holland, and the ball doesn't come onto the bat, and he's just got that off the cue. Drops down in front of him, no run. More chalk, please.
First one maybe just slightly tossed up from Sisodia as well.
Not many of them. That one's a full toss, and it's hit out towards Joe Cook in front of us at mid-wicket. Single taken again by Holland, who's motoring along nicely to 45 not out off 46 deliveries. Sisodia's bowling figures.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34.
1 for 44. Respectable enough for a spinner, bowling largely in the latter overs of the innings, so he's come into the side halfway through the campaign and done a decent enough holding job for Glamorgan.
And on this ground as well, and bowling those overs from that end, the leisure centre end, with, I know he's supposedly spinning the ball away from the right-hander batter, but is not really spinning the ball much, and trusted with that short leg side boundary being excellent. As Gorvin begins a new over, I've completely forgot it was me on commentary, and slapped up to long off, and they'll come through for a single. 197 for 7. Ian Holland on 46.
Philip Richards and Neil Thornycroft point out that Portsmouth are at Newport County on Tuesday.
A second trip to Wales, South Wales in the League Cup. Gorvin in once more, and he's caught behind. Is he, Curry? Yes. flashed at one outside the off stump and lost his balance whilst doing so, and there was half a chance of a stumping. He kept his foot in the ground, but well, didn't need to worry about that, Chris Cook, as he had taken the catches. There was a thin edge on it from Scott Curry anyway, so he departs caught behind for 8. Hampshire lose their 8th wicket, 197 for 8.
Yes, it was not left Scott Curry looking too good as he flailed as a wide-ish ball, almost fell over and was given out.
Yeah, waft and a half that was, wasn't it? Long legs, nearly did the splits. He was so off balance by the end of it, but he has to depart, and in comes a new batter at 10. It is John Turner.
Might even have been given as a wide. It's difficult to tell from this angle, but looked as though he was reaching for it a little bit. Anyway, it's 8 down, and well, this innings still, it's an important period, isn't it? This remaining 4.4 overs. You know, 200 all out or 230 could be a very big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hampshire will be just given where they were. I don't think what they've seen they'll be too fearful of bowling on this surface. I think the only thing they might be wondering is whether or not they'd maybe try and find ways to take a bit of pace off the ball and maybe throw the ball to Tom Preston, Nick Gubbins a little more than they might do normally. Or I think generally, 200, 220 might be a pretty good score on this pitch. But then again, what we saw on Wednesday was that the score round about there really wasn't really anywhere near enough to challenge Lancashire, as that's pushed into the offside from Turner and there's no run.
Yeah, I think when you're chasing 178 to win, though, there's precious little pressure in terms of the scoring rate, and Lancashire were just able to knock it around. Jennings and Wells did so very effectively, and Bohannon finished the game off. There's just, at 3.5, there's just no pressure on the bats.
Here is Gorvin pushing the ball into the onside is John Turner, and there is no run. Just looking as well, Hampshire in this competition have been bowled out twice already, and every time they have been bowled out they've obviously won the game, so they won't be too they're quite used to getting through John Turner, Jack Campbell. They've had a few chances to bat in this competition as Gorvin's in over the wicket, bowls, and that's slightly smartly driven from number 10 to the fielder at extra cover, but it can't pierce him, and there is no run. 197 for 8. I think it's strange at the moment because Hampshire just found ways to win games that they shouldn't be winning, and I think if they hadn't been playing like that in the last few games, then you'd probably be a lot more fearful of this score. But
yeah, this is very much in the balance at the moment, this game.
Yeah. Morgan will be thinking they can just take these couple of wickets for 10 runs, and a couple of wickets even, keep them under the 200 mark, then they'll very much go into the interval with a bit of confidence. Here is Gorvin in once more. On strike is John Turner, and he's pushing it straight back to Gorvin, and there is no run. End of the over, wicket taking 1, and just the 1 from it as well. 46 overs gone, and Hampshire 197 for 8. BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Solent, bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary of Glamorgan versus Hampshire in the One Day Cup from Neath. A
sun-kissed Neath at this very moment. Just little patches of blue sky above us. Mostly cloudy, but pleasant watching conditions. And a crowd fairly similar to Wednesday's. I think maybe a couple fewer, but on the other hand, they seem, although there are a few seats vacant on the opposite boundary, they seem a bit more thickly populated by the leisure centre away to our left. Little stands 90% full as Wheel will try and finish things off. Bowling to Holland, we'll try and shepherd a few vital 20 or 30 out of these closing overs. Wheel bowls, and Holland is struck, I think, on the pad. Was there a bit of bat in there? They've gone through for a single, and very vague wave from Sue Redfern, which she didn't tap her leg, so I presume that was inside edge and pad. Holland moves on to 47, 198 for 8. As Wheel gets a chance to try and knock over the number 10.
Just having a chat with Dan Douthwaite as well at mid-on, running in to say something. Fielder's out. Oh, fine leg, third man. Deep cover. And yeah, there is a fielder just in front of square on the leg side, way to our right hand side as well.
Long conversation between the two batters as well, Holland and Turner. Holland offering a few words of advice from the non-striker's end as Wheel steams in and bowls, and that's chopped down. He'll be out if it hits. It doesn't, as they scampered through a quick single to backward point. That was virtually straight for the fielder there from Turner, and maybe Holland's words were, "I'm going to run here. I want the strike."
That's a set off straight away in Holland, and I just wondered for a second if he had a little limp going there, but it seems to be all right. If he was walking back past the stumps, just looked a little worried, but no, I think he's all right.
Wheel into Holland, down leg side wide. Glamorgan being relatively low on the wides. That's just the 4th, and it brings up the 200 for the visitors.
Yep, 200 in the 47th over. I think Glamorgan have been actually really good with the ball and in the field. Hampshire have earned, I think, every bit of these 200 runs so far.
Yeah, they've certainly bowled a lot straighter than they did on Wednesday, the impression is. Wheel bowls to Holland, who swings his hit on the pad. They'll go through for a leg by, no shy at the stumps this time, as the batsmen were home. This time leg by is signalled.
And I think they've found a good length as well for a pitch that has a little bit of invariable bounce. We've seen a few keep low from that Oakwood Road end, and a few actually climb a little bit from this end, the leisure centre end. So I think they've just found that length where the Hampshire batters have had to play at it, but it's given the ball a chance, I think, to either get up on them or keep low, keep them honest.
Wheel to Turner as he plays one backward of point. Gorvin gets a hand to it, deflects it to the cover sweeper. Bevan comfortably through for a single. So some fairly expansive shots being played at the moment, but Hampshire are not finding the boundaries as they might have hoped. Holland on strike on 47, potentially one blow away from becoming the second man to pass 50. Gubbins went on to make 93 off 124 balls and 9 fours in his effort. Wheel into bowl to Holland, who drives nicely on the leg side, but has found Douthwaite up at long on, away to our left by the David Road entrance. And there's just the single again into this. It's quite late to be in a holding pattern, but I guess neither side would be too displeased just to see singles accumulate.
Yep, I think maybe get themselves up into that sort of 48th, 49th over, and then you can maybe try and find the boundary a bit more frequently.
As that's driven out on the offside by Campbell. It's the last ball by Turner. It's the last ball of the over, and they decide not to try the single on that occasion. 203 for 8 with 3 overs left. Edward, have you eaten all the chips, Edward? All the chips? Right. And a sausage. Okay. Edward's consumed all the food, so I'll let him talk you through the last 3 overs in company with Robbie.
Dan Douthwaite then back into the attack from the Oakwood Road end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38 so far. Hampshire 203 for 8 into the 48th over. Food good, was it?
Yes, great.
I'm sorry earlier, by the way, as well. I mentioned.
Built him up so nicely for the
I know you did.
Garzan story.
No, I threw you under the bus a little bit with that, didn't I? Really.
Not to worry.
Ian Holland on strike, 48 to his name so far, and he's going to face up to Dan Douthwaite, running, bowling over the wicket, right arm bowls, and he's pushing that up to the fielder at long on. Hits it pretty hard and takes a pretty good swing at it, almost golf-like swing at that, but only a single, 204 for 8. And a few more spectators now just wandering about, finding their ways to get their lunch. A few more of those seats becoming vacant in front of us, just in front of the rugby ground, which we can see. Neath Rugby Club directly in front of us. You can see just the top ends of a couple of the stands. As Douthwaite's in, Turner doesn't get much on this, just squirms into the onside, and there is no run. I can see that one set of rugby posts we are directly to the side of, and you can only therefore see one post, but then to our right hand side you can see the posts at the other end, and there's one that's really on the wonk. That right hand side post is...
Yeah, still have to do something for that for next week or the week after.
Douthwaite in once more, over the wicket, bowls, thick outside edge from John Turner, and that's going to run away to the boundary, is it? No, slows up, and Billy Root running away to our left hand side in front of us does well and saves a couple of runs. It was over the head of Andy Gorvin, and they come back for a second. John Turner moves on to 4, 206 for 8.
Yeah, we're on the 22 of one goalpost, and the other one is far away to our right.
Rugby season start next week, did you say?
I think it's well, they played in the heat of last week. There's some friendlies, but I think it's around the 5th of September, something like that.
Douthwaite into Turner, Fuller, and nearly a brilliant catch at short extra cover by Carlson, diving athletically to his right hand side, and he got a hand on it, and it was nearly an absolute screamer.
Well, that was 4 all written all over it, but that was one of the catches of the season, I fancy.
Well, it was a brilliant, like I said, brilliant stop and save 4 runs, but nearly end.
Wow. As you say, it was a screamer, going like a rocket.
Yeah, it was in the slot really from Douthwaite and put everything into that John Turner. Great diving stop, and I think I wonder if Carlson's maybe just taken a couple of steps back after that last delivery. Athletic effort, captured brilliantly if you're watching it on the live picture feed. Here is Douthwaite in once more, Turner surviving and pushing that up towards point, and then jumps to come through for a single. John Turner trying to get out in all sorts of ways here at Neath, but he survives, and shy at the stumps misses. There could have been around 8 run-outs in this innings so far. It's been a fair few.
I think it was all that to blame, because what are we, come to the end of the 48th, you might as well take a chance and run every run. You never know towards the end of the game. But I suppose the senior partner who was there on 49 has the last say.
Yeah, don't run him out. I won't talk to you for the rest of the day. Douthwaite in once more, bowls, and that's nudged down to the fielder at short fine leg. They could have taken a single there. End of the over, they don't. And there's 48 gone. Score 206 for 8. Ian Holland has 49. John Turner has 4.
Yes, 2 overs left, and Glamorgan, their recent exploits in this competition since they won the first 2 has not been good. And they bowl as well as they have throughout the competition, I think, and credit to them, because they've had to jumble it around since the first game when Tim van der Gooten took 4 wickets. Then he went to the 100. Michael Hogan has been outstanding this year. He was recruited also to the 100. And then James McIlroy, who has been bowling very well left arm seam, he pulled up at Cardiff the last ball or the last over of the innings with a hamstring, so it hasn't been easy. Anyway, it's Wheel from the leisure end comes in, and slower ball which is driven up to long off for a single, and that's the 50 there, and generous applause from this crowd. And it's a good innings played there by Ian Holland. Came in to join his captain, and things weren't going too well, but he's rescued his side, and as we often said, that applause, generous from the opposing crowd. Didn't know if you've ever been to Chelmsford, Robbie.
Silence.
You get utter silence if anybody gets 150 there.
50 from 52 balls for Ian Holland.
Good going.
That's his 4th list A 50.
Good all-round performance if he bowls as well.
5 fours in there as well for the USA international, standing on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Turn out of face, in comes Wheel and bowls to him, and he's pulled that big shot. That's cleared everything over the pavilion for 6. That's exactly what Hampshire needed now towards the end of the innings, and I think the umpire, as the ball come back, was striding towards the batch of balls. They had to use a few last Wednesday, but that might just have come back. There is room, plenty of room towards behind the pavilion, and people are
what's behind there?
Nothing much, but there's sort of grass and entrance to and yeah, they've got it pretty quickly.
Wow. I didn't think that was coming, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more.
We saw a few on Wednesday, but one went to mid-wicket earlier on in the day, and I think that might have been off Douthwaite's no ball, or was it 4? But one has been over there, and that huge 6 there by Turner, just going down the leg side, and he just helped it on its way. The score was up to 213, and James Wheel just steadies himself now. Comes in and it bowls again to Turner, and has edged that, but they go through for a quick single, which is easily achieved for another 1 more run, which takes him into double figures. John Turner, he's in on to 11 and 214 for 8.
Yeah, going for the Yorker after that delivery that was just back of a length and sat up really for John Turner. The previous delivery just got it wrong. Tell you what, if that had been a couple of metres either side of fine leg, that was 4 written all over it.
Wheel bowls again, and that's poor ball down the leg side. Surely that, yeah, it'll be called. He must have got a pad or something on it, because that was going sailing down the leg side, wasn't it?
Missed on the offside, didn't it? Or did it?
Yeah.
Oh! That's about an inch away from the top of off stump.
Yeah.
That's actually a good delivery.
My eyes are not going,
Well, we are side on. It's
yeah.
difficult.
2 on 4 for 8. Here is Wheel coming in again and bowls, and that's driven nicely through the onside left to square leg. I don't think they'll take a single, because Cock is onto it pretty quickly. No, apart from that 6, it hasn't been too bad an over. 51 then to Holland, and 11 to Turner. Useful little stand. 215 for 8. Glamorgan, we're pretty satisfied, and I think we'll probably be telling each other at the interval is fairly equal.
I think we could be in for a good game.
Hope so. Again, I say the difference could be Barker, because he, as I say, is a very he will get some swing from the wind that's swinging around here. His wheel turns at the end of a pretty long run, and he's bowling now to Turner. Bowls to him, and Turner tries to pull that a little bit too quick for him, and that's the end of the over. So we have 6 more balls, bearing no balls and wides, and they'll be hoping to get somewhere in the region of 20 more runs, as our notes keep flapping everywhere.
With the final over of the Hampshire innings.
Yeah, 1 over remaining then for Hampshire. What can they get to? Maybe 225 if they can squander 10 from this over. They'd love 230. Glamorgan will try and maybe keep them under 220.
Yeah, it'll be Douthwaite to bowl the last over here. And plenty of time to cut it off, trying this about 230 or something like that.
And it's going to be Ian Holland on strike then. 6 balls remaining. Dan Douthwaite, short sleeve shirt, going to bowl the final over of the innings from the Oakwood Road end. And his hair is swishing back in the wind now as he's over the wicket, bowls, and Holland tries to pull this into the leg side. Gets very little on it though, and it just trickles up to the fielder, who has to run in from long on, and they come back for a second. That ball not even making it outside the 30-yard circle. 217 for 8.
He rather clothed it, didn't he, Holland, that ball? He's looking to hit it hard and high over long on, but didn't get hold of it at all. Played a little bit too early. So 5 important balls here for both sides.
Douthwaite in once more. Holland on strike, sets himself. Douthwaite bowls shorter. Holland, has he got all of this? Yes, he has. That's hitting the marquee. That's through the marquee, I think. and onto the rugby pitch. 6 for Ian Holland. Just pulling that back of a length from Douthwaite, and it just sat up, to be quite honest with you, similar to the one that Turner hit.
Terrible delivery, isn't it?
Yeah, sat up, and that was swiped. It was, to tell you what, it went flat, never really got more than 20 foot off the ground, but that was not too much of a mission, that, for Ian Holland to hit that for 6.
As you say, it's a half tracker.
223 for 8. Holland on strike. He has 59. Douthwaite over the wicket, bowls, and Holland cloths this delivery a little bit like he did the first. They might come back for a second, though. Yes, they will come back for a second. Throw comes in and they get through. So good running. Those two fielders in the deep, unable to prevent the second. 225 for 8. Holland on to 61. You've got to remember as well that Hampshire will have learned a bit in the first innings about how to bowl on this, but Glamorgan have had 3 innings now, 3 sets of 50 overs where they've been learning about this pitch, so they will have learned also how to go about constructing a run chase and pacing an innings. So going to be an intriguing second half to this game. 3 balls left of Hampshire's innings. 225 for 8. Holland on strike, and he's slapping this up towards the fielder at long on. Bounces once in front of the fielder, and Holland thinks about coming back for a second. He wanted a second, but John Turner said no, and Holland won't be too happy about that, as all bits and bobs go flying here in the media marquee.
Like Bob, bits of a cup of tea. I'm watching very, very.
Don't want that to go over. So as it is, Hampshire 226 for 8. 2 balls remaining. Ian Holland, just a couple of words with John Turner.
Run
2 balls.
Whatever happens.
Turner on strike, and he slaps that up towards the fielder. Long on, and they come through for a single, and Ian Holland rather jogs that single. No way he was thinking about taking 2 there. He wants to be on strike for that final delivery of the innings. 227 for 8. What can Hampshire get up to them? Good final over this for them, with 12 runs coming from it. Final ball of the innings. Douthwaite over the wicket, bowls full. Hit up towards long on. They might think about coming back for a second here. They will come back for a second. There'll be an easy run out at the non-striker's end, so they only come through for 1 in the end. John Turner is run out for 12, and Hampshire end on 228 for 8. So the players will make their way off. 229 the target for Glamorgan. A good final over that for Hampshire, with 13 runs coming from it. And now Hampshire don't look too disappointed with that, in fairness, as they trudge off, and neither did Glamorgan. A few handshakes going around, and a few fist bumps here and there, as well as they'll amble and make their way off. And as they make their way off, a plethora of bright orange stewards, not fake tanned orange stewards that are wearing high-vis jackets, make their way onto the field, along with the ground staff and the tractor pulling out a roller as well, and a few kids start to make their way onto the outfield here at Neath. And we will take a break very shortly. Shall I run everyone through the? I'll run everyone through the scorecard, shall I? Because Glamorgan won the toss and elected to bowl first here at Neath, and Hampshire lost a few early wickets. It was Ben Brown who was bowled by Douthwaite in the 5th over. Hampshire 17 for 1. Then Tom Prest, despite his good form, LBW to Douthwaite for 6. So Hampshire 35 for 2 in the 9th over. Then another couple of quick wickets. They lost an Aaron Donald run out against his former county for 7. They also lost Fletcher Middleton as well, LBW to Andy Gorvin for 4. That meant Hampshire 54 for 4 in the 15th over. Then a recovery and a stand of 49 between Nick Gubbins and Toby Albert, before Toby Albert was caught behind off the bowling of Whale for 19. That meant that Hampshire were 99 for 5. Then another partnership, good 6-wicket partnership between then they lost a couple of other wickets before the big partnership. They lost Toby Albert, he was out for 19. Then Ian Holland and Nick Gubbins putting on 72 for the 6th wicket, before Nick Gubbins eventually was out for 93 from 124 balls, 7 away from his century. Barker went for 4, Curry went for 8, and then it was John Turner and Ian Holland who were there towards the end. Ian Holland ending with 63 from 59 deliveries. Hampshire ending then on 228 for 9. I'll take you through the bowling figures For Glamorgan, Dan Douthwaite with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. James Whale with 9 overs, 1 for 49. Joe Cook, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 29. Andy Gorvin, 9 overs, 2 for 41. Sisodia, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. And Carlson with 4 overs, 1 for 19. So Hampshire end on 228 for 9, 229 the target for Glamorgan in the second innings. I look down at my scorecard and then I look up and suddenly there's a range of spectators on the outfield enjoying things here at Neath. A few kids playing cricket and whatnot as well. But we will leave you for 25 minutes or so before the second half of this game gets underway. We'll be back with Nick Webb, Ed Bevan and me, Robbie James, in around 25 minutes or so on BBC Radio Seoul and BBC Radio Wales for the second half of this match, where Glamorgan will require 229 runs to win. putting his muff onto his mic, so to speak. Okay, just making sure that the wind doesn't
blow it off again,
interfere with you too much.
While
Sorted.
Trying to describe that, of course, there was no run. Barker continues in, bowls, and this is a nice looking shot, a lovely shot, and that goes for 4 through extra cover. He's a very, very attacking player by nature, young Bevan, and has scored 400 or 500 for the second team in all formats. So Glamorgan thought they'd give him a go.
Yeah, lovely shot, a little bit of width on offer from Keith Barker. If we have seen the ball run in any direction with particular pace on this outfield, it is down that slope towards the rugby club.
Yeah, and this is the shorter of the two boundaries. As in comes Barker, bowls and forces Bevan on the back foot. That was the 7th and last ball of the over. At the end of it, Glamorgan are 7 without lot, 6 to Bevan. And the other batsman about to take strike is Chris Cook. And Hampshire indebted in their innings, if you've just tuned in, to their captain Nick Gubbins, who played an excellent innings of 93. Ian Holland too helped with 63. And we thought at one stage they wouldn't get to 200, but they rallied towards the end. Turner played useful little innings, and Holland a very important one. It will be Holland, Robbie to bowl.
Yep, he's going to start things off from our right hand side, that far end, the Oakwood Road end, as we see a few spectators make their way into those two old school style stands to either side of the sight screen. A few red seats, maybe 7, 8 rows to them, maybe something like that, and spectators just making their way back from getting their bits and bobs, a bit of drink, a bit of food, a bit of coffee
and donuts, as
coffee
it says on top of the side screen. Well, on the top of the sky, it's behind it, it's too high to hide.
I'll have to get around there at some point. It's a bit of a walk though. Here is Holland then with his first delivery over the wicket to Cook, and it wraps him on the pads and squirts out into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips in place for Cook. You've got Tom Prest at first slip, Scott Curry at second slip. The 2 fielders out, third man and fine leg away to our left hand side. Hampshire won their first 3 games in this competition defending scores. In their last 2 matches, they've chased down totals to be 5 from 5 in this competition. Here is Holland over the wicket once more, and on the back foot is Cook. It's a nice sound.
Tell
off
me,
the bat.
Robbie, how many regular championship players are playing in this game now?
Keith Barker, Nick Gubbins.
Prest?
Nope. Prest isn't, but no. Ben Brown, Ian Holland, and I'd say Donald.
Yes, in and out for now, isn't it?
Yeah, Ian Holland over the wicket, bowls, and it's solidly in defence on the offside, no run. Yeah, the thing with Donald is that he started in all formats for Hampshire this year. Just there's been so much competition for places in that
and
championship
he needs a real
side.
big one, does Nye, and then he'd be fine. And I suppose if we're watching these 2 opening, they'd be 3rd and 4th change with Kyle Abbott and
Mohammed Abbas as well. But generally, Keith Barker does take the new ball ahead of him.
Yeah, he does swing it a lot.
He generally takes the new ball. Here is Holland once more, and that wraps Cook on the pads. Inside edge though, and there is no run. So yeah, I mean it's a strange one, because you have players who almost the bigger question is who in this side would play in the T20 side, and there are actually very few players in this side today that play in the T20 side. You have Scott Curry, but he didn't even really play in the T20 side this year. Nye Donald, but other than that, Tom Prest did play as well, and Toby Albert did feature, but not exactly regulars in the Hampshire side. As that's flashed outside the off stump, has he got an edge on it? Yes, Ian Holland celebrates, and Rob White puts his finger up. A flash outside the off stump from Chris Cook. Good take from Ben Brown. I think he maybe actually juggled that a little bit. A fairly regulation catch away to his right hand side for a keeper. Maybe juggled it a little bit, but ended up taking the catch. Chris Cook makes way for no score, and Glamorgan lose an early one. 7 for 1. Not a good shot.
It was. I think if Chris Cook looks at that again, he'll be admonishing himself. Somebody put something in front of me, and I cannot.
I'll tell you what's been put in front of you. The England scorecard. I'll get to that in just a second. But I'm pretty sure I'm seeing a flurry of wickets. I am seeing a flurry of wickets. England 86 for 6.
Oh, that's the end of that
in their second innings. So they still trailed South Africa by 75 runs, but they've only got 4 wickets in hand. So things aren't going well at Lord's, and not the ideal start here at Neath for Glamorgan either. 7 for 1.
I was about to say that when he looks back at that, I'm afraid Chris Cook won't be very happy. It was very wide outside the off stump, and he had a huge go at it and probably caught the bottom of the bat. And a good catch by Ben Brown, who went to his right. No, as you say. And this brings Colin Ingram for his final game of the season for Glamorgan. And looking at their championship side, Glamorgan have just got 4 regular players. One of these is Ingram. And a wicket in the second over doesn't augur particularly well, especially as he's one of your better players.
Holland staying over the wicket. First ball to Ingram, left-handed Ingram, and he thinks about playing that outside the off stump, but it's too wide, quarter wide. And the score therefore ticks over, and Ian Holland's going to have to bowl the last ball of the over again. Interesting, I think I saw then Sue Redfern, which I haven't really seen before. Sue Redfern, I think, measured the dimensions of Colin Ingram's bat.
Well, you heard all about Matty McKinnon of Derbyshire, didn't you, 2 days ago?
Yeah. Over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump from Holland, and there is no run. So end of the second over, wicket taking over for Ian Holland. 2 gone, and Glamorgan 8 for 1.
It's quite hard to believe when I tell you this story that Derbyshire was fined 2 points because the width of Matty McKinnon's bat was marginally too much. And he said afterwards, hang on, I put some tape, thanks for telling me. Inadvertently put some more tape on. And, well, I thought, well, whatever next. You just don't know what's going to come next these days.
Maybe that's why. I don't see it too often. I've seen it from time to time, but you see it often, yeah?
It's Barker to bowl to Bevan, and Glamorgan off to a poor start. As Barker comes in, bowls, and plays this away on the onside, firmly struck out onto the mid-wicket boundary, where it's fielded there by Toby Albert. And they go through for a single, and Colin Ingram will take strike from the umpire. Glamorgan 9 for 1. Probably some movement in the pitch. It generally is early on, and known better to exploit it than Barker. And it is Keith Barker from the swimming pool end, or the leisure centre end here at Neath. Huge swimming pool in there, where the leisure centre is situated. And this time Ingram's drives beautifully and gets 4 through extra cover. And it's a no. I thought she's taking in a no ball. It's a boundary. Anything in that area, he does like to have a dart at it, does Colin Ingram.
Yeah, lovely shot that. For a second I thought Nick Gubbins was in action, but no, way away from him, and close to us as well, not far. Just a few spectators to our left-hand side of that media marquee getting hands on the ball. 13 for 1. We're in the third over as Barker is in again, bowls, and this time Ingram gets right behind it and plays it out to Gubbins, who's one of 3 on the offside. In fact, I'll give you the field. There are 2 slips and a deep gully. Cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. There's a long leg, and there's a short mid-wicket and an orthodox mid-on. This is more or less a championship field, isn't it? 6-3, 6 on the offside. As Keith Barker walks back, wasn't supposed to be playing in this game, but he had to come in at the last moment and bowls now, and this time he's tucked away past the man at mid-wicket. They'll probably stick, no, they'll stick at 1 there. They thought about it as the return came in. So he quickly moves on to 5, 7 to Bevan. You would have thought the things that Keith Barker has done for Hampshire over the last few years, you would have thought the county would at least repay him by getting him a pair of trousers that are the right length. Are they short? Perhaps it's the bowler didn't think he was playing. Who pulled out of the Organ, was it? Felix Organ? Well, Felix Organ is about half the height of him, in fairness. Probably borrowed his trousers. Well, he's in now and bowls to Tom Bevan, who gets a thick outside edge down to third man.
I wasn't really in control of that. As the score moves on to 15 for the loss of Cook's wicket. No, it was wide, Chris Cook, and he really went for a huge balloon outside the off stump, but I reckon it might have just touched the bottom of the bat, you know, so wide. 2 slips in the gully, Crouch, as does wicketkeeper Brown, formerly of Sussex, of course. And he comes in, does Barker, and bowls, and this time a nice looking shot, but straight to mid off this time, and there's no run. That's the end of the over, end of the 3rd over. Glamorgan are 15 for 1. There's been musical chairs with wicketkeepers at Hampshire, haven't they? Because and Northampton, because Ben Brown came from Sussex, and it reminded me of the wicketkeeper who went to Northants then.
Lewis McManus,
and in turn, the chap who scored the fastest 50 in the 100 competition.
We had Ben.
He went to Essex. His name escapes me for a moment.
Oh, Adam Wheater. Sorry, from Northants.
From North. When the Hampshire man went to Northants, the Northants man had gone, and he joined Essex. I'm just remembering his name. Shot.
Sorry, it's starting you over for me and Holland. It's Mill Cobbs, isn't it? Driven through the offside for 4. It's a lovely looking shot to the right of Nick Gubbins, and score moves on to 19 for 1. 210 runs required for Glamorgan. Who is that batter? It's evading me as well. That's why I was distracted. I can't think who it is. Rossington.
Adam Rossington. Formerly of Middlesex, of course. So all change.
Here's Ian Holland over the wicket, bowls, and on the back foot is Bevan, and there is no run. Ball trickles out into the offside. Yeah, and then you had Ben McDermott come in for the T20 campaign. So Tom Woolsop then went on loan to Sussex. Now he's gone permanently to Sussex. Lewis McManus has now gone permanently to Northants. So it has been musical chairs. Ben Brown in.
Brought another man on the offside from slip.
Yeah, Scott Curry on the cover ring now. Here is Holland, and that's played defensively into the onside. No run.
He has all the makings or the size of a fast bowler, Scott Curry. Looks about 6'3", 6'4". Tell me he does bowl quick.
I wouldn't want to face him, but I think quick might be. But I wouldn't want to face an off spinner. Here's Holland in over the wicket, right arm bowls, and nice looking drive from Bevan. Doesn't get all of it though, just trickles up to Keith Barker at mid on. He hit the deck bowler, but also he's brilliant in one day cricket. He's such a good asset. He's got so many change ups, a few slower balls, a few cutters. So he doesn't you don't see him bowl with real pace too often. If anyone's going to really bowl with some pace, it might be Jack Campbell. He's got a bit about him from that aspect, but
I told you the sun was coming through.
It is coming through. It's starting to come out. Bevan on strike, and he plays that off his hip down towards fine leg, and they will come through for a single. 20 without loss in the 4th over. 229 the target for Glamorgan if they are going to pick up their 3rd win of this competition. Hampshire trying to secure a place in the knockout stages of the competition. They will pretty much do that if they it is a little bit complicated, but if they win today they will pretty much secure a spot in the knockout competition. Then if they beat Essex on Sunday, they will pretty much secure themselves a semi-final and a home draw straight into the semis. Here is Holland round the wicket, and that's swiped into the offside in the air momentarily. Well, actually momentarily it went quite high, but it's gone for 4, and it's a nice shot from Ingram, I should say. And it's a 4 to end the over then. Score moves on to 24 for 1. And we've had 4 overs here at Neath. That was a lovely shot, drive over the fielder at cover. That's a couple of bounces and 4.
His strength, Robbie, Colin Ingram, a wonderful offside player. Well, he's a good player, very good player all round. But in the early overs, when you don't have an extra cover on the boundary, then he will punish you. He was caught just in front of us on Tuesday. He made 50. 53 I think it was. Mistimed a little chip off his legs and caught here.
So nice to see some intention. I'm not seeing too much intent today from the batters.
He has Barker to start a third over, bowls, and they appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Redfern. Gave a couple of decisions, 3 decisions in the Hampshire innings. 1 LBW, yes, 2 LBW. And Keith Barker, of course, I don't know what Keith Barker was trying to do when he got out. Did you see him fiddling around?
I did. Played a stood-up reverse sweep.
Anyway, he's bowling now, and bowls, and this time it just nudged away up to square leg. Outfield got much quicker, hasn't it? As it's fielded and returned there by Toby Albert.
Yeah, reaffirming the decision at the toss to have a bowl first. I do think it will get better. This pitch, it was a little bit in it, as you very much imagine. Yeah,
you don't really know. Is it going to get slower? Is it going to get quicker? Is the sun going to dry it up? It's not a bad pitch. It's certainly not. It's an out ground, and I think for an out ground,
for everyone,
it's perfectly acceptable. As Barker prepares to bowl, to Colin Ingram, bowls to him, and Ingram is beaten outside the off stump. Or was he? I don't know. Often you see batsmen just playing and quietly withdrawing their bat inside. This is Barker's, what is it, his third over.
Yeah, just coming from over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. He'll just be trying to maybe get one that
slants back in as well.
Yep, slants back in, or if he can get one that nips away as well.
Well, that's his field.
Gully there.
With 6 fielders on the offside and 2 slips. As Barker comes in and bowls again. And, that's a lovely looking shot, but straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Positive intent, as you say, from Colin Ingram, as there always is. And I can tell you, young Bevan, no relation incidentally, is a very positive, and you won't die wondering, even at this very young age, at the fringe of the Glamorgan. He just is an attacking player. That's how he plays, and in this day and age, good luck to him. Might find himself in a franchise. Here is Barker. He's in and bowls, and this time it's driven but or attempted drive, and it just trickles just in front of him, played far too early. Referee, there we are. Umpire Redfern just looks at where Barker is following through.
Getting ahead of yourself. The rugby season isn't here yet.
Yeah,
still got some of the cricket season yet.
Yes, my first love is cricket, don't worry about that. Barker wants to change in the field. He wants his fine leg into the semicircle of 30 yards and will put somebody out in the mid-wicket boundary.
They've got a clue which one's going to go, though.
No, it's fine leg's going out. No, fine leg's going back. He's come up, he's going back. Slip now has come out. One of the 2 slips has gone, and there's a deep mid-wicket. I wonder if he'll just tempt him into indiscretion. As Barker bowls, this is driven quite hard, straight to cover, and that is the end of the 5th over. So Barker's bowled 3 overs. Glamorgan, despite losing Cook, at 25 for 1. They need 229, and they've been roundly beaten in their last couple of games, so confidence sake now they'd obviously like to win this game, and if they do, it will be a feather in their cap. It's a long way to go because of the young lads they had to play. The 100 pinched 2 of their best bowlers.
5 gone then. Ian Holland into his 3rd over, running away from us, running towards us I should say, and swipe outside the off stump from Bevan. A positive looking shot, as you were mentioning, but he got nothing on it.
Oh, it was take it easy, young man, because it's 50 overs to go.
You make a really good point though, that even though this competition is somewhat over for Glamorgan, that the amount that the leadership team and the coaching staff will learn about some of these young players if they can pick up some wins with their backs against the wall, as Holland's into Bevan and he's flashing at that one outside the off stump as well, is arguably more than when you're winning games. The old saying goes, isn't it? You win more when you're losing than when you're winning. But with some young players on the side, you will learn a lot about them if they can produce some good performances.
Robbie, those 2 shots now, somebody should be telling Tom, just cool it. You can't go flaying county bowlers, you come in, you're stepping up another ladder, aren't you? Up the ladder, quiet.
Bevan on strike, Holland in, and connects with this one. It's just a defensive punch back to Holland though, and there is no
Now
run.
you've seen him for the first time. You've seen how many overs of him? 5. Has he left anything? No.
But I like that. I think if you're gonna play in,
Yeah, but you
in
must
this day and age,
you'll get a good one in a minute, and then you know. But he plays the way you do, and as you say, that's the way he plays.
Holland over the wicket to Bevan once more, and again he tries to cut this one. This one looks a lot wider though, outside the off stump, and sort of goes through to the ankles of Ben Brown. But I do find it strange how we've seen the rise in the speed of England's 50 over side over the last 5 years or 6-7 years now it is, since 2015. Yet it hasn't really translated into the county game in terms of the way that sides go from the off. You watch England play 50 over cricket and they are going from ball 1. County sides not so much, as Bevan drives this into the offside. Doesn't beat Scott Curry at cover, and there is again no run.
But you must remember, Robbie, is look how much this 50 over competition, it is a hell of a good competition, and how it's been decimated now by the rise of the franchise competition. You know, I'm not going to start this because I'll be here until 3 o'clock. But you've got these young lads, okay, they're learning, but it's not fair that it's been decimated. I can remember the Benson and Hedges years ago. Wonderful competition.
Holland final ball of the over, and it is going to be a maiden, driven up to Nyron Donald at mid-on, who does the fielding, and it is a maiden over. So 6 gone here in Neath, 25 for 1 Glamorgan. The target is 229, so by my calculations, and thanks to the scoreboard on my right-hand side, it's 204 to win.
And what we must remember, leading on to this conversation, that England are world champions at 50 over cricket. I don't know how they'll fare next time, because nobody seems to be playing of their top players in the domestic 50 over competition, and they will probably find out to their disappointment that they might not be world champions next time, because they seem to be roundly beaten in most one-day competitions by the sides have just been here. Keith Barker then to start his 4th over, bowls, and that's played nicely. But, straight to Gubbins rather at extra cover. I think you take my point. You you can't have everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It like you said, it is a conversation that you could just have for hours.
I've never known the game so divisive, and I've been here many years. You pick up social media, as you probably do, and 100 gets slaughtered, and the county members hate it, the majority of them, the traditionalists, and then you get people, yes, you can take your families, but why play it in the month of August? Why not play 2020 in the month of August? As in comes Barker, bowls, and not timed at all. He's looking for that extra cover drive again, is Ingram, but it balloons off some part of his body. It must have been his bat or his pad. No signal, and 1 more run takes the score to 26. And that's it. We could talk, and somebody would say, but yes, look at the attendances. Well, that's all I see is 6s and cheering. Anyway, we better not go on all about that, or somebody'll have me.
Well, what I was going to say, there's a good recently on the Sports Desk podcast on BBC Sounds. There's a good conversation all about the scheduling of cricket. It's available right now. You can go and listen to that.
Barker bowls. Bevan is forward at the last minute. The ball ducking back into him, and it's fielded at short extra cover.
Interesting discussion as well around the fact that there may be too much cricket for us to be able to get excited for cricket, and I think it's similar with a lot of sport. A lot of sport is
Don't forget
continually becoming busier.
In the 80s, 90s, we had 5 competitions, and the grounds were packed. As Barker is in, bowls to Bevan. Bevan tries to drive, doesn't time it, and it goes up to mid-on. There was the just before you go and have a break, 40 over Sunday League. There's County Championship. There's Gillette 50 overs. The Benson, and they were very well attended, and nobody moaned. And off we went. But as I say, it's something that people can argue pro and against, and you won't change their minds. Barker in his fourth over, is coming in now to the right-handed Tom Bevan and bowls to him. Bevan drives nicely but straight to mid-on. So he's hit 2 firmly in this over, gone straight to fielders. What'll Barker bowl? 5 overs, 5-6 overs, and then
maybe 6 or 7, because he tries to get as many, I think, out the way as soon as possible.
Fogger.
Probably won't see him too much towards the death. You might see, if things get tight, you might see him save him 1 or 2, but generally bowls his overs at the start, as many as he can manage.
Here he is coming in, bowls at pace. Oh, that's gone into the pavilion. My word, and it hits the wall of the pavilion. A lovely pickup shot which hits the wall. 6 runs, and a couple of the Glamorgan players sitting on the balcony had to get out pretty smartish there. And it was a very, very good, lovely pickup, and have a nice break, and we'll see you on.
Thank you, I will. 197 to win. Nick Webb coming in for me.
Yeah, a lovely pickup shot that, and this shows us that Nick Webb, all we've been hearing of Tom Bevan, he's showing us today what a very exciting player he is. Had a long conversation there when you were sitting in the sun. Doing your reports, I mean, of you cannot change, because he's flashed outside the off stump, and somebody just to say, hey Tom, county bowlers, good county bowlers, first division bowlers, you can't have that all the time. Try and treat them with respect. But he'd probably say, look, I play the way I do, I get hundreds in the second team. Are they looking for the ball, I wonder? Or Colin Ingram wants a pair of gloves? What's going on here?
No, I think the ball was easily retrieved, because it went just over Dan Dowthwaite's head and he couldn't quite get a hand on it. I'm not sure if the window's still in one piece. I'll have to have a quick
Joe Cook
was it broken? Hit the brick.
Hit the brick.
There we are.
But Joe Cook had to move pretty quickly, and it flew into that wall. And the score's moved on, 32 for 1, as good a start as Glamorgan have had recently, and 20 to Bevan and 10 to Colin Ingram, who is facing the bowling of Holland, and Nick Webb will take you through it.
Ian Holland then, the second highest contributor with the bat, has also contributed with the ball. Ingram swings and misses outside off stump. Colin Ingram's hit a couple of boundaries. Bevan has had 2 4s and a 6. And Glamorgan ahead of the run rate at the moment, but a question of keeping wickets in hand through the innings, as Holland from the Oakwood Road end is into bowl to Ingram, who swings again and misses.
What's going on here?
Strike 2 in baseball terms.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan are 32 for 1 after 7, and Hampshire were 41 for 2 after 10. So hang on, boys, it's
has Ingram got a plane to catch, the Caribbean? He's off there after this game.
Yes, with Bevan going so well, you don't really need this.
Holland bowls and Ingram swings again. Yes, maybe we do need it. 1 bounce, 4 over wide, long off.
What do I know about this game? Beautiful shot, pitched up, half volley, bang. So the crowd here being entertained after the huge disappointment of Wednesday.
One would hope it would be a more competitive game either way, whichever way it goes. Lancashire strolling to victory by 9 wickets on Wednesday, and not really giving decent value for money for the supporters on that occasion. Holland to Ingram again, who gets an edge down towards third man, flies wide of slip, will just be the single. 37 for 1, as Ingram is swinging freely at the moment.
Both of them are. Well, I was saying also, Nick, there's a heck of a long way to go, but if they did manage to win this game, such a feather in the cap of Glamorgan's young players, because as we know, it's been victory after victory, undefeated for the Hampshire side.
Yes, albeit a much changed one and depleted from their first choice squad, as you were discussing with Robbie there.
Yeah.
37 for 1 as Holland bowls to Bevan, who cuts but doesn't quite manage to beat the fielder in front of us at
Albert.
backward point, Toby Albert. Saw a little bit of him with the bat, put together a stand of 45 with Gubbins, but didn't manage to kick on. Albert out for 19. And we saw a stand of 72 as the biggest of the innings between the two main contributors. Gubbins 93 and Holland 63 not out off 59, as Holland finds Bevan in some difficulty. They
don't do a Dean Elgar.
Just edged the ball down in front of him and then said to the fielders, shall I pick it up? Yes, please. 37 for 1 after 8. Glamorgan chasing 229 for victory here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, in that total, the Glamorgan bowlers, nearly all of them bowled pretty well. Douthwaite was very loose and didn't bowl at all well in his last 4. He went for 54, 2 for 54. Wheel was also rather expensive, 9 overs, 1 for 49. But credit to Prem Sisodia, 1 for 34 off his 10. Gorvin, I thought, bowled quite well, 9 overs, 2 for 41. And the off-spinning genius, Carlson, 1 for 19. I say that because he's bowling regularly now. As some people would say he should have, since he last bowled a lengthy-ish spell some years ago.
Yes, more by necessity than anything else up at Northampton, but it's worked.
Keith Barker to continue. Start his 5th over, comes in and bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Helped on its way. Not a good ball there from Barker. And Colin Ingram, who has been in very good form both for 4-day cricket and 1-day cricket this year, clips that away and he moves on to 19. And this partnership is worth 34, going along very nicely at the moment.
Yes, it's just
early days.
A little and unwelcome whiff of generator fumes coming through, which doesn't maybe react terribly well with one's luncheon.
Fumes and chips. Barker bowls, hits it away. And one of just hit the pad, goes backward of square on that leg side, and it is a leg by. See, Redfern taps a knee in earnest. Yeah,
the chips weren't quite ready when I was there, and so I had a double burger instead to fill me up.
I blame the press office, of course, for putting a generator right behind it. Should be, down here a couple of days instead of flirting away with the Welsh fire as he is. Then comes Barker. Bowls, quicker delivery, but that's he got a full edge on that, and he's going to come back, Bevans, for a second, and we'll get there. Well run. And Bevan acquitted himself well. 44 for 1. Barker's 5th, but Robbie James has told us, of course, from Hampshire, that he could well bowl 6, 7, maybe 8. Whether he doesn't like coming back, I don't know.
Well, some bowlers you find get a little bit stiff, don't they, and don't bowl effectively as in the second spell.
Barker on the wicket to the right at Bevan. Bevan cuts hard, and that's going to run away up to the cover boundary, and it is stopped just inside. That is the very damp area of the ground. We saw in the Hampshire innings, he hit in that area, it slows down a lot. Poor, it is a smell, isn't it? Fumes.
Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than this.
46 for 1. This is a very good start. Going at nearly 6 and over as Barker comes in and bowls left arm. Seaman, that's 6. Is it up? 4.
One bounce 4.
One bounce just short of another one. He's drifting down the leg side and clubbed away by Bevan. Well played, young man. He's moved on to 28 very quickly. How many balls has he faced? We'll have it up on the screen, I'm sure, in the moment. Very good shot, that we see it repeated. And entertainment, and where we are, we will come up in a minute as Barker trying to get his best out of this pitch, bowls and is dabbed away on the offside. There is no run.
That's 31 balls now for Bevan for his 28, and Ingram has faced 18 for his 19 not out, so both around about a run a ball.
And there was applause, not just for that lovely shot for 4, but also for the 50 coming up. And the partnership now is worth 43, 28 to Tom Bevan and 19 to Colin Ingram.
First change.
For Hampshire is Scott Curry.
So a tall young man of 6'5". Let's see if he gets any life out of this wicket. 21 years old. Young Hampshire seamers to back up the two that we've seen. Barker and 35 and Holland age 31. The rest of the seamers are 21 and 22 years old. Curry, Campbell and Turner. This is Curry. Bowls outside off stump, and Colin Ingram lets it go through. Plays no shot outside off stump.
So Glamorgan from here need 179 to win this game. The score they scored against Lancashire on Wednesday, 177. But it's been attacking cricket from these two.
In comes Curry, bowls to Ingram, plays it out into the offside, but there's a man on the edge of the circle at cover point, and there is no run. Two local lads in Curry, born in Poole, and Campbell, born in Portsmouth, and then John Turner, the other youngster, born in Johannesburg. You could put together a very useful side, I would imagine, of South African-born players in the championship, as Ingram knocks one away off his legs down to Albert in front of us at square leg for the single. 52 for one.
This of course is the last over the power play, but Ingram and Bevan are going along so nicely at the moment that they won't worry too much about are we up with the rate or whatever, because the rate is just 4.5 at the moment. They're up to 5 7/8 or something like that.
51 for one in the 10th. 3 balls left of this first power play as Curry bowls to Bevan, who drives nicely and is beaten mid-off all along the ground, scorching up to the Oakwood road end.
Oh my word.
Elegant off drive from young Tom Bevan.
Oh my word, what a shot.
Who's making the most of this opportunity, and we'll now got another game at Worcester on Tuesday as Glamorgan rounded off. Bevan this time leg glances, but it's straight to short fine leg up in the circle. No run. 55 for one. Bevan has 32 of them, which is his highest score in the first team. Got centuries in several formats in the second 11 to earn this first team call up. Bit of sunshine illuminating the knoll as Curry's into bowl. Bevan pulls. He's placed that one nicely. It may well run away for 4. It does so. There is a man on the ropes at square leg, but he pulled round on that and deliberately hit it backward of square, and away it went for another boundary. 59 for one. Bevan has 36, and that is the end of the first power play. In other words, the fielding restrictions, which it's strange, isn't it, because there's a bit less pressure on the batters, even with the fielders out. There's more room to knock singles around and keep the run rate ticking over.
Umpire Sue Redfern is signalling that that's the end of the first batch of power plays.
Yes, we do know.
59 for 1.
There we are. Superfluous announcements incorporated. 59 for one. The Glamorgan flag over the scoreboard is fluttering out in a healthy breeze at the moment.
It's southwest breeze, and good weather coming from. Barker will continue. He's into his 6th over, and he's bowling to Colin Ingram. The field is set rather more wide as it was, and the first ball is dabbed away, and it's fielded by Curry backward. We got a third man, deep extra cover. The outriders on the offside. On the onside, fine leg, and just looking. The trouble when the spectators on the in front of the there is a fielder at mid wicket, and those are the outriders, 4 of them. In comes Barker and bowls, and that's just nurdled away, but straight to the fielder again. Barker seems to have just lost the pace he had at the beginning of his spell, but again, the white ball doesn't last long, as we all know. And secondly, I think the pitch had just gone and asked for expert advice from the players' balcony now after I finish my stint, see what they think. Here's the next ball, slow delivery, which is pushed up to mid-off. Anything that is pitched up, I know, and you know, Nick, that I was just going to say this, Ingram will go for it, but one of the straight fielders mid-on has gone back to the long-on boundary. Anything pitched up this side will either go through extra cover on the ground or in the air from Ingram. Barker is in, bowls, and Ingram just watches it onto the bat and plays it gently away into the offside. 59 for 1, the only wicket to fall. Chris Cook was caught behind by Brown off the bowling of Holland without scoring. But since then, that was 7 for 1. These two have really played some excellent, especially Bevan, some excellent attacking cricket.
You ought to add brackets no relation every time you mention him.
I have said it, and people will be very tired of hearing it. Wish I could play it like him. Barker bowls, and this is a nice looking shot there, but straight out to mid-wicket by Ingram. They got through for a single. I don't think I'd have played that straight drive he struck in the last over. That was one of the best shots I've seen for some time. Played at this ground many years. And, it was always a pleasure to play here because the pitch was always good, and there was a very good welcome. Convivial evening would be had. Keith Barker coming into the right-handed Bevan, bowls to him. Bevan drives nicely, but there's a very good bit of fielding there at extra cover. That was destined for the boundary, although mid-off. That's the end of another over. Just a single off that.
Which league would you have played in when you played here then?
South Wales Cricket Association, as it was. There was no East and West then, Nick, no. So yeah, it was a very competitive league because you'd always get on a Saturday somebody playing either for you or for against you from Glamorgan.
Yeah.
And it was a very good league, and well, it's all changed now. Well, that's divisive too, because some people said, I wish it was the same as it was. East and West played in their own leagues. I think it was the 3 Counties League. I don't know. Lewis plays in. Is the 3 Counties League still going up in your area?
Don't think so.
Lydney and that lot.
Don't think there's any cross-border league stuff as far as I know. As Ingram plays that one defensively, it popped a little bit from Kerry.
Steve James was with us now, he would tell us, of course. Lydney boy.
Now, as far as I know, it's the South Wales Premier League and then South West and South East beneath it, and of course North Wales Premier League as well for our friends Anagogles. 60 for 1, 12th over. Curry to Ingram, who slashes and misses. He's missed quite a few times outside the
I don't think it's
stump.
Really coming onto the bat, and we mentioned that in the Hampshire. It seems to have slowed down. Say after this stint, I want to have a little wander over and see if a few of the lads would agree.
Yeah, I think you have to work for your runs on this wicket.
Agreed.
I think the rain earlier in the week has probably affected it. Curry bowls. Ingram forces just past point, who gets a fingertip on it. There is a sweeper on that side of the ground, so it's just a single. 61 for 1. You're on BBC Sport Online.
Final game on Tuesday, of course, for Glamorgan. Final game of the competition.
Hampshire will, in all probability, not be the final game of the competition on Tuesday, even if they were to go down here. Curry bowls and Bevan smashes that one towards mid-wicket. Has that just cleared the ropes? The spectators say it has. What will umpire White say? Wait for the word from the fielder on the boundary. 6 given. 67 for 1.
What a magnificent shot again. I thought the spectator might have just put his hand, the Morgan supporter there, but It just cleared, confirmed by the boundary man. And there's another man going out there now. So we've got a mid-wicket and a man just backward of square.
Curry bowls again. Bevan works it on the leg side. Intelligent cricket. Got the boundary, just dropped the next one to short mid-wicket. There is no short mid-wicket, and wander through, rotate the strike. 68 for 1.
Then that's the long boundary in this ground. I suspect had he been batting this end, then that would have cleared everything and landed up in the tennis courts behind us.
Slightly the longer of the two boundaries towards the rugby ground. It's the next ball from Curry is chopped away by Ingram. He may well be able to come back for the second run, playing it down to a wide-ish third man position. The numberless Campbell does the fielding, and they are indeed through for 2. So a profitable over for Glamorgan as they move on to 70 for 1 after 12, chasing 229 to win, but they will need to keep wickets in hand because it hasn't always been easy to get yourself in on this pitch. So Hampshire had just really the two main contributors of Gubbins 93, Holland 63 not out, and apart from that no one else got to 20, as it is Jack Campbell, numberless, born in Portsmouth, and he will run in from the David Road end after a couple of practice balls. Another left armour.
Whereas Gubbins was the sheet anchor in the Hampshire side, there's been no sort of sheet anchor here. It's been shots from the word go between these two, especially Bevan. It isn't often that Colin Ingram is some 18 runs and 17 runs behind his partner. Here's Campbell coming in, bowls left arm over, hurries on to Bevan, who defends away to the offside. 43 to Tom Bevan, 24 to Colin Ingram, the man out Chris Cook without scoring. And this partnership, very useful. It's put on 63 in about 9-10 overs, Nick. Because I think he was out in the third, wasn't he?
Second,
was it? Campbell bowls, he's pushed away. Oh, this could be. Well, if that had hit, Mr. Bevan would have been on his way.
He'd come just a bit too far down, hadn't he, and Ingram rightly overruling him. There wasn't a run there. England are being over something, overwhelmed, I think. 142 for 7.
3-day test. 19
runs behind. Broad gone for 35 off 29 balls.
I do feel sorry if your family's thinking of going tomorrow, you know, little treat for the year, and the game is all over.
Stokes is there, 17 not out still, so up for him to do with both of them. Who's going to play Graham Dilley and so on?
1983, yeah.
Chilly old, Chris Old.
Yeah, watched that a few times. Welshman was an umpire there, now how about that? Name him.
So that's turned on the leg side for a single. 71 for 1. That been Evans?
Well done. Yeah, former Glamorgan wicketkeeper.
David Evans?
David Evans, one of the nicest men in the world. Yes, he was umpire that day.
So a bit of a job to do for these young Hampshire seamers now to try and take a few wickets and get this game back on track for the unbeaten visitors.
He's quite rapid, isn't he, this young lad?
Campbell bowls and Ingram plays to square leg, goes through for a single. 72 for 1 in this 13th over. So 3 wickets for Nortje, 2 to Maharaj, 1 apiece to the opening bowlers for South Africa, Rabada and Ngidi.
Didn't Mr. Root get any again?
6. We have to have a look at Hampshire's rivals in the table.
In comes the next ball, and that's played away on the onside. They'll go for a single, even though Curry's onto it rather quickly. And that is the end of his first over. Time for me to have a break Glamorgan going very well at the moment. They need 2-2-9 to win. And they're 73 for 1 after 13 overs, 45 to Tom Bevan, and 25 to the other batsman, Colin Ingram, as Robbie James comes back to join Nick.
Yep. Need you back in about 20 minutes, Edward, because I've got a bulletin at the top of the hour, so
No probs.
don't go too far. As Edward passes the headphones over to Robbie, and the first ball of the next over has hit Tom Bevan, and he is down. Now, did that hit him on the top of the chest or on the grill? He'll need a physio check-up. He's up on his feet straight away. I presume he'll need a physio check-up. There's that one from Curry, really spat at him, and as we see the replay on the video stream, might have been glove and chest that it whacked into rather than the helmet, but it certainly floored him for a moment.
Yeah, it went down. I think initial shock, really, wasn't it? It went down pretty quickly.
As Curry steams in again, bowls, and Bevan drives slightly uppishly back past the bowler, who can't get a hand to it, and they'll take a single up to Turner at mid-on.
I've had a bad half hour, Nick. I've not watched it. I've not watched much of the cricket, if I'm honest with you.
Oh dear, have they run out of chips again?
It's been emotional. Well, no, I got my food. I went and got my food.
Right.
And then I realised for the second time today, I realised I'd done something stupid. I didn't realise Ian Holland's nickname.
As Curry comes into Ingram, and he's hit that down into the ground, bounces up, just about squeezes past backward point, and strangely they decide not to come back for a second run.
And there's no parking on the ground here, is there? So I went and parked. I went and parked in town next to the sort of multi-storey car park. It's only £3.80 for a day. It's brilliant. Yeah. And I remembered that I forgot to actually pay for that £3.80. So I went over to my car with my chips in hand, scrambling, and
you've been stickered.
There was the yellow sticker.
Oh, bad luck. Bevan pulls it away on the onside, and they'll take a single. 76 for 1 as Bevan moves on to 47, approaching his first half century in the first team. Oh, my commiserations.
Yeah, and then when I did actually try and then pay for parking, the machine wouldn't work. So double whammy. So I had to actually re-stick my parking ticket back on the windscreen, which is sad.
Ingram pulls, maybe caught. No, he's cleared the field here at backward square, and it's gone for 6. Albert making good ground around the boundary in front of us, but just went a metre or so over his head on the short side of the ground. And Glamorgan move on to 82 for 1.
Oh, you saw he just looking at his bat there, Ingram, just got high on the splice of the bat. Didn't get all of it at all. It's a short boundary, so if you get much of it, it will go for 6.
Ingram to 32. Pulls again, hit on the pad. Appeal for LBW not given by Rob White. My commiserations. He'll have to find an inventive way of putting that on the BBC Solent expenses.
Yes, that is not going to happen, is it? So I will. That's right. These things happen, eh? But I didn't really watch any of the cricket for that reason, because I was faffing around. Then I ran back, eating my chips in one hand and my khaki in the other, and now I'm here. So there's not much to update.
There we are. Well, you saw that you were on there with the first wicket, well, the only wicket, and since then we've seen Bevan and Ingram playing pretty nicely, really. Bevan's hit a couple of 6s. Ingram has hit that one just now, and they've got ahead of the run rate.
Jack Campbell then to bowl from our left-hand side, the leisure centre end. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Bevan now, and that's nicely driven from Bevan up to Gubbins at mid-off, who does the fielding.
For those of you just joining us, Ian Holland contributing with both bat and ball, 63 not out, and a nice opening spell of 1 for 15 in 4 overs. Keith Barker a little bit more expensive, 35 off his 6, and Curry now 28 off 3, so Hampshire need to put the brakes on.
Bevan facing to Campbell, and he's on the back foot and prodding it into the offside.
And I suspect we've got to the stage, 147 needed, 35 and a bit overs, around about 4 runs and overs still that Hampshire need to bowl Glamorgan out, I would suggest, to win this match now.
Yep. Yep, they've bowled a few sides out in this competition so far, and they've done a few of it pretty late on as well. I'm going to have to try and do the same thing. Bevan facing up to Campbell, and he helps that on its way down towards fine leg, and it just bobbles a little bit on Ian Holland, but he does the fielding, gets his face out the way as well, and they come through for a single. 83 for 1, 146 runs required, and Hampshire, yeah, like you said, they're going to have to get some wickets pretty quick if they fancy staying in this game. They've done it so far in this competition. To try and do it again, Jack Campbell has been one of the real forces behind those wickets. On the back foot is Ingram, and there is no run. Jack Campbell just walking back to his mark. Tall figure, he's got shaved sides, slightly longer on the top pair. That sort of tubey grip on his, it's got taped up on his left elbow. You get some tennis elbow, got that all taped up, and a little bit of zinc for good measure as well. That's not the real colour of his nose, I promise. As he runs in, he also needs a longer pair of trousers, does Jack Campbell. He bowls now to Ingram, who's helping that off his hip, out to the fielder, that deep square leg, and they come through for a single. 84 for 1 in the 15th over. What is it with fast bowlers and having trousers that are too short for them?
Well, he must be maybe not the 6'5" of Curry, but he must be 6'3", 6'4" estimate. He's not listed in Playfair, so I'm going to look it up there. Let's see if he's listed anywhere.
Certainly tall enough. Try and maybe cramp up Bevan here. Here he is over the wicket, and Bevan pulling that for 6. Straight into the pavilion. And what a way to go to his maiden list day 50 for Glamorgan. Shakes hands with Colin Ingram, and the crowd here applaud, and what a way to get to it. Was a little bit of a half tracker from Jack Campbell, but he helped it on its way over the boundary for 6, and he moves to 54, 90 for 1 after 15.
5 fours and 3 sixes.
There we are, better than a runner ball. 49 balls, 5 fours, 3 sixes, as you probably heard over the PA. And, well, what a time for young Tom Bevan, really, to show why he's burst his way into the first team, as Hampshire will shuffle their attack again.
Yeah, what I have seen of Bevan, he's been excellent. Real intent, really good on that pull shot as well, actually. Anything short, he's pulled away, and good drive on him as well. Looks like he's got a good technique, good prospect.
As Campbell bowls, and that's forced away on the offside by Ingram for a single. Turner, rather. Getting my young Hampshire seamers in a muddle. John Turner is the 5th bowler used, and we're only in the 16th over, so that shows you that the batsmen have been in the ascendancy. I believe this is Bevan's 5th innings for Glamorgan's first team, and the first time that he's really got going. 20-odd highest score in the T20, as Bevan plays one to mid-on, and there's no run. But well, the young man can celebrate. There's a game to be won here, and although Glamorgan have made an excellent start, it's not the sort of pitch that you can take things for granted on should they lose a couple of wickets. As Turner runs from the Oakwood Road end and bowls to Bevan, who drives nicely to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, he's got a nice technique on him, good high elbow on that drive. Side in a good position. I was saying to Ed earlier, like, you learn so much about young players when it's backs against the wall, you're playing top of the table, lost 4 on the bounce, and if you can put in a match-winning performance with the ball or with the bat, whatever it might be, coaches and leadership teams learn a lot about you.
Next delivery, has hit him again, possibly somewhere amidships, as he looks to turn it on the leg side, but nothing too painful by the look of it. Yes, he didn't seem to come through smoothly through the system, Tom Bevan. It's back in the second 11. He was in the academy, but 22, 23 years old. It hasn't been quite the smooth path through, but he certainly fought his way back, and in threatening this summer. 91 for 1. Bevan on 54, off an inside edge rather into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. Let's see how Hampshire's rivals are doing. Well, Essex were in third place at the start of the day. They made 279 for 9 off their 50 at Worcester, and Worcestershire are 57 for 1 in the 10th over in reply. So that game could go either way. Play and a miss from Bevan outside off stump. As for Lancashire, well, I'm afraid, as far as Hampshire listeners are concerned, they've made an excellent start to their pursuit of an improbable 371 at Blackpool, because Lancashire 118 for no wicket off just 14 overs. So Hampshire supporters will be hoping the Northants bowlers do them a few favours. Luke Wells going bananas. 79 off 48 balls, including 4 sixes.
Must be a flat pitch at Blackpool.
Sounds like it.
Well, Hampshire need wickets here to try and keep a hold of that top spot in the One Day Cup. Here is Jack Campbell in once more to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's pushing the ball straight back to him. Just wonder if Hampshire can just look to take a little more pace off the ball. Saw a lot of success for Glamorgan when pace was off the ball. Spinners bob well, and likes of, who else was it? We saw Joe Cook as well, bowling just that a little slower, and it's just holding in the surface a little bit. Seemingly when you put pace on the ball, it does sit up a little bit. As that wraps Ingram on the pads, does it? Or did he get some bat on that down towards fine leg? Let's see what Sue Redfern signals. She signals nothing. So off the bat, 92 for 1. 137 runs required if you are just joining us. Hampshire managing 228 for 9 from their 50 overs. Largely thanks to Nick Gubbins, 93 from 124 balls. Holland, 63 not out from 59 at the back end of the innings. And Bevan on strike now. He's past 50, and he's beaten outside the off stump by Jack Campbell, who runs through and just has a little half pause and stare, and it was always a good one. go across him. Left arm bowler bowling over the wicket to a right-handed batter.
Yep, good ball, says Bevan, but I'm still here. Tough luck.
Played really well. At the other end, the experience of someone like Colin Ingram, no doubt helping. He has 35 to his name. Campbell in, and he chips this in the air momentarily, but falls safe and short of Keith Barker, who's wrong-footed, and does quite well to pick it up with his left hand, and they scamper through for a single. One more to the total. An initial heart-in-mouth moment for Tom Bevan, but he lives to fight another day as the cloud continues to make its way across the ground from left to right here at Neath, coming from the southwest as we look to our left. Fair amount of blue sky shining down here on the One Day Cup match, and Ingram plays that off his hip out in towards the leg side. He'll think about coming back for 2, but Aaron Donald does the fielding out there towards the rugby club, and they come through for a single. 95 for 1.
It's interesting, these fumes, aren't they, at the moment?
I tell you what,
it's not great for after lunch.
Yes, it's been something today, isn't it? Smells of generators, sounds of generators. Jack Campbell in, short, pulled straight to the field, and no, bounces once in front of Toby Albert. Was again momentarily in the air as my notes once again go flying. But they come through for a single. So 17 overs gone then, and Glamorgan move on to 95 for 1. Tom Bevan has 56, Colin Ingram has 36, and they need 134 runs to bag their 3rd win in this competition. A few spectators around to our left-hand side, mulling around now in the sort of mid-afternoon sunshine. It's the nap phase of the afternoon, isn't it? You've had your excitement of the morning, then you've had your food, and now it's time for a little snooze maybe.
Next over from Turner, finds Bevan driving into the offside, fielded by Gubbins at cover, and there's no run. I've got memories of Nick Gubbins in his Middlesex days came into the commentary box when I was working with Kevin Hand from BBC London, and Gubbins and Nathan Souter came into the commentary box. There's turn of balls, chipped over mid-on by Bevan. Will that one run away for 4? Just about got the legs on it. Not timed perfectly, but with mid-on up in the circle, it was safe enough and runs away for the boundary, 99 for 1. And Nick Gubbins and Nathan Souter were enjoying the commentary so much that Kevin and I went and had a coffee at the back of the box at one point and left them to it. Not sure it's an entirely neutral commentary, but they seem to be enjoying themselves anyway. Bevan moves on to 60. He's enjoying himself. That's short of a length. Hammered over mid-wicket for 4 more. Mid-wicket up in the circle. Bevan latching onto it and sent it away, racing away over towards the rugby ground. Glamorgan's century up, 103 for 1. Bevan has 64 of them.
Excellent from Bevan. If you drop your length fractionally short on this pitch, we've not seen any success for the seamers from bowling short, so just missing his length, I assume that's unintentional from John Turner. Sits up, and it's easy pickings for Bevan, who looks good.
Next delivery, chops down towards gully, and there's no run this time.
Funny you mentioned Nick Gubbins. He's spoken to him quite a bit recently with him and his having the captaincy, and he's a good man to chat to, and I don't think I've met too many people who look you quite so directly in the eye when they're talking to you. It's almost quite unnerving.
Yeah,
it's good. It's a good thing, but when he's chatting to you, he is most certainly chatting to you.
Good. It's better than looking up to the sky and scratching your nose and whatever as Bevan drives to mid-on and there's no run. It's an interesting point, isn't it, that I mean, I do it myself. You don't particularly hold eye contact during the course of a conversation. Nor
a cricket commentary, I mean. Otherwise
no.
This would get very awkward.
Turner is in. Bowls, Bevan square cuts. That's 4 more, I think. Barker might get to it. Barker doesn't get to it. Running around the third man boundary, and this is turning into a real occasion to relish for young Tom Bevan as he moves on to 68, 107 for 1. I interviewed the South African rugby legend Brian Habana once, and it was quite a long interview because he talks at some length, and he just looks you absolutely dead straight in the eye throughout, and he's got a big grin on his face for most of the time as well, so you feel slightly tired out by the end of a chat with Brian Habana, but no, it seemed a nice guy in my brief conversation with him. Doing quite a bit of media these days.
Certainly is, yeah. Not far away from the rugby season, and the rugby club being in action over the next couple of weeks. Here is Jack Campbell in once more to Colin Ingram. Bowls, and on the back foot is Ingram and steers it into the onside. There's no run, playing second fiddle to the youngster Tom Bevan. 36 from 41 balls for Colin Ingram so far. Bevan 68 from 63, and that run rate coming down now. Started at a little over 4.5 and over, now down to 3.8 and over required for Glamorgan. Hampshire need wickets, they need to change something. Will Jack Campbell be able to produce some magic? Here he is, bowling to Ingram, who's crosses stumps, whipping that into the leg side, and an Aaron Donald runs around to his right hand side, can't prevent the 2, they'll come back, and it was a good bit of fielding from an Aaron Donald out on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and they come through for a couple. 109 for 1. Ingram on to 38.
Yeah, Bevan was fairly peripheral figure at second 11 level last year. Only played 2 of the 3 or 4 day matches they played out of 7 or 8.
Ingram on strike, bowls, and that's nudged into the onside. No run.
So he really has come back into things this season. A volley of runs in the second, so he's not listed in first team squad in the Glamorgan yearbook or in the Playfair Cricket Annual. He has forced his way back in.
Looks pretty content with himself, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Ingram on strike and Campbell's in, and again that finds the fielder at mid-wicket. That is Tom Preston. There is no run. 120 exactly needed for Glamorgan. Felix Organ is on the field. late change for Hampshire pre the toss, so clearly nothing wrong with Felix Organ as he is on the field, standing there at mid-off, just trying to see who's on the field for, not too sure who. Here's Campbell anyway, over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who plays it again to Tom Preston. Again, there is no run.
It's probably just one of those changes of boots that the seamers seem to love. Fielding and bowling in a different length spikes.
It's Barker. So I'm sure you're right. Glamorgan players to our right-hand side, looking pretty content, sitting on their benches, on the balcony of the changing rooms at the pavilion, and that cut away. Good bit of fielding from Toby Albert at point, diving away to his right-hand side. That would have been 4, I'm pretty sure. Hit that really well, Colin Ingram, as it was a dot ball, and it's the end of the over, and the ball's thrown rather wildly back to umpire Sue Redfern. End of the over then. 19 gone. I think you're going to make way, Nico.
Yep, Edward's been having a lengthy conversation with members of the side. Not sure you can repeat any of it, but 109 for 1. Glamorgan going well.
120 further runs required then for Glamorgan. Bevan has 68, and Ingram has 38. John Turner in to start a new over as that's punched hard up to Ian Holland at mid-off, and there is no run. Welcome back, Ed Bevan.
Yes, thank you, Robbie. Yes.
Your namesake's going well.
Fabulous innings, really, isn't he, for a young boy coming in and inhibited.
Was there anything repeatable from your conversation that was going on?
No, I just had a chat with Tom Cullen.
Pulled away in the onside, and Aaron Donald's going to have to run around to his right-hand side to do the fielding, and he does well to prevent a second. Throws it in on the full to Ben Brown, 110 for 1. Yeah,
we were just talking, saying it's a pity Glamorgan hadn't won one more game, and then they'd have been in contention. You know, for an outside, well, you win, they win, that win, but I'm afraid it's gone. And a shame, because they're showing here how they can play.
Ingram on strike, round the wicket comes. Oh, John Turner, as that's whipped into the onside. It was aerial to the left of mid-wicket, but it runs away to the boundary for 4. And if that had just been maybe just a metre or so to the right, further right of Tom Press, then that would have been a fairly simple catch. But as it is, 4 more to the total, 114 for 1.
Yes, and I think the lack of a spinner is telling here, Robbie, for Hampshire, don't you? Because it's much of a muchness, isn't it?
Yep.
Same pace. Wicket looks good.
No Felix Organ in the side, despite the fact he's on the field. Here goes Ingram trying to swipe this down the ground. He doesn't get much of it, but he gets enough of it that's going to go for 4. Out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, again to the left-hand side of Tom Prest, who's in the circle at mid-wicket. And it can't be cut off by the fielder running around to his right-hand side at deep square leg either. So 4 more to the total, consecutive boundaries for Colin Ingram, consecutive boundaries into that deep mid-wicket region, and he is now raced on to 46. And they are more than halfway now. Glamorgan 111 to win. Ingram on strike. And that's shorter from Turner, and he
was thinking
tries to pull that into the onside with a bit of pace, but then sort of dead bats it really, and it trickles into the onside.
Yes,
no
you soon, if you're in good nick like these two, you soon get used to 5 medium paces, because nobody's really quick, and it's practice for you, because the next one will come along, yeah, same sort of thing. But if you get a left arm spinner or a leggy or an off spin ball, it's totally different.
Ingram on strike as he tries to pull this one again into the onside, but it was just scuffed and up to mid wicket, and it's called a no ball. So we're going to have
watch out here,
a free hit. This has been expensive over already. 9 from it, 10 from it now.
The ball now.
It's coming our direction, isn't it? Short boundary to,
well, if he middles it, it will.
The left-handers onside, where we are at deep backwards square leg. I fancy if he does connect with that ball shot, it's going to go in front of square, but you never know. If it's too straight from John Turner, we could well be in action here. Here he is then with the free hit. It's a full toss, edged and well saved by Ben Brown. Excellent diving stop,
wasn't it?
To his left-hand side, and as it is, John Turner gets away from it. Expensive over though, 11 coming from it, and Glamorgan need 109 to win. They're 120 for 1 from 20 overs.
Yes, and if they do get to their target, which, well, they should get it, but you never know, of course. Collapse and everything could happen, but the people here today have turned out extremely well. Very good attendance, because I mentioned that people around this area don't see much of Glamorgan cricket. They are really appreciating this, and if you get your home side winning, you appreciate it a bit more. As we start a new over, and it will be
Campbell,
the tall figure of John Campbell, coming in and bowls. And that is coming towards us. It's first, second bounce for. Safe enough. I think if he'd middle that would have been straight at us, but no inhibitions at all. And young Bevan has moved. You look at the scoreboard, he's on 50, he's on 73 now. 124 for one, and everything, it seems, is just going to the boundary.
And it's a mixture of playing well and being in form, and also this just makes the toss look better and better to have won by Glamorgan.
In comes Campbell, and that's played defensively. A ball hurries on to him, and this is absolute replica of the game here on against Lancashire. Glamorgan 177, Lancashire 180 for one.
Yeah.
So you win the toss, you've got a good chance of winning the match.
The pitch, it just looks so much easier to bat, doesn't it? All of a sudden, ball just coming onto the bat, doesn't look, there's this boundary suddenly in a lot of danger on this short side. Hampshire never really made use of this short boundary.
In comes the next ball, and that's driven nicely all along the ground, out to mid-on, and it's fielded there by
Felix Organ. Substitute
on his
fielder.
12th man,
yeah,
for
Keith Barker, I believe, unless Keith Barker's come back on the pitch, which he hasn't.
Well, was Organ injured or what?
No, I think it was a tactical.
Was it?
Extra seam, I believe.
It's not a green anymore. There's in comes Campbell, bowls, and that's going over the pavilion for 6 more. Picked it off his legs. I didn't think he really middled it, for my word. Off it went like a bullet, and that's either his 4th or his 5th six. Absolute carnage at the moment, and such a surprise to everyone, I'm sure. And the score mounts to 130 for one.
6th for Tom Bevan. And moves on to 5th.
Well, he's everybody's suffering. In comes the next ball, and that's played nicely away back to a Yorker delivery, backward of square.
Correction.
The offside.
Correction. No, 4th.
4th, was it?
My scorecard updated quicker than I expected it to.
4th, 6. And all hit in the same area.
Yep.
Square on the onside.
And they've been smart, and conversely to that, Hampshire they have bowled too short too often.
I think the shot was that pickup off Barker, which hit the pavilion wall.
Yeah.
In comes Campbell, bowls, and that's pulled away down to the man who's placed on that fine leg boundary, and it's just a single. Ian Holland returning it.
And you see, when you're in this position, just the freedom for the likes of Tom Bevan now to try and swing things away onto that leg side. They're 131 for one, they only need 98 more to win. And suddenly that short boundary just becomes ever more appealing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To just have a go. And Hampshire,
well, they know, as I mentioned, Roy, they know how pace of the ball, and you know that if you go, still no spinner.
No, Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, the only real options for Hampshire, but they're going to go back to Ian Holland, who was
the only wicket
taker. He was pretty successful, in fairness, in his opening spell. He bowled from that end, and he bowled 4 overs, 1 for 15. So he's been the most economical bowler, and Gubbins is going to need to try and force something here for Hampshire. They need wickets, and they need them badly, and Ian Holland just playing around with his field a little bit. Jack Campbell down at fine leg, he's just getting to go a little squarer, and Bevan's going to face up to Ian Holland now, over the wicket, bowls and down the leg side, and it's going to be called a wide, and Hampshire can't afford too many extras to go onto the total. Meanwhile, there's been a result at Lord's, and South Africa have beaten England in the first test match, first of 3 test matches, by an innings and 12 runs. England all out for 149 in that second innings.
So that is a victory in 2.5 days of actual cricket, isn't it? Because the first day they only bowled about 30 overs. Well, that's poor. That's very, very poor.
It's bad luck if you have a ticket for tomorrow or Sunday. Cut away from Bevan, doesn't pass the fielder at point. There is no run.
You know, if you're a little kid and your dad's promised you to go to the Lord's Test for the first time, and all of a sudden he's got to turn around and say, "Sorry, son, it's all over. We shan't be going." Desperate. Desperate. Should be some inquests. No, I would have thought, well, Crawley surely can't stay in this side.
Bevan on strike here at Neath. He has 80 to his name, and he is edging that one from Ian Holland down to Felix Organ at third man.
I think might have been deliberate, that. Just put his bat down on it. So,
I was going to sneeze.
Well, in Ingram now is just 4 away from his 50.
And he's played the... It's not often Colin Ingram's playing the...
Absolutely.
Supporting role. 46 from 51 balls, and Ian Holland's going to come round the wicket to him. He has a deep backward square leg in place, fine leg, third man, and a fielder out on the deep cover boundary. Mid off and mid on are both up. So Ian Holland round the wicket now, bowls, and that's back of a length and cut into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. 134 for 1. Oh, I don't quite understand Ian Holland bowling to the left-hander with this short leg side boundary, and he's bowling to a field, which means that he's going to bowl short, and that's where the shortest boundary is. The shortest dimension is to the leg side, and he's going to bowl short. You would have thought he might want to maybe just pitch the ball up and put mid off and mid on back. Here he is over the wicket, bowling to Tom Bevan, who's prodding it into the offside, and there is no run. 95 required for Glamorgan.
Yeah, and they're going at this rate, and if they're successful, we're talking about 20 past 5 finish. But always something can happen in this game.
Bevan on strike. Ian Holland over the wicket, bowls, and that's driven nicely out to the fielder. In front of us, to our right hand side, Toby Albert on the deep cover boundary, and they pick up a single. 135 for 1. Colin Ingram back on strike. The sun comes out once more. It's been sun in, sun out, sun in, sun out throughout the day. Wind up, wind down.
It's quite pleasant, isn't it, really?
Very pleasant.
And somebody will be glad of looking at their phones at the moment and seeing this score will be Lancashire, I would have thought.
I'll bring you up to date with the Lancashire score in just a second, as you can see Ian Holland just trying to wave Felix Organ at fine leg to go a little squarer. So that shorter boundary in front of us. Here he is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram, who's chipping that in the air. Chance of a catch, no. In between the fielders at mid-on, mid-off and long on. It was Scott Curry who had to backtrack and go slightly to his left-hand side, and in truth that was always just out of his grasp, and he was never going to be able to take the catch. They come back for a second. 2 more to the total. Glamorgan 137 for 1. 22 overs gone, 92 required, and the players are going to take drinks, are they? No, just a couple of drinks for the batters.
And Keith Barker has just reappeared. He's just run out to the field. And I suspect they might want him to bowl in at the moment, because nothing else seems to be happening.
Meanwhile, in that Lancashire game, Lancashire 162 for 1 in the 20th over, chasing 371 to win. So 209 needed from 30 overs for Lancashire.
And Nick Gubbins is going to have a bowl. I'm sure you'll tell me what he bowls. There's always a bit of twirl, isn't it? Leg spin. Well, I hope he pitches it properly. He's
a brave man bowling from that
to the short boundary, because
side.
He might just, if he pitches it short, he'll be diving for cover here.
It's got an interesting action. You'll like this. You'll enjoy this action.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. Gubbins then from the leisure end. Oh, I thought it might. This has gone over the pavilion, or into it. Absolute half-tracker, shocking delivery, really. And it's flown past the pavilion for 6. As I say, he near his 12 runs short of 100 is Tom Bevan. And the score's gone on to 143. Yeah, it's a funny action, but dreadful delivery. Here he is again, and bowls, and this is driven all along the ground up towards long on, and he'll get a single. Nice high action, as you say.
Yeah, even more means that if you do drag your length back as a leg spinner, even if you've got a tall action, it just means it sits up even more. And now he's got a bowl to the left-handed Ingram as well.
Yeah, they may be in trouble over there if he doesn't pitch it. Ingram, meanwhile, needs just a single for yet another 50. He's played so well in this competition. Back it comes, and Ingram watches it carefully onto the bat and dabs it in front of him, and there's no run. So Glamorgan at 144 for 1. As in comes Gubbins, bowled, quicker delivery, tapped away on the onside for a single. That is Colin Ingram, who's been batting so well in this competition. Reaches his 50. He's played second fiddle, and as you say, not many people do that to Colin Ingram. The sun has gone on to the television. I'm trying to get his details.
50 from 55 balls.
Yeah, so he hasn't been idle either. In comes the next ball. That's driven nicely down towards long on for a single. So already we've had 8 runs of this over.
Yeah, and Felix Organ is still on the pitch, but frustrating thing of when you've got a spinner on the pitch but he can't bowl.
Here's the next ball, reverse swept for 4. Beautiful shot. So thank you, Nick Gubbins. He's played magnificently. That's all I can describe this young
Colin
man.
Ingram's 50 came off 55 balls with 6 fours and 1 6.
So we heard that, 6 fours and 1 6.
Yeah. And 150 is up. And what's the equation now? Is 79 to win.
Run rate under 3 and over. Not that it was ever, not that the run rate was ever really going to be a problem.
It was only, what was it, 4.5 to start?
4.5, yeah. But Hampshire desperately, they need
1 or 2 straight away.
Well, they need 4 or 5 ideally. Get themselves back into this game. Not impossible.
So
and they
nothing's
have
impossible
come
in this
back
game.
from all sorts of positions so far in this tournament. As Ian Holland is in over the wicket to Bevan, who is on the back foot pushing that into the offside, and there is no run. Scott Curry getting warmed up at mid-on. Yeah, Hampshire have come back from some real down. They've not really actually. They've been in every game they've won this year. They've pretty much in this competition. They've been in a losing position. They're certainly in a especially big hole now, but they have been the comeback kings so far this year. As that's pushed into the offside and finds Nick Gubbins at extra cover. What will he be thinking, the Hampshire captain, right now? Thinking about who he can bowl, where he can put some fielders, try and not only stem the flow of runs but take some wickets and take them quickly.
And eventually had to bowl himself because, as I said, medium pace on a good pitch. You're used to every ball.
Bevan on strike, facing up to Holland, and he's on the back foot, playing that defensively into the onside, showing some good maturity. There's young Tom Bevan, 90 from 81 balls.
Healthy partnership this. What is it, 143 for the second wicket.
Hampshire, there's a lot of hands on hips out there for Hampshire. As Bevan's on strike now, Ian Holland over the wicket, bowls, and that's short, pulled away into the long, leg side. That's going to go for 4, is it? Yes, it is. No fielder behind square on the leg side, other than Fine Leg, who can't run around to his left-hand side to cut that off. So now Tom Bevan moves to within 6 of a maiden list A century. 94 to his name, 154 for 1 in the 24th over. They need just 75 runs to win. Ian Holland, penultimate ball of the over, bowls and tucks up Bevan a little bit, tries to push it out into the offside, but doesn't get much on it, and there's no run.
Well, you mentioned showing maturity. What he has been is selective. He had at the start of his innings, probably nerves more than anything. He was flying outside the off stump, but he got over that and then has been selective and played superbly.
Ian Holland in once more then. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and like you said, selective, forward in defence, solid from Tom Bevan. He has 94 to his name. Colin Ingram has 54, 154 for one, and just 75 more needed now for Glamorgan. A few more words from Edward Bevan, and then I'm going to make way for Nick Webb.
This innings takes me back many, many years when the current Glamorgan coach, Matthew Maynard, was an 18-year-old making his debut in a championship match. You may have heard the story before, when he was up in the 80s, high 80s, and then a chap by the name of Phil Carrick, slow left-arm bowler from Yorkshire, bowled, and he hit him for 3 successive sixes to the members' enclosure to get his 100, and that was a fabulous innings for a young 18-year-old. Tom Bevan is a little older, he's 21, and 22, is it, Nick? 21?
22.
22. Anyway, it'll be Campbell again to bowl. I'll just take this over there. Nick can possibly describe Tom Bevan's 100. It's Ingram waiting as Campbell comes in. No, it's not Campbell. It's change of
Curry is back.
Curry's back. And the first ball is played away up towards mid-wicket. Then they go through for a single.
Player Pompey says hopefully Glamorgan will splash out on a name and number for the back of Tom Bevan's shirt. Well, after this he deserves one.
Yes. It really is wonderful. It is. Limited experience, of course. He's had a couple of games and feeling his way, and he's facing now. In comes Curry, bowls, jabbed away straight at the deep gully position, and there's no run. 94 to Bevan, 55 to Colin Ingram, 155 for one. Chris Cook, poor chap, was out for naught, so what he was thinking now, I don't know.
I think Chris Cook's old enough to take the bigger picture and
He'd be very happy, man.
appreciate the team victory.
He'd be wondering how he got out for naught.
Ingram's 50th half-century in List A cricket.
Is it really? That's a good... getting more like Andrew Hignell every day. In comes Curry and bowls, and Bevan cuts fiercely, but straight to a man on the extra cover boundary. Fifth List A.
50th 50.
Is that List A?
Yeah, and the one-day stuff.
A lot of it has been for Glamorgan over the past 6 or 7 years. He's played beautifully all summer. Pity to see him going. In comes the next ball, short, and it's struck up towards fine leg by Colin Ingram for a single.
Yeah, let's see if we can bring you any
records approaching. Second wicket.
No, I meant consolation for Hampshire listeners. Nothing much from Blackpool, I'm afraid, because Lancashire is still going well.
We just heard it, yes.
Yeah.
Bohannon again.
He's just getting going.
Curry is in, bowls to Bevan. Bevan is forward. Good over of good length bowling, this.
Wells out for 84 of 56 balls. Jennings 81 not out. Lancashire still need 188 to win off 26 overs. Facing a very big Northants, 370 for 4. There goes an Essex slip up. Well, Worcestershire 103 for 1 in the 19th, chasing 280 against Essex.
Here's the next ball, and here it comes. It's going to reach his 100 with a magnificent 6, which has cleared our 10th at mid-wicket. And Tom Bevan raises his bat, he raises his cap, and the crowd raised to this young man, 22 years of age. And the fielders, the Hampshire fielders, they all applaud him, which is a very sporting gesture, as Tom Bevan goes to 101, 163 for 1, 88 balls to his 100, 10 fours and 6 sixes. Very well played for Tom Bevan here, the hero at Neath. And that was the biggest 6 of all.
Well, that's quite a remarkable way to burst onto the first team scene, isn't it, for Tom Bevan? Just his 5th match, a couple in the T20, a couple before today in this competition. But wow, what a way to make an impression, reaching your first team century with a 6.
And might have struck one of the cars in the car park above our awnings, as Sue Redford now is asking for some new balls. I don't know where they are, but is the ball coming back from the car park? It is. I think somebody can see it as one of the players whose balcony is just about 10 yards to our right. That was a huge shot. 163 for one. 101. I think, Nick, that must be about his 6th or 7th 100 of the season in all cricket.
Yeah,
only in limited.
5 or so, I think, for the seconds, yeah.
And
In
he's
various formats.
Yeah, he's got them in 4-day cricket, T20, you name it.
This is a man who wasn't playing regular second 11 cricket last season.
And the umpire, you still call them the umpire, not the umpiresses. To give them, you know, it's, my word, that was some shot in some innings.
Yep, his 6th 6.
And our old friend has just texted me, called Michael Hogan,
All right.
who says, "Well played, young man. Told you this lad could play." Yes, you did, Hogs, many times, and hope you are enjoying life with whoever you play for.
Not sure if he was last night. He got a bit of a... His figures weren't his best, shall we put it like that.
It's potluck after it.
161 for 163 for one then, and we're only at the halfway stage in terms of overs available to Glamorgan as they bring out another ball of some variety.
I won't tell you, Nick, how long I've been covering Glamorgan. I would venture to say, for his age and everything else, that's one of the best innings I've seen from a young Glamorgan player. It reminded me so much of that innings by Maynard at Swanley so many years ago.
Spectacular stuff as Ingram drives the first ball from Holland through the offside for 4 runs. Well, it's all going pear-shaped for Hampshire at the moment, but they do have further chances, of course, to gain a place in the knockout stages. Remarkable stuff from this Glamorgan pair. 1-6-7 for 1 as next ball played quietly by Ingram on the offside, and there is no run. Difficult now to see a way back for Hampshire. They need to take 9 wickets in fewer than 62 runs. Next delivery is played defensively by Ingram. Absolutely no pressure on run rate. Required runs now 2.5 and over.
Fair to say, Nick, that I'm proud to have his surname.
Yes, he's from a bit...
Is there any way I can be related to him?
He's a bit further east than you, Edward, from the born in Cardiff anyway.
Yeah.
No doubt have a chat with him afterwards and discover a bit more about him. As Ingram drives up to mid-off, calls for the single and is safely home by the time the throw from Curry at mid-off skims past the stumps.
You have rumblings above, but I can assure you it's no fear of thunder or lightning or anything like that. It's the wind, but it's a warm wind and it's a beautiful day here, and sun-kissed Neath. Don't say that very often, I can tell you.
Could have done with a bit more, a few more sun-kissed evenings over the road at the, or not over the road, over the way at the rugby ground. I can tell you, it's.
Yeah, they didn't kiss each other there. I tell you, it was hard graft.
Holland bowls and Bevan smashes this one over mid-wicket for 4 more as it races away, and there's a fielder in there at short mid-wicket. But he seemed to be just placing them nicely over the fielders when he wants to.
Hard. Flew to the boundary.
Hitting it hard. 172 for 1. 9 runs off this over. I was going to say the last time I was working and here before this week was in February 2020. On bowls and Bevan smashes another one over long on.
6. That's
gone all the way for 6. And Tom Bevan is a young man in a hurry. He is destroying this Hampshire attack as Glamorgan race towards what looks like a very rapid victory indeed. 178 for 1. Bevan has 111.
I keep on saying, you know, what a magnificent shot, an on drive, and that's one of the longest boundaries on the ground. And just flew over the boundary. Well, the game against Hampshire finished at 10-5, and I thought,
Lancashire, yeah.
Lancashire rather.
Glamorgan were well beaten 2 days ago. They look like having the boot on the other foot here today, and it's Hampshire whose campaign will hit the rocks for the first time, but still plenty of chances for them to go through with 2 further matches to play.
Yes.
178 for 1 in 26.
In comes Curry, starts a new over to Colin Ingram, and it's not Curry, it's Curry rather, and he's just pushed that down towards fine leg for a single.
$179 for 1.
Yeah, it really has been quite magnificent to watch. That's Tom Turner.
Just a few adjustments to the field, but he's hitting them over the top.
In comes the next ball, and that's just pushed, if you like. It went quite quickly, but it's just pushed. Tom Cullen just wandered in. Yeah, I thought he was going to come on the mic with us for a moment. Just said, and what did you think of that? Well, we couldn't give him more superlatives. And you're absolutely right. 179, and they need just another. Work that out in the moment. As in comes the next ball, and that's very wide. Umpire might just have thought about it.
50.
50 runs
on
to
the
win.
Bottom right of that board.
Yeah. Nelson's on the board with all the good reasons for Glamorgan. That's Tom Bevan's score. Curry comes in, and he's bowling to the man of the moment, Tom Bevan, and bowls to him, and I'd like a shot out of a gun. Probably heard it, a flex microphone. He hit it over mid-off. We were all looking for it, and it stays hit with this young man. He's just realising this Hampshire attack. Hit over the top, over extra cover, if you like, or mid-off, that area, and it's 183 for 1.
Well, that's the perils of this competition, isn't it, when you have several inexperienced bowlers in the same side.
Then comes Curry again, bows to Bevan. Bevan has hit this miles and miles, and it's gone sailing into the Hampshire tent over there to our right, and their dressing room. I've just lost count how many sixes he's hit now. Fantastic innings. No other superlatives am I going to use. It's just been breathtaking with this one.
That was his 8th 6.
189 for 1, and now it's just 40. It's 4, 6. Where's this one going? In comes the next ball, and that's gone over long on. And does that landed? No, it's 4 runs. So that's the last few balls have gone 4, 6, 4. Bevan is on to 125, 193 for 1. Oh, do you know what's at the back of my mind now, Nick?
Oh. You don't, Edward. It's technical stuff.
No, nothing to do. No,
Randy Curry can look after themselves.
It's to do with this young man.
All right. So I thought you were meaning whether we'd be finished before 5 o'clock to.
Franchise will come looking.
Well, there's only one more game for Glamorgan for next season. It's possible, but it'll be interesting to see whether Bevan gets a chance in the championship side as well. But that, of course, is a very different kettle of fish. Glamorgan need just 36 runs now off 23 overs, and it's not very often that the big hitting Colin Ingram is outshone, really, but he's been going as a runner ball, which is excellent. Bevan is now up to a strike rate of 131 per 100 balls. Ingram
thinks, no, this is my last innings of this season. I think I'll start playing a few shots. He's on 62 to Bevan's 125. Nick.
Indeed, not much left for Glamorgan to do, as Hampshire must be pretty shell-shocked in the field. Holland is in to bowl, and Ingram drives a single up towards long on. Sorry, not Holland, it's Turner. Frequent changes in the Hampshire bowling attack. as they try and look for a way through, but they've left it too late now.
Don't think Gubbins fancied it, did it? It's 1 over.
1 over for 13. Turner previous to this has bowled 3 overs for 24. Holland came back, but he's 1 for 40 off 7, so no one really managing to keep the Glamorgan under control on quite a remarkable afternoon. And Hampshire host Essex on Sunday, and on Tuesday they're up in Scarborough, so they have another couple of chances to try and make sure a place in the knockout stages. Turner bowls to Bevan, pulls, doesn't time that at all, and the ball for once just dribbles away towards the edge of the circle for a single.
You've often heard the word said in this game, not this particular game but cricket in general, you can't bowl at him, and this has been absolutely true this afternoon. Wherever they bowl, the ball has generally gone to the boundary, and I think he'd be playing, you know, against Worcester on Tuesday, don't you? That's Glamorgan's final game.
As next delivery whipped away by Ingram, turned himself around, found the gap with fine leg up in the circle, smashed it fine of Keith Barker, and it's run away for 4. 199 for 1, 67 to Colin Ingram, who will leave Glamorgan on a positive note this season. And Glamorgan can't qualify, having lost 4 on the bounce, even if they win against Worcestershire on Tuesday as well. But at least if they do finish with a couple of wins, it'll leave a bit more pleasant taste from the campaign, as Ingram drives into the offside, misfield at cover by Gubbins. Well, to be fair, he did well to get hands to it. 200 up as they go through for a single, and the Neath crowd enjoying the occasion here.
And they will give Tom Bevan and Colin Ingram a rousing reception, I'm sure, when this game ends. When?
Rushing towards a very quick conclusion. Next delivery is short. Bevan tries to pull, goes through to keeper Ben Brown. Just about low enough, says umpire Redfern, at square leg, or maybe just having a bit of sympathy with the Hampshire bowlers who've taken enough punishment, really, not to be given a no ball on height. Turner bowls, that's another short one.
Surely.
No, it's allowed to go through as Bevan flaps out, flails at it, doesn't get a touch on it. 200 for 1 in 28 overs. Glamorgan need 29 runs for victory.
Yes, and they've only batted for 28 overs. You don't often see somebody chasing 200 plus and winning it with so many overs remaining.
Well, we thought that Glamorgan might need, we thought Hampshire might be marginal favourites at the halfway stage,
yes,
having posted a target of 229 for Glamorgan to chase.
It will be Curry to bowl, and he'll be bowling to Colin Ingram. Let's remember his part he's played in this game. So it will be Curry to continue bowling to the left-handed Ingram, and bowls to him, and he just jabs it away. They go through for a quick single and gets there just about in time, does Tom Bevan. So everybody keep to your seats, keep watching the ball, because I don't know how many sixes, he's 6 or 7, and most of them have been coming over this tent, or the way to our 8. And I think I can only remember 2. One was straight and one went square, and 6 have come over this pavilion. Oh, this warning. It's a pagoda, whatever you call it. 2 men on the mid-wicket boundary with their feet on the rope. That's Curry. Will he try and do what the other bowler did? Bowl short so he doesn't get a chance to hit. There's Curry bowl. Oh, here he goes. 6.
Oh dear, Ian Holland on the boundary, got
the ball and then let it go through his hands.
It was a full toss, smashed away very powerfully indeed by Bevan, and Holland above his head. Just an apology to the bowler. It was travelling very fast indeed, and Holland couldn't quite hold on, and to add insult, dropped it over the ropes for 6.
Here we go again. Up comes the next ball. That's wide ball. Yeah, I think The poor old bowler here saying, "Oh, I don't know what to do." Absolute mauling. 132 is Tom Bevan's score. 69 to Colin Ingram, who just watches from the other end. In comes the next ball. He tries to reverse a sweep. He doesn't get it wide there, because perhaps it might have been, but he changes his way of playing it. So we're watching wide balls now, and they're just trying to restrain him from scoring anywhere. And you typing your final words. I think you know who's going to win.
Yes. Don't think I'm in any danger at this point.
In comes the next ball. He's having a huge walk with that, looking to clear the pavilion, but he doesn't this time. So 21 runs needed. Try and get Robbie in somewhere before the end of the game, but the runs are coming so quickly. So what I think I'll do, Nick, unless you want to go, I'll give Robbie a couple of overs with...
I'd better do a bit of writing, Edward, so you stay on.
It's got a lot of writing up to do, as Nick, towards the end, and the sooner he likes to get away, the better. So perhaps...
sooner we get the report up online, the better, Edward.
Oh, yes.
It's not my time that matters.
Then comes the next ball, and he's hit that hard. Down towards long on. Is it going to be 4? No, it's stopped just inside, and they're going to come back for a second. So Robbie's back for what I'm sure is his final stint of the afternoon.
If it's not something will have gone remarkably wrong,
Yeah.
well, there would have been a huge downpour.
You've seen an extraordinary innings here, Robbie.
My word, it's been really quite special, actually. Seeing these young players come through the ranks.
Curry's in, bowls. Here's another one. No, he's going to be caught. Just backward of square on the onside, and that wonderful, wonderful innings of Tom Bevan is all over. He is out for 134. The ground. It's Toby Albert was the catcher down here, and what an innings that was by Tom Bevan. And the whole pavilion, the men and women in the hospitality tents, and as I look around the ground, everybody's rising to what's been a terrific innings by Tom Bevan, who smiles as he crosses into the pavilion. 210 for 2, and a fabulous innings there, Robbie James.
Well, he deserves every accolade he gets after that. It's one of the brilliant things about this competition, is the fact that you do get an opportunity for young players to be given the chance to show what they're about on the big scene, on the professional scene, on the first team scene, and Tom Bevan has just taken his opportunity there by the scruff of the neck, and he has literally won the game for his county and his side. So he deserves a huge amount of credit, and boy did he play well. Just smart, and you mentioned it when we were last on commentary, just the way that he selected his shots. He was smart. He hit towards this short boundary. Anything that was short, he would pull it for 4 and for 6 and find the gap, and he would drive down the ground, and he would defend when he needed to defend. It was a real knock of maturity, and he's got his side from needing 229 runs to win to needing 19 to win.
And that partnership was 203. Kieran Carlson is the new batsman. He's not facing as Robbie takes up commentary.
Yeah, Ingram to face them. As we've all mentioned a few times, not often that Colin Ingram plays second fiddle, but there he is with 69 not out to his name. 210 for 2 then into the 30th over, and it is John Turner bowling to Ingram, and that's a good stop by the fielder at backward point, diving to his left hand side. I think he might have hurt himself actually there, and they come through for a single. Just trying to see who it is. I think it's Toby. No, it's not. It's Fletcher Middleton that was fielding there at point. So it will be the new batter Carlson on strike, taking guard at this end. And wow, if you're in Hampshire, you've been absolutely shocked by what you've seen in the last couple of hours.
One short of a record partnership.
No, that was 203 this partnership today.
James and Dale.
Here is Turner in once more, and Carlson gets a thigh pad on that, trickles out into the leg side, and they'll get a single, and Fletcher Middleton rather wearily
was that
picks
against
that up.
Lincolnshire? Yeah, sorry to interrupt there, but one short of the record partnership. That was Steve Jameson, Adrian Dale, way back against Lincolnshire, those wonderful Gillette Cup games we used to have, where you had to play away and find new club grounds. And yeah, I remember that one quite well.
You mentioned new club grounds. I think Tom Bevan might now have a new club ground here at Neath. Here is Turner into Ingram, who's working that off his hip to Toby Albert on the deep square leg boundary, and they come through for a single. They can go about this however they want now, Glamorgan. They're going to win this game, and they're going to win it comfortably. We have 30 overs. 30 overs remaining after this.
What perhaps we've also forgotten, Robbie, is that the run rate difference is not going to help Hampshire and will help Glamorgan enormously.
It will, absolutely. Carlson on strike. Here is Turner. Over the wicket, bowls, cuts, and for 4. Below us, just behind square on the offside. Short, wide from Turner. Hampshire have bowled too short today. And that was the easy pickings for Carlson, even though he's new to the middle. And he gets his boundary account underway with a 4 flashed outside the off-stump over point. 217 for 2. 12 needed in the 30th over. Imagine what score Glamorgan could have got to batting first. That played late down towards third man. It's been we can take absolutely, we must absolutely take nothing away from Tom Bevan and nothing away from Glamorgan today, because they have outplayed and outclassed Hampshire. But you do have to say that it was a good toss to win. But regardless, Hampshire have been outplayed today.
I think Glamorgan also bowled a little bit better than Hampshire have done. As you said earlier on, they bowled a little bit too short. In
all facets, I think Glamorgan have been better. Fielding as well, a couple of drop catches for Hampshire. Nudged into the onside from Ingram, and there is no run. I thought Glamorgan were excellent in the field. End of the over, 30 gone, 218 for 2, 11 required. Glamorgan's ground fielding was brilliant. Bowled well, bowled smartly. And ultimately they got things wrong, even at the toss, with not only winning the toss and electing to bowl, but having a couple of spinners in their side, and Hampshire, maybe say, got it a little wrong.
Yeah, I certainly would have played some spinners, because when you play on it, well, you say we've been saying it's slow. It's not all that slow. I think it's easy pace would be the answer. And it's we got to change the bowling here.
Scott Curry.
Gazelle Scott Curry, who dismissed Bevan in the last. Oh, he's bowling to Carlson as he's over the wicket and bowls to him, and Carlson plays it out to short mid wicket.
Well, it won't be a case of panic stations for Hampshire, given the calmness of Aidy Birrell, Giles White that they have in that dressing room, and Nick Gubbins and a lot of the other senior players. But this is absolutely a kick and a half in the teeth.
Slim runs to win, as in comes the next ball, and that's a good looking shot out to deep extra cover by Carlson. He gets a single, and Colin Ingram is going to end his season with Glamorgan on a high, and he's been playing very, very well. 219 for 2, 10 runs needed. I'd venture to say if Tom Bevan was still there, then it would be all over in this over. Not that Ingram doesn't hit the ball a long way as he bowls, and Ingram, you get a nick on that, it's dropped short. It's a slow ball from Curry, and umpire Redfern says yes, he did, and it landed short of the keeper, so they go through for a single. 220, 9 to win, and there are 20 overs remaining, 120 balls.
Hampshire after 30 overs, 105 for 5.
In comes Curry, bowls a full toss, and is driven out to cover by Carlson, and he missed out there. So yes, to watch and listen on Tuesday, even though neither side have a chance of qualifying, when Glamorgan go to a beautiful ground and the Cathedral at Worcester for the last game in this competition, and then we'll wait for the remainder of the championship season. Here's the next ball. Carlson cuts hard, and it's caught at backward point. As Carlson misses out and another wicket falls, says he, thinking people might think there's 6 or 7 gone. That's the third caught at backward point. So Curry picks up after being punished throughout the innings. Another wicket. And all of it a little anticlimax.
Yeah, it was really, but just 9 required. Good catch from Fletcher Middleton. It was hit hard and quite low, and it was a good sort of scooping catch at backward point, but it's little consolation for Hampshire. 220 for 3, and in comes Billy Root for Glamorgan, and unlike his brother, he's going to be on the winning side today. England defeated by South Africa in less than 3 days at Lord's in the first of 3 test matches. But in this one it is going to be a home win for Glamorgan as Hampshire disperse and they do look a little weary. As I mentioned, they won't panic, but this will no doubt come with a little bit of a shock if they were going to win if they were going to lose this game. I'm not sure they quite would have expected to lose it in quite as emphatic fashion as they have, having won 5 on the bounce and having Glamorgan having lost 4 on the bounce. As here is the new batter then, Billy Root facing up to Scott Curry, and he's pushing forward in defence into the offside. End of the over then, wicket taking 1, just a matter of time now for Glamorgan. 31 overs gone, 220 for 3, they require 9.
Yes, and he wouldn't bet against Colin Ingram getting the winning runs here in this over, possibly, as a few people begin to go away from the ground knowing that victory is secure. And also at this sort of time, nearly 10 to 5, they will be looking for some transport to go home and trying to beat a rush hour, although it's not so much of a rush hour these days with rain strikes, people on holidays. But here we start another over, and bowls, and this is pulled up to mid-wicket. I think that's going to run away for 4. Yes, it does. Easily timed shot, just rocked back, and I think it's Turner back on, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Turner from the Oakwood Road end. I got that right? Oakwood Road? Yeah. Yeah, a few fans just making their way around. Quite a few staying, actually, in fairness. Want to probably see this end as emphatically as they've seen it begin over the course of 31 overs.
In comes the next ball, that's driven square of the wicket. He'll get a single, which takes the score to 225. One blow will do it. As Ingram is on 77. He had a few flirts outside the off stump early on, but quickly overcame and has played another excellent innings for his side.
Reminder for Hampshire. Next up, Essex, 2 days' time at the Aegeus Bowl.
Turn around the wicket, bowls the route to plays it gently up to mid-on. There's 1 run, and now it's just 3 runs needed.
And then Yorkshire in Scarborough on Tuesday. Quick update from the Lancashire game. They are 216 for 2 in pursuit of 371 to win. They need another 155 runs to win from a little under 20 overs. I'll bring you the Essex score in a second.
Turner comes in, bowls. That's driven, beats extra cover, but it's backed up by mid-off.
And Essex against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 146 for 1 in the 27th over, so 134 needed for Worcestershire from 23 overs. So you would have thought that could be a win for Worcestershire, could actually be a win for Lancashire as well. Hampshire will be hoping that Essex and Lancashire both lose, looking like maybe just one of them will lose. All to play for still over the course of the last 2 games.
3 to win. In comes the next ball. That's hit up towards deep extra cover, but it'll be stopped just inside the boundary. And now it's just 2. 226 for 3. 78 to Colin Ingram. And the game is over.
Single coming off the no ball.
No ball.
Oh, it was a no ball. We didn't notice, of course. And Glamorgan have won quite a famous victory here by 7 wickets. The hero of the day, Tom Bevan, 132. A partnership with Colin Ingram in his last innings of the season of 2
on 78.
103.
Glamorgan reaching
100.
their target of 220.
I'll just wait for this to finish.
In the 32nd over. Thank
So
you everyone for your company.
That has
today.
been an
You
emphatic
shall be
victory
prepared to
by all
leave
means.
the
We didn't
knock.
expect it
Please
really,
remember
but
to take all of your
all
belongings
credit
with
to the
you.
young 22-year-old Tom Bevan and Colin Ingram for a superb partnership
We hope you've enjoyed your day here at Neath.
of
Once again, thanks for your support. We hope you all
3
have
for
a
the
safe
second
onward
wicket.
journey. Good afternoon, Trinhound Dart.
Thank you very much, and we'll try and get our voices over now. And that was a famous victory, and that partnership was one short of a former lead record held by Steve James and Adrian Dale many moons ago. 228 for 9, Hampshire. Glamorgan winning by 7 wickets. My thanks to Nick Webb as always, and Robbie, I hope you enjoyed your little trip up here.
Loved it.
Nice to have had you here, and come and see us again.
I'd love to. It's been lovely to see, lovely to experience this, and what a game. I think we saw something pretty special from Tom Bevan today.
Yes,
And it was a pleasure to watch.
innings to remember. Thank you, Robbie, and thank you, Nick. And we'll be with you now on Tuesday up at Worcester. The game starts at 11 o'clock. We look forward if you can join us either by listening or watching or both or whatever. But from the Knoll ground here in Neath, it's a very good afternoon to you all.